Global Symbiotes, My Symbiote is a Slime. Chapter 151, approached the enchantment to test it out. Yi and the others kept looking at it in shock. Yefeng's aura was completely different from before, as if he had advanced to a new level. But to be able to obtain such a huge improvement in such a short period of time, no one could have imagined it. My current strength is already at perfect C and grade. I'm just one step away from breaking through to B grade. If I have enough water elements to absorb, my strength will increase once again. Yefeng calculated in his heart, his face filled with excitement. He could clearly feel that if he unleashed his full strength now, he could completely insta-kill an ordinary B-grade expert. Yefeng appeared very calm on the surface, but in reality, his heart was surging incomparably. This was because he knew that in the coming period of time, he would have to face many things. The matter at hand was very troublesome. If he did not handle it well, it was very likely that he would die on the spot. Moreover, this was a battle with the Water Elemental Dragon King. If even the slightest mistake was made, their lives would be lost. Now, he did not have so much time to experiment with this new skill. In short, this wave of improvement gave Yefeng a brand new feeling. If it were in normal times, Yefeng could spend more time to comprehend it, and the improvement he obtained would be even greater than now. But the situation now was different. They were at risk of being killed at any time, and they were still at the border of the enchantment. It was very likely that they would be discovered by the sub-dragons that were watching over them. Brother Yefeng, we should leave. If we are discovered by those sub-dragons, it won't be good. There are many high-level sub-dragons near the enchantment. Yi could not help but remind him. All right, then let's go. Yefeng nodded and his expression became serious again. Then, he followed Yi and the others and headed closer to the enchantment. When they passed by a pothole, he suddenly stopped. What's wrong, brother Yefeng? The area in front is the weakest part of the enchantment. You can go there and see if your dragon seed works. Yi saw Yefeng suddenly stop and thought there was some danger, so he quickly spoke. This was the idea they had thought of while Yefeng was cultivating. As guards, they had to rush up when they encountered danger. Yi was afraid that when danger appeared, it would rush up and they would not be able to tell Yefeng in time. If they died, Yefeng would have to think of a new way. This is the place where Senior Walter fought. Yefeng paused and looked at the grey soil under his feet in a daze. These grey things were all traces left behind from their battle years ago. Only after experiencing an incomparably powerful impact could such a large grey area be formed. It directly formed a large ecological environment. This was also the last place that Walter fought on. Because even if 100 years had passed here, Yefeng could sense the bloody smell and the aura of various battles. It was as if the great battle from 100 years ago had reappeared before his eyes. The suffocating feeling, the impact, the flying fireworks, everything seemed to have disappeared and returned to peace. Yes, this is the last place where Master fought. Later, due to his heavy injuries, the Water Elemental Dragon King released his last bit of power and sealed him in this place, Yi answered after a pause. He did not expect Yefeng's perceptive ability to be so strong that it could even trace back to 100 years ago. Even an old thing like him had almost forgotten about this place after 100 years. We must quickly rescue Senior Walter. We can't let him continue to be sealed here. Yefeng said firmly. The visual impact here was really too shocking. It was hard for him to imagine a collision between the top strength of the dragon race and the top strength of the human race. Now it was clear that this unprecedented battle had left a deep and indelible impression in his mind. The plan that Senior mentioned, let's give it a try. Yefeng looked at the barrier not far away and quickly dashed over. Yefeng's speed was not fast, but this could reduce the risk. When he just arrived at the boundary of the barrier, he immediately activated the dragon seed in his body and a huge energy instantly surged into Yefeng's arm. As the power of this dragon seed surged in, a layer of faint golden light instantly appeared on the surface of Yefeng's body, enveloping him within it. This layer of light was formed by Ye Feng using a special material fused with the dragon gene. Although it did not have any defensive function, it possessed a very strong defensive power, and it could also isolate sound. Only with this kind of defense could Ye Feng release his dragon seed with ease. Boom! Ye Feng's palm instantly imprinted itself on the boundary of the barrier. Instantly, a violent vibration was transmitted. This vibration was extremely violent. Even the entire space trembled, as if it was about to collapse. Fortunately, this was the outer boundary of the barrier. This kind of impact did not pose much of a threat, and Ye Feng's dragon seed did not suffer too much damage. Outside, Ye Feng could hear a muffled sound. As the muffled sound of thunder rang out, the barrier's defense instantly weakened. Moreover, the sound seemed to have a penetrating power as it continued to spread out. So strong! Ye Feng was shocked. This sound could practically penetrate anything. If it was an enemy's attack, they would have long attacked his barrier. As expected of the dragon race's barrier, it was indeed not easy to deal with. Rumble! Another sound came. This sound was much stronger than before. It was as if there were tens of thousands of war horses galloping and roaring. Ye Feng's expression immediately changed because the power contained in this sound was too powerful. Boom! 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 Another few muffled thunderclaps sounded. The only difference was that this time, the muffled thunderclaps seemed to carry anger and also seemed to carry a roar. These few muffled thunderclaps had a power that was not lower than B+. Moreover, they sounded several times consecutively. It could be seen that the number of these muffled thunderclaps was definitely not just one. Oh no, could it be that they are here to seek revenge? Ye Feng cried out in his heart. His expression immediately became extremely ugly. The expressions of Yi and the others also changed. If they were really here for revenge, then it would be troublesome. Boom! 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 Muffled thunderclaps sounded once again. This time, the sounds became denser and denser. Moreover, they were accompanied by waves of dragon roars, as if they wanted to devour everything. Ye Feng felt somewhat depressed, and a faint ominous premonition appeared in his heart. Yi and the others were also extremely nervous and had a trace of worry in their hearts. Ye Feng's expression was extremely unsightly. There were so many dragon roars. If he rashly approached them, he was afraid that he would be torn apart by the dragon roars. Chapter 152, Mysterious Dragon's Roar, Hidden Cave. Boom! A dragon's roar suddenly came from afar. This dragon's roar was like a sharp sword, piercing toward Ye Feng's chest. Not good. Ye Feng's expression changed. He did not expect a dragon's roar to suddenly attack. Moreover, this dragon's roar actually far exceeded the strength of the second generation. If he did not dodge, it was very likely that he would be pierced through by this dragon's roar. Right at this moment, Ye Feng suddenly felt a strange power from within his body. This power rapidly circulated within his meridians. With a thought from Ye Feng, this strange power instantly surged out and directly covered his hands. Both of his hands immediately emitted a golden light, and the golden light enveloped Ye Feng. Boom! Boom! That dragon's roar sounded once again, but this time, Ye Feng was not affected in the slightest. Instead, he could sense the existence of the dragon's roar. What's going on? Could this be the dragon seed? It can display such great power so quickly. Ye Feng was extremely surprised. This was the first time he had seen the dragon seed in such a state. Ye Feng felt as if he could control this power and casually threw a punch. Boom! Instantly, the dragon's roar disappeared. The dragon's roar disappeared in an instant, which made Ye Feng feel relieved. He did not continue to move forward, but stood on the spot and waited. The origin of the dragon's roar could not help but appear in Ye Feng's mind. Such a powerful dragon seed, could it be that the water elemental dragon king is really about to appear? Ye Feng guessed in his heart, and a trace of uncertainty appeared in his heart. Just as Ye Feng was thinking about the matter of the dragon race, he suddenly felt his body becoming lighter. His entire body was suddenly pulled by an invisible force as he flew toward the barrier in front of him. Not good. This dragon roar must have attracted the attention of the other dragons. We must escape immediately, or else we will be caught. Yi immediately changed his expression and hurriedly said. This dragon's roar already made Yi feel afraid. He knew that if he was caught by these dragons, he would probably die. Success! Ye Feng urged his strength and forcefully extended his hand into the barrier. The entire barrier seemed to be like a thin layer of jelly, as if it had already recognized the dragon seed in Ye Feng's body. Seniors, quickly come in! Ye Feng shouted in a low voice. His body entered the barrier with a shiu sound. Yi and the others saw that Ye Feng had successfully entered and hurriedly walked in. Do you still remember where Senior Walter was sealed? Ye Feng asked. When he released his perception, he discovered that this place was suppressed by an extremely powerful pressure. This probing wasn't important, and it immediately gave Ye Feng a fright. His perception was actually blocked. One had to know that Ye Feng's perceptive ability had already risen to a whole new level. Generally speaking, there was nothing that could stop him from probing. But in this barrier, it was actually blocked. This made him extremely shocked. What exactly was this thing? It could actually block even his perceptive ability? Inside the barrier, Ye Feng did not dare to think too much. Since he could not release it, then he could only slowly probe through the naked eye. This place did not look big, but if he searched bit by bit, he would need to spend a lot of time. Moreover, Ye Feng's perceptive ability could not be used, which increased the investment of time. I don't remember much, but it should be around here. Yi suddenly said, looking at the surrounding scenery. Since so much time had passed, the memory was not very deep. Moreover, in such a large place, Walter could hide everywhere, but he would not stay in the same place. So much time had passed, and everything that should be gone had already disappeared. Hearing Yi's words, Ye Feng looked around and seemed to have made a new discovery. There were obviously man-made buildings nearby, and it seemed to be a small tent that had been set up. But when he walked in and looked, he found that this was only a place where Walter was resting, and there were actually quite a number of fish bones on it. Moreover, they were charred bones. It was hard to imagine Walter barbecuing here. A wild barbecue in the water. Such a crazy idea, only Walter could do it. Water could heat any object, and there was boiling water in the water. For example, geothermal water. Walter might have used these principles to conduct an underwater barbecue. Seeing this scene, Ye Feng could not help but exclaim at the series of operations by the water element human sealing. After discovering that there was no trace of Walter, everyone could only continue to look around. It was not the first time Yi and the others had searched for Walter's whereabouts, so they were very familiar with Walter's aura. However, now that they could not find Walter, they could only slowly search. Ye Feng did not waste any time and directly locked onto Walter. He concentrated on searching, and his eyes began to carefully scan the area. Walter's aura was not strong, but Ye Feng still did not dare to let down his guard, because no one knew where Walter was. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard, and a rock suddenly broke. Rumble. Another burst of sound was heard, and the ground behind the rock was overturned. Huge pieces of rock rose from the ground and extended to 100 meters away. Ye Feng ignored the explosion of the rock and continued to look down, but there was no trace of Walter in this area. How could we not find Walter? Could he have already left? Ye Feng frowned. This area was too vast. The chances of Ye Feng finding Walter in a short period of time were very slim. Unless he was very fast, there would not be any gains. At this time, Yi was also depressed. They had searched here for a long time, but they did not find anything. This water-type powerhouse might not be here at all. No matter what, we should find a place to hide first so it's convenient to find master later," Yi suggested. Ye Feng nodded and agreed to Yi's suggestion. After all, they definitely had to search in this large area until they found Walter. If they gave up halfway, then wouldn't they have wasted so much time? Moreover, they would have to risk their lives to search for the dragon seed. "Let's go to this cave. This place is hidden enough and suitable for hiding," Ye Feng said as he quickly walked in. He wanted to see if there were any traces of his senior inside. It wasn't until he stepped into the cave that he saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. A thin and small figure was lying quietly in a corner. His hair and beard were extremely dazzling fiery red. It was hard to imagine that a water-type powerhouse would be dyed red, which meant that Walter was actually a very lively person. However, Chapter 153, The Fall of the Human Ceiling, the second-generation dragon-scale thorn beast. Under the thin and small body, there was a pair of lifeless eyes. And the heartbeat had long stopped. "Found him," Ye Feng paused for a moment and muttered in disbelief. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly came up. When they saw their master lying on the ground, they were instantly stunned. It was as if their entire person was cut off. "This? How is this possible?" Yi's loud shout completely broke the silence. "How could master have fallen? He possesses the strongest elemental power. How could he have fallen at the hands of the water elemental dragon king? How is this possible? Master has been strong throughout his life. He has fought with the water elemental dragon king no less than 100 times. I really didn't expect that he would fall like this." The water elemental guards sighed. This man before them was the person they had spent 100 years searching for. They didn't expect to find him in the end, but the result was something that they couldn't accept. Their master wasn't an ordinary person. However, he was an ultimate expert of the water element. All those who used the water element abilities worshipped him as their ancestor, a supreme existence. But, he actually died in the battle with the enemy he was most familiar with. This was the scene they were most unwilling to see in the past 100 years. They also did not dare to believe that their master would really die. "Senior Walter, take care," Ye Feng said and sighed. Ye Feng wanted to walk in to take a look, but he found that there was an invisible cage beside Walter. There's actually a cage that imprisons Senior at all times. Ye Feng already knew at this moment why Walter did not have the ability to break through from the inside. This cage was simply a small-scale seal. It resonated with the enchantment outside. As an extremely powerful form of seal, if it forcefully landed on Walter's body, even a god might not be able to escape. At this point, they could not do anything. "Senior Walter has fallen. Should I inform the professors of Cloud Mist Academy about this news? Once this news is spread, it will definitely cause a huge uproar on the entire Earth. However, it's not a matter of peace anymore. Instead, it's the matter of when the water elemental dragon king attacked the humans. Not to mention the top combat strength of the dragon race, even a single dragon could turn the entire human society upside down. Not to mention what level of powerful existence the water elemental dragon king was. No matter what, we must move master's body out of this place. He is not only our master, but also a hero of the human race. We can't let him stay here alone for endless years." Yi's expression was very complicated. The grief of losing his master was no less than losing their most important person. As soon as Yi finished speaking, there was suddenly a loud bang. The earth shook and the mountains shook, and the entire area began to tremble. This vibration almost caused Ye Feng and the others to fall. Even with their powerful physical bodies, they could not withstand such a violent vibration. At this moment, a huge dark blue sub-dragon appeared in their sight. This dark blue sub-dragon was more than 30 meters long, tall, and covered in scales. It had a huge dragon head on its head, and its body was covered in scarlet scales. Its eyes were emitting a deep blue light, and its mouth was wide open, exuding a thick smell of blood. Its entire body was exuding a terrifying pressure that made people fearful. What? What is this thing? After Ye Feng saw the dark blue sub-dragon, his expression immediately changed. Yi frowned as well. He felt uneasy as if something big was going to happen. Otherwise, this sub-dragon would not be alarmed. The dark blue sub-dragon turned its gaze to Ye Feng. Its eyes were filled with ferocity and ruthlessness. It was like a hungry wolf looking at its prey. The prey could not help but be terrified. The dark blue sub-dragon suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a ball of blue water. It pounced toward Ye Feng and the others. In the dark blue water, there was an endless amount of water that covered the entire space. "Be careful," Yi cried out in alarm and hurriedly used a defensive spell to protect Ye Feng and the others in his domain. Although Ye Feng and the others had extraordinary strength, facing such a huge sea, they could only temporarily avoid the attack and dodge this attack. However, even so, Ye Feng was still hit by this violent water domain. His body was unstable, and he was almost submerged by this dark blue water domain. What a powerful water elemental energy! The power of this attack is already far stronger than the third-generation sub-dragon. In other words, this guy is even more powerful than sea monster. Ye Feng was secretly shocked. As expected of an ultimate expert, the power of this attack was already not something he could contend against. "Bug, not bad. You can actually withstand my attack." The dark blue sub-dragon laughed wildly. Its huge body was overflowing with blue light. An incomparably violent and powerful spiritual power was attacking from all directions. "You can actually talk." Ye Feng was somewhat surprised. Although he had met many sub-dragons before and they could talk, their spiritual intelligence was far inferior to this sub-dragon in front of him. This also meant that this blue sub-dragon was definitely not an ordinary creature. To be able to appear in the barrier, it must have been born to protect the barrier. It was also to intercept the reinforcements that came to save Walter. Now, it seemed like there was no need to worry about this. After all, Walter had already fallen. "Senior Yi, do you know this guy's background?" Ye Feng asked in confusion. This sub-dragon before him was far stronger than all the previous sub-dragons. Ye Feng had to deal with it very carefully. This is a dragon, a sub-dragon. It is a top-grade sub-dragon, and its strength is very powerful. It is a second-generation sub-dragon called Dragon Scale Thornbeast. Not only is it the strongest sub-dragon, but it is also the king of the sub-dragons. It is an extremely powerful existence. Yi shouted loudly, and his face became very serious, as if he was facing a great enemy. "This is the second time I've seen it. A long time ago, the first time I saw it was when Master was fighting with the water elemental Dragon King. At that time, it led countless sub-dragons to fight with our guards. The result is self-evident. They won." Yi sighed. His eyes regained their firmness, but there was a hint of fierce killing intent in them. Since they had failed 100 years ago, they had to seize this opportunity no matter what. "Humph, you stinking insects, I knew you would come back to save your master." The dragon scale thorn beast snorted, and its aura became more and more powerful. "All these years, I've been hiding here. Since the first time I fought with you stinking elves, we've been at a disadvantage, and that grudge has been formed. I didn't expect you to appear again. Humph, at least I've been hiding in the deepest part of the world waiting for you all these years, and it's not a waste of time." Back then, there were 800 guards, and the strength of their formation was also considered extraordinary. But now, you only have 5 guards. Let's see how you can beat me. So what if you brought a human? Humph, a trash slime, not even worth mentioning. Chapter 154, Penetrating with a Single Glance. An incomparably powerful aura. Translation. Ye Feng's expression changed greatly when he heard this. The other party actually did not do anything and saw through his symbiotic body with a single glance. Such a powerful existence had no choice but to make Ye Feng put in 120% of his energy. An extremely powerful and imposing feeling penetrated deep into the heart of the water elemental guards. This power seemed to be irresistible, causing the bodies of these water elemental guards to involuntarily tremble. This was not fear, but an attack that came from the spiritual level. As a second-generation sub-dragon, the purity of the dragon seed in the body of the dragon scale-thorn beast was already very high. This kind of spiritual level penetration attack. Basically, it came from the suppression of the bloodline. Ye Feng was no exception. Although his strength had already reached the perfect C and grade, he still felt a suffocating pressure when facing the dragon scale-thorn beast. What should we do now? Yi's expression changed greatly. They were trapped in this water area and had no way to retreat. Looks like we can only use the most primitive method. Ye Feng said. What method? Yi asked. Break its defense. As long as we can break its defense, we have a chance to escape. Ye Feng said. Good idea. Let's test it out first. If we can really break through its defense, we can successfully leave this barrier. Yi said. Okay, you guys pay attention. If there are any unusual movements, immediately take action. I want to use the fastest speed to kill this dragon scale-thorn beast. Ye Feng said. Don't worry. We will do everything. Yi said. Ye Feng took a deep breath. His body turned into a black shadow and instantly disappeared from the spot. He held the sea stone trident in his hand and slashed at the dragon scale-thorn beast's body with a fork. The dragon scale-thorn beast seemed to have been prepared. With a sweep of its huge tail, Ye Feng was thrown out and crashed into a large tree. The tree was cut in half with a loud explosion. So powerful! Ye Feng was extremely shocked. This guy's strength was too powerful. Haha, you dare to provoke me with just your strength. The dragon scale-thorn beast let out a wave of arrogant laughter. Almost at the same time, the dragon scale-thorn beast directly shot out. Its huge figure did not hinder its terrifying speed at all. Swish! The dragon scale-thorn beast clawed at Ye Feng's chest. Ye Feng's figure continuously retreated, narrowly avoiding this claw attack. However, a few wounds appeared on Ye Feng's body, and fresh blood flowed out. Ye Feng wiped away the blood stains on his body, and a cold expression appeared on his face. Your attack power isn't good, but your speed is quite fast. I'm very surprised that your symbiosis body is so weak, but your strength is so strong. Unfortunately, you met me, and you're destined to die here today. The dragon scale-thorn beast laughed arrogantly. Humph! Ye Feng snorted coldly and his body shot out again. He raised the trident and heavily fell. Since there was no flaw in its body, then he would just hit a random spot. If it was effective, then he would continue to attack. With a thought, Ye Feng's figure was like a ghost. No matter how the dragon scale-thorn beast tried to intercept him, Ye Feng's advantage in speed allowed him to completely dodge the dragon scale-thorn beast's interception. He wanted to pierce through the dragon scale-thorn beast's abdomen with one strike. Ye Feng had seen the power of the sea stone trident before. This was also the most powerful divine weapon that Ye Feng currently possessed. Since this trident could defeat the third-generation sea monster, then this second-generation dragon scale-thorn beast could also be defeated. Ye Feng had this confidence. Seeing Ye Feng flying over, its huge tail swung, and the sharp dragon horn on the tail slashed through the air, emitting a sizzling sound. Ye Feng's trident was directly intercepted by the dragon horn. Although this dragon horn was the dragon horn on the tail, it was about a foot wide. Moreover, it was covered with barbs and was exceptionally sharp. Ordinary weapons were extremely fragile in front of it and could be easily torn apart. Ye Feng was surprised and had a trace of fear towards this dragon scale-thorn beast. This dragon scale-thorn beast is extremely powerful. Even a true dragon of the dragon race might not be able to hurt it, Yi said. From a certain perspective, it has the advantage of becoming a true dragon. Yet, I didn't expect its physical body to be so powerful. Ye Feng frowned. This dragon scale thorn beast was more powerful than any of the sub-dragons he had seen. It might even be stronger than those sub-dragon kings. It was no wonder that such an existence would be so arrogant. Ye Feng waved the sea stone trident again and continued to attack. Bang, bang, bang. Ye Feng continued to attack. Every time he attacked, it would hit the body of the dragon scale thorn beast. It made a deafening sound and caused the surrounding water to shake continuously. Ye Feng's repeated attacks made the dragon scale thorn beast seem a little angry. Roar! These bugs, you're too arrogant. I'll let you have a taste of my power. The dragon scale thorn beast roared in anger. Its huge body suddenly shot up and charged toward Ye Feng. Good timing! Ye Feng shouted loudly and his body also rose into the air. The sea stone trident in his hand exploded with a piercing white light. This sword directly slashed toward the dragon scale thorn beast's body. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer. Whoosh! The dragon scale thorn beast's huge claw suddenly clawed toward Ye Feng's chest. Ye Feng did not dodge and allowed this attack to land. This claw of the dragon scale thorn beast seemed to have grabbed onto a piece of iron, making kika-kika sounds. However, it was unable to scratch Ye Feng. This dragon scale thorn beast was clearly a little surprised. Its dragon claw contained a powerful force. Even a 1,000-pound boulder would be crushed in an instant. However, Ye Feng in front of it did not even have a single scratch on his skin. Ye Feng's expression darkened slightly. He had also felt the strength of this dragon scale thorn beast's claw. He could not help but be secretly shocked. The strength of this dragon scale thorn beast was indeed extraordinary. Fortunately, he was wearing the sea stone armor and the sea stone crown, giving Ye Feng the confidence to withstand this attack. However, this scene stunned the few water elemental guards below. To actually be able to withstand this attack head-on, brother Ye Feng has quite the style of master from back then. Yi was pleasantly surprised by Ye Feng's defensive ability, but at the same time, he also thought of Walter and could not help but sigh. Humph, bedbug, this move is my, dragon scale thorn beast's, innate skill. To actually be able to withstand it, it can be considered a miracle, the dragon scale thorn beast said, its voice filled with ridicule and pride. Ye Feng's expression was calm, and the trident in his hand slashed out once again. Crack! Ye Feng's trident once again slashed onto the dragon scale thorn beast's body. Ye Feng sensed that a faint blue light appeared on the dragon scale thorn beast's body. Humph, these defenses are indeed very thick, even thicker than sea monster's skin. Ye Feng coldly snorted, and once again increased the strength of his attack. Attack after attack, he continuously attacked the dragon scale thorn beast's body. Chapter 155, Powerful Defensive Ability, White Hot Battle. Boom! Another violent explosion sounded. Ye Feng was smashed to the ground by the dragon scale thorn beast's punch. The ground was cracked open and dust flew everywhere. Humph, this bug actually used his body to withstand my punch. I really don't know how he cultivated to such a realm. He even has so many treasures on him and a dragon seed in his body. Could it be that he relied on devouring my kind to increase his strength? This dragon scale thorn beast was also a monstrous existence. It could also devour the strength of its own kind to increase its strength. Therefore, after sensing the abnormality in Ye Feng's body, it felt incredulous. However, it could only rely on the powerful strength of the dragon seed in its body. It could infinitely approach the purity of a true dragon's dragon seed, but it could not transform into the appearance of a true dragon like a true dragon. Bang, bang, bang! The dragon scale thorn beast slapped Ye Feng's head with its claw, but every time it slapped Ye Feng, it could only hit a corner of Ye Feng's clothes. It could not harm Ye Feng at all, which made the dragon scale thorn beast very angry. However, the more Ye Feng fought, the braver he became. The more he fought, the crazier he became. The more he attacked, the angrier the dragon scale thorn beast became. The more it fought, the fiercer it became. Even Ye Feng felt that he could not bear it anymore. Although Ye Feng's strength was much stronger than the dragon scale thorn beast, his speed and agility were too far apart. Therefore, Ye Feng could only be forced to retreat step by step. Crack! This time, cracks finally appeared on the dragon scale thorn beast's body. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of Ye Feng's mouth. He struck while the iron was hot and struck the dragon scale thorn beast with his trident again. Immediately, fresh blood gushed out. This time, the dragon scale thorn beast was injured, but it did not die. Instead, it became even crazier. This time, the dragon scale thorn beast did not block Ye Feng's sea stone trident again. Instead, it chose to clash head-on. The body of the dragon scale thorn beast was like a diamond. When Ye Feng's sea stone trident struck its body, it only left a white mark, but it did not cause any substantial damage to it. Boom! Ye Feng's sea stone trident finally smashed onto the body of the dragon scale thorn beast. A powerful energy exploded and overturned the entire space. Countless waves surged in all directions. Ye Feng felt this power and hurriedly retreated. A mountain peak at the bottom of a lake not far away was directly crushed by the dragon scale thorn beast's power. Ye Feng stood firm. Seeing that the body of the dragon scale thorn beast was still intact, he was secretly shocked. Bug, it's my turn now. I want to tear your body inch by inch, the dragon scale thorn beast roared, and a huge figure rapidly pounced over. Boom! Ye Feng waved the sea stone trident in his hand as terrifying energy spread out in all directions. Pu! The dragon scale thorn beast's huge sharp claws fiercely slapped onto Ye Feng's sea stone trident, knocking it away. At the same time, a huge claw slapped toward Ye Feng. This huge claw was like a long spear, directly piercing through the void, as if wanting to pierce through Ye Feng's entire body. The dragon scale thorn beast was indeed worthy of being the peak of the sub-dragon race. The power of this palm was simply beyond imagination. Humph! Ye Feng coldly snorted and spread out his arms. The sea stone trident drew an arc in the air and struck toward the dragon scale thorn beast's claw. Pang! This sea stone trident fiercely collided with the dragon scale thorn beast's claw, emitting a muffled sound. Ye Feng's body staggered and was forced back several steps by this powerful force. Ye Feng felt the meridians in his body and found that many of the meridians in his body were ruptured. Ye Feng secretly exclaimed that he was lucky. The attack of this dragon scale thorn beast was indeed very powerful. Ye Feng was almost heavily injured. The dragon scale thorn beast was also forced back several steps by Ye Feng's attack and did not dare to underestimate Ye Feng. So powerful! Ye Feng secretly praised in his heart. He did not expect that it could display such an effect in the hands of the dragon scale thorn beast. Boy, your defense really surprises me. How did you do it? Your strength is only C+, right? How can you have such a powerful defense? Could it be that you are wearing some kind of defensive treasure? As the dragon scale thorn beast spoke, it pounced toward Ye Feng. The dragon scale thorn beast roared angrily once more and wanted to attack Ye Feng again. Ye Feng hurriedly activated the sea stone trident. Waves of the sea stone trident's power condensed and continuously attacked the dragon scale thorn beast. However, the dragon scale thorn beast had a powerful defense and it was unable to harm it at all. With such a ferocious beast pouncing over, anyone would have to call out for their mother. Ye Feng's attacks were not weak, but they hardly caused damage to the dragon scale thorn beast. Even though the dragon scale thorn beast struggled continuously, it was unable to escape. Although Ye Feng was confident that he could defeat this dragon scale thorn beast, it was not an easy task to kill it. Not only did the dragon scale thorn beast have an extremely hard outer shell, even the scales on the dragon scale thorn beast seemed to be extremely hard. Ye Feng was completely unable to use the sea stone trident to pierce through the dragon scale thorn beast. Ye Feng could not help but feel a little depressed. He had the sea stone trident, but he was still unable to kill this dragon scale thorn beast. Wasn't this dragon scale thorn beast's defense a little heaven-defying? Bug, let's see how you fight with me. I want to tear off your flesh inch by inch, destroy all your bones, and let you die in pain, the dragon scale thorn beast roared repeatedly. Its huge dragon tail continuously waved, continuously whipping Ye Feng's body. Ye Feng's expression was very calm. His body was also rapidly strengthening and constantly expanding. Very soon, Ye Feng's body had doubled in size. This was all thanks to the essence of the slime, which allowed Ye Feng to greatly increase his combat ability. Although the slime itself did not cause any damage, it was able to have a highly sensitive ability to distinguish between battles. It knew what to do and what not to do. And now that Ye Feng was in imminent danger, it had to use all its strength to support him. Otherwise, if it was careless and died, their symbiotic body would be turned into ashes on the spot. Bang! Ye Feng's fist landed on the body of the dragon scale thorn beast, and a loud sound was heard. Ye Feng's fist left a deep fist mark on the body of the dragon scale thorn beast, and the dragon scale thorn beast was also sent flying by Ye Feng's fist. This, Yi's eyes widened as he watched. He did not expect Ye Feng to really be able to contend with the dragon scale thorn beast. It seemed that Ye Feng was at a disadvantage and could not attack for a long time, and every attack of the dragon scale thorn beast was effective against Ye Feng. On the contrary, Ye Feng's attack seemed to not penetrate the flesh of the dragon scale thorn beast at all. The dragon scale thorn beast opened its mouth and directly spat out a water ball. Bang! The water ball fiercely collided with the tip of the sea stone trident, causing waves of ripples and shooting out countless amounts of energy. Ye Feng's expression did not change. He turned his body and held the sea stone trident in his hand as he charged toward the dragon scale thorn beast once again. Ye Feng knew that if this continued, he would definitely be exhausted to death. This dragon scale thorn beast was extremely powerful and he could not do anything to it at all. Ye Feng charged straight toward the head of the dragon scale thorn beast. The dragon scale thorn beast saw that this bug actually didn't dodge and continued to charge toward it. It was instantly enraged and once again spat out a terrifying ball of water, ruthlessly smashing toward Ye Feng. Bang! Ye Feng's sea stone trident and the dragon scale thorn beast's ball of water collided once again. Bang! A huge energy ripple instantly rippled out, and Ye Feng was once again pushed away by this force. Chapter 156, Condense Mirror Brilliance Water Dragon Bullet, Pentagram Formation. Ye Feng was sent flying. After stabilizing his body, Yi and the others quickly surrounded him. Brother Ye Feng, are you all right? Yi asked with concern. When the water elemental guards saw this kind of battle scene, they could only be anxious because the magnitude of this battle was not something they could deal with at all. Moreover, the dragon scale thorn beast's pressure was already enough to make them choke. If Ye Feng did not have the sea stone crown and avoided the attack of this pressure, he would also be suppressed to the passive side. Even if he had the ability of a slime, it was still useless. The dragon scale thorn beast's pressure was enough to suppress existences below the second generation. It was self-evident how powerful it was. I'm fine. This dragon scale thorn beast is too strong. I can't hit it at all. Ye Feng's expression did not look too good. Although the injuries on his body were enhanced by powerful healing abilities, the pain could not be eliminated. Ye Feng endured the pain and supported himself to stand up. The Mirror Brilliance Water Dragon Bullet should be able to cause damage to that guy, but... When the water elemental guards heard this, they asked, "But what? Is there any difficulty? We will do our best to help you." When Ye Feng heard this, he hesitated for a moment, but he still said, "The Mirror Brilliance Water Dragon Bullet needs time to accumulate power, and the dragon-scaled thorn beast's attack speed is very fast. When I accumulate power, it will certainly launch an attack. I have no time to react. You will become very dangerous when you go up. The power of the dragon scale thorn beast may not be what you can imagine. How long can you delay it?" Yi heard it. After a pause, he said, "Don't worry. We have also faced this fierce beast before, and we know how to avoid his attack. Brother Yefeng, prepare the energy accumulating mirror brilliance water dragon bullet now. Leave the rest to us brothers to deal with." "That's good." Yefeng nodded. "I just need a short period of time to control it. After I finish condensing the mirror brilliance water dragon bullet, I'll call for you guys to retreat immediately." Everyone nodded. The mirror brilliance water dragon bullet was something that Yefeng had learned from the water element secret manual. It could be said to be one of the top existences in water element magic. However, it was not an easy thing to control such power. After all, this kind of skill was a skill that consumed a lot of energy and could only be accumulated over time. Therefore, Yefeng did not want to waste the energy of the water elemental guards. Yefeng circulated his spiritual energy and an extremely cold power quietly appeared all around him. On the ground where Yefeng was standing, a chill immediately came from him and the blood in Yefeng's body seemed to boil. Traces of cold air emerged from Yefeng's body and flowed into Yefeng's body through his four limbs. The cold air flowed along Yefeng's meridians. Yefeng's muscles, bones, and even his pores felt this kind of cold. And this cold was far colder than the extremely cold air released by the previous 7th generation sub-dragon. A sharp pain came from his skin. Yefeng gritted his teeth and endured it forcefully. Not only was it physically painful, but the mental pain was also very intense. The excruciating pain almost made Yefeng cry out. The mirror brilliance water dragon bullet needs to be condensed first, then transformed, and finally released. Now that I'm in the second part of transformation, I must concentrate. Yefeng closed his eyes. His mind was controlling this powerful force. His hands continued to condense, and a stream of water gradually solidified into the shape of a dragon head. At the same time, a bone-chilling cold air traveled from Yefeng's hands to his heart, and waves of stinging pain spread throughout his body. Yefeng's forehead was full of sweat. Bean-sized sweat slid down his cheeks and dripped onto the ground, instantly creating ice. Yi and the others looked at each other and released their skills. "Brothers, Brother Yefeng is gathering strength. During this period, we must protect him and not let the dragon scale thorn beast get even half a step closer to him." Yi shouted loudly, and an incomparably majestic water elemental power surged from his body. "Yes," the guards shouted in unison. "Right now, relying on the strength of the 5 of us, if we clash head-on, we are absolutely no match for it," Yi said in a deep voice, and a complicated expression appeared in his eyes. "Big brother, looks like we can only use that spell. Are you talking about the pentagram formation?" "But..." Hearing this, Yi nodded his head heavily. "Brothers, we have been guarding Master for countless years. Ever since Master was sealed here, we have never given up on searching for a way to rescue him. Unfortunately, our speed was still too slow. Since Master has fallen, our contract has also been invalidated. In other words, our new Master is our sworn brother, Yefeng. He is currently in trouble and has encountered such a powerful fellow like the dragon scale thorn beast. If it was anyone else, they might not have a countermeasure against it. However, he is very powerful and has a very good chance of getting out alive. Let's protect him in the end. This is also the last time we will pledge our loyalty to our master." As Yi spoke, his body began to emit a faint glow. Everyone looked at each other and sighed. One after another, their bodies began to emit this glow. The pentagram formation was a type of array that operated in a sacrificial mode. It could form a powerful binding ability that could bind all objects within it. No matter how powerful the opponent was, as long as the array was activated, they would definitely not be able to escape this binding. However, there was also an extremely high price to pay, which was to sacrifice one's own life. This also meant that these 5 water elemental guards would eventually turn into a stream of pure elemental energy and be sacrificed to this pentagram formation. Roar! The dragon scale thorn beast roared in anger. Seeing that something was wrong, it opened its mouth and spat out a water pillar toward Yi and the others. Bang! The water pillar landed on the spot where they were standing and exploded instantly. Water mist spread out and splashed in all directions, enveloping the few of them. It was impossible to see where they were at all. Haha, that's all? I'll send all of you to your deaths now. The dragon scale thorn beast laughed maniacally. Then, its body became even larger. An extremely powerful water ball was continuously gathering in its mouth. This power was several times stronger than the previous water balls. Once it was released, not to mention Yi, even Ye Feng might even die on the spot. This power not only gathered the extremely powerful power of the second generation, but also gathered the power of the dragon race with the circulation of the dragon seed. Just a single overflow of power was enough to destroy everything here. It could be seen that the dragon scale thorn beast had to be serious. It also wanted to finish the battle quickly. Perhaps it had also smelled the powerful skills that Ye Feng and the others were about to release, so it had to finish the battle quickly. Chapter 157, Powerful Energy Undulations. The situation was critical. Translation. Not good. This is bad. Looking at the huge water ball that was gradually expanding, Yi and the other 4 water elemental guards' expressions changed. They also knew the power of this water ball. It could definitely kill all of them. Don't hesitate anymore. Quickly cast the pentagram formation. Yi shouted loudly. The current situation didn't allow them to think any longer. The only way to solve this was this. The other 4 nodded their heads. Pentagram formation, form. Yi shouted and a strange symbol immediately lit up under their feet. In the next second, 5 water balls flew out from the center of the formation and were distributed at 5 different angles. Pentagram formation, activate. Following Yi's last shout, these water balls suddenly emitted an intense light and began to spin rapidly. Waves of water elemental ripples spread out, instantly enveloping the entire space. Roar! The dragon scale thorn beast let out a deafening roar, its voice filled with anger and killing intent. Get lost! The dragon scale thorn beast's anger soared to the sky. It opened its mouth and spat out a huge water arrow, shooting forward. However, its attack this time was clearly not accurate enough. Just as the water arrow flew out, it was pulled into the formation by a strong suction force. Following that, the formation's light intensified, instantly swallowing the entire water arrow. The 5 water balls began to spin rapidly, forming a circle. Su su su! In the next moment, the 5 water balls charged towards the 5-pointed star formed by the water balls. The 5 water balls were formed from the fusion of the 5 guards over the past 5 years. It was an ability that the 5 of them displayed together. Under the control of the 5 guards, the 5 water balls rapidly charged toward the center of the water balls. Boom! 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 The 5 water balls collided with the water balls, and a loud explosion immediately occurred. The space trembled, and water splashed everywhere. Although these 5 water balls were cast by 5 people at the same time, they didn't belong to anyone. The power of the 5 guards was all gathered together. The 5 water balls immediately emitted a dazzling light. 5 light pillars shot up into the sky, piercing straight into the clouds. Boom! 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 5 earth-shattering sounds rang out one after another. Not only the entire lake, it was as if the sky was shaking. An extremely powerful pillar of light shot up into the sky and directly shot out of the lake, piercing straight into the clouds. The endless layers of clouds were blasted apart. The broken rocks on the flat ground where Ye Feng and the others were at instantly shattered. 5 pillars of light shot up into the sky, shooting straight into the horizon, illuminating the dark night. Huge ripples spread out, and the entire mountain range seemed to be overturned by this huge wave. Waves of terrifying power surged non-stop, destroying the nearby mountain forest as easily as breaking dry weeds. The mountain collapsed, and soil flew in the air. What's going on? What's going on? Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? What's going on? What's going on? The people who were watching by the shore were frightened when they saw this scene. They looked at the sky in panic, not knowing what had happened. This wave of energy fluctuation was too powerful, causing all the water elements in the surroundings to gather into this light pillar. Should we run? At this moment, someone shouted loudly. A powerful pressure had completely enveloped the surroundings, as if some kind of ferocious beast was about to appear. Let's hide first. With someone shouting, everyone immediately retreated. In the blink of an eye, someone had already left the lake area. After all, this place was too dangerous. It was as if this lake area had been contracted by someone. There was always activity below, and they had spent a lot of time observing. There was still no result. However, there were still some people who chose to stay. They did not give up. After all, they had been waiting here for so long. It would be a pity if they left just like that. The remaining wave of people all had some strength and could persist here. They firmly believed that after this wave of energy fluctuations, it would be a great opportunity. Near the shore, the two figures did not move at all. Sister, do you think this is the energy released by brother yet? Li Yao's expression was a little heavy. In fact, he could not believe that Ye Feng could release such a powerful energy. However, he would rather believe this impossible thing than believe that this was the energy released by a sub-dragon. Su Fei shook her head and said in a deep voice, I think I should go down and see what's going on. After saying that, Su Fei's body was about to move when Li Yao pulled her back. Don't be rash. Such a strong energy fluctuation, we can't do anything even if we go down. Moreover, under this level of power, we can't go down to the lake. Hearing Li Yao's explanation, Su Fei suddenly felt powerless and muttered, could it be that Ye Feng really? Such a powerful energy impact, I actually think it's a good thing. I can feel that the energy that formed this energy light pillar is water elemental energy. Brother Ye can freely breathe in the water, and he can even use water elemental skills. Does his body contain water elemental energy? Li Yao said this seriously. He was afraid that Su Fei would not believe him, so he gave a few more examples. When Su Fei heard this, she somewhat believed him this time. However, under such a powerful fluctuation, the situation at the bottom of the lake would definitely be very dangerous. However, Su Fei also remembered that she had given Ye Feng a teleportation device before. Once he encountered danger, he could immediately use it. It was still not used until now. That also meant that Ye Feng had not encountered great danger yet. At the very least, he could still have the strength to protect himself. Thinking of this, Su Fei's mood was much better. After all, Ye Feng, although he had disappeared from the beginning and could not be found, Ye Feng paid special attention to her in secret, which made Su Fei also very concerned about Ye Feng. It was like two good friends who had known each other since childhood and were especially close. If it was possible, Su Fei would also choose to go into the water to help Ye Feng. The entire lake was so big, but every action of Ye Feng would cause the entire lake to undergo great changes. Just this point alone showed that Ye Feng was in the depths of the lake and was constantly fighting with danger. On the audience's side, when they saw the light pillar rising into the sky from the lake, their jaws dropped in shock. Such great power and such dense energy fluctuations, not to mention the audience, it was even rare to the elders in the judges' seats. F***ck, God Feng is making a big move again. It's a pity that the live broadcast can't follow him to the bottom of the lake. Otherwise, we would be able to witness God Feng's heroic battle stance. What a pity! My God, this kind of energy fluctuation is at least a B-grade existence, and it's not just one. But how can Ye Feng release such a powerful force? Could it be that there are his helpers below, or that this light pillar was released by his enemy? Brother, this light pillar is obviously water elemental energy. On the field, only God Feng has the water elemental ability, alright. God Feng really shattered my worldview. Come on, maybe he met a super powerful opponent below, or else he wouldn't have used such a level of power. In the judges' seats, Professor Lay couldn't help but feel anxious when he saw this scene. Dean, can you tell us the situation at the bottom of the lake? Chapter 158, had the upper hand, the final battle. Professor Lay didn't finish his sentence, but Teacher Andy shook his head. In theory, the air detection eye can penetrate everything, but the situation at the bottom of the lake has clearly exceeded my expectations. Hearing this, everyone could only put away their curiosity. After all, even Teacher Andy couldn't know what was going on, so how could they know? To be able to support the entire freshman assessment live broadcast, they had to completely rely on the air detection eye released by Teacher Andy. If even his actual body couldn't detect it, then they naturally wouldn't have a chance. Professor Lay sighed, and his gaze once again shifted to the other people's live broadcast room, continuing to search for anomalies related to the lake. Only in this way could Professor Lay find some traces of Ye Feng. Water Training Hall, the center of the lake region, deep within the enchantment. Ye Feng suddenly opened his eyes. He lowered his head to take a look. A powerful force was still condensing. This was the shape of a water dragon. It contained an incomparably powerful force. Even before it was released, the force produced was already overflowing. If it was released and hit the target, not to mention the damage it would cause, it was even possible to directly annihilate the opponent. However, the first thing Ye Feng did when he opened his eyes was not to look for traces of the dragon scale thorn beast, but to look for where the water elemental guards were. But no matter how hard he searched, he could not find them. Under the frenzied release of his perception, all searches were fruitless. At this time, Ye Feng noticed that his surroundings seemed to have undergone a great change. Everything before his eyes seemed to have been recreated. The white flowing glass seemed to be a new thing. Ye Feng did not understand. The process of accumulating energy did not take much time, but when he opened his eyes, he saw such a scene. And from what Ye Feng could sense, he seemed to have become another kind of existence in this world. An indescribable pressure enveloped this world. A pressure that made his heart palpitate. Could it be? Ye Feng's heart moved, and he couldn't help but raise his head to look at the sky. He discovered that the dragon scale thorn beast was currently locked onto by a mysterious formation, unable to move. Could it be that Senior Yi and the others, just as Ye Feng was thinking in his heart, a deafening explosion resounded through the sky, and a burst of dazzling white light bloomed in the horizon. This was the dragon scale thorn beast continuously breaking free from the restriction of this array, and the waves of powerful force it emitted. Ye Feng had already guessed it in his heart. This array was the array that the seniors had sacrificed and summoned. In order to accumulate power for himself to buy more time. Ye Feng's heart instantly tightened. Mixed feelings surged up. His seniors had really done it. They had bought enough time for him. Ye Feng did not dare to stay. He immediately stood up and charged toward the dragon scale thorn beast. The dragon scale thorn beast was very powerful, but now it was trapped and could not move at all. Ye Feng could feel that the mirror brilliance water dragon bullet had been successfully condensed. He hurriedly closed his palms and circulated the spiritual energy in his body to inject it into the mirror brilliance water dragon bullet. The condensed water element quickly merged into it and finally gathered on the fist in his hand. He controlled the mirror brilliance water dragon bullet to attack the dragon scale thorn beast. This was Ye Feng's first time using the mirror brilliance water dragon bullet. He was not familiar with it, but it did not affect the effect at all. Ye Feng's eyes flashed with excitement and anticipation, and he was nervous. This time, it should be enough. Ye Feng clenched his right fist and stared at the dragon scale thorn beast without blinking. The mirror brilliance water dragon bullet was a water element spell with extremely high damage. Ye Feng did not dare to make any mistakes, or all of his previous efforts would be in vain. The dragon scale thorn beast shifted its head slightly to dodge the moment Yefeng's mirror brilliance water dragon bullet hit it, but the power of Yefeng's attack did not decrease. Although it dodged, its back exploded with a loud bang. The tremendous momentum caused the dragon scale thorn beast to be caught off guard. Kaka! Cracks immediately covered the dragon scale thorn beast's hard skin. Fresh blood slowly flowed down its skin and dripped onto the surface of the water. This scene shocked Yefeng. Every time he thought about how he couldn't beat this dragon scale thorn beast with any skill, this shot of the mirror brilliance water dragon bullet not only produced an explosive power, but it was able to heavily injure the dragon scale thorn beast. As expected of a top-tier water spell. Yefeng exclaimed. He circulated his body's spiritual energy again. This attack was obviously not enough for the dragon scale thorn beast to eat. He still needed to increase the firepower. Yefeng raised his hand and punched out. The mirror brilliance water dragon bullet hit the dragon scale thorn beast's forehead. The dragon scale thorn beast immediately trembled. Roar! The dragon scale thorn beast let out a mournful cry, but there was no room for resistance. This was because this mysterious array had already locked onto the dragon scale thorn beast, not allowing it to escape at all. Yefeng charged in front of the dragon scale thorn beast again, condensing and transforming once more. The mirror brilliance water dragon bullet struck out once more. Rumble! A violent sound rang out. Yefeng's attack sent the dragon scale thorn beast flying for 100 meters. But under Yefeng's attack, the dragon scale thorn beast was still unharmed. What a powerful defense! Looks like I need to work even harder. Yefeng pounced again. Although the damage to the dragon scale thorn beast was not high, it was at least hurt. As long as he continued to attack, it would not be long before the dragon scale thorn beast would fall. He made another attack, repelling the dragon scale thorn beast once again. Yefeng raised his hand and struck again, sending the dragon scale thorn beast flying again. After more than 10 consecutive mirror brilliance water dragon bullets were released, the dragon scale thorn beast was finally sent flying. However, he did not have the slightest intention of stopping. On the contrary, the more he fought, the braver he became. Every time, he could hit the dragon scale thorn beast and make it cry out in pain. This kind of carefree feeling simply made him extremely happy. Weren't you very arrogant before? Come on! Yefeng released as he faced the sky and roared, a mere little dragon, today, it's either you die or I die. The dragon scale thorn beast also let out a furious roar. It did not expect Yefeng to be so powerful. It also did not expect Yefeng to be able to defeat it. This was simply like a dream. But no matter how horrible this dream was, it had to wake up. Otherwise, its life would be in danger. Yefeng took a step forward and instantly crossed several hundred meters. In an instant, he appeared in front of the dragon scale thorn beast. Not only did he release mirror brilliance water dragon bullets, Yefeng also had to engage in close combat. The sea stone trident was immediately summoned and ruthlessly stabbed at the body of the dragon scale thorn beast. Boom! The dragon scale thorn beast was sent flying. It drew an arc in the air and crashed into a mountain peak. This mountain peak was smashed into pieces by the dragon scale thorn beast. Ha ha ha, let me see where you can run to. Yefeng could not help but laugh when he saw this scene. The dragon scale thorn beast flew up again, but this time it did not continue flying. Instead, it rolled in the air and landed on the ground. Seeing this, Yefeng immediately rushed over. Yefeng arrived in front of the dragon scale thorn beast. Without waiting for the dragon scale thorn beast to get up, Yefeng's body had already approached it and ruthlessly stepped on the dragon scale thorn beast's head. Then, he raised his hand. The sea stone trident directly pierced through the dragon scale thorn beast's body, leaving a few deep marks on its body. Chapter 159, The second generation dragon scale thorn beast fell, precious flesh. Roar! The dragon scale thorn beast howled in pain. But the dragon scale thorn beast's defense was too powerful. Ye Feng actually had no way of killing it at the moment. But the dragon scale thorn beast couldn't do anything to Ye Feng either. Ye Feng's body was constantly moving at an extremely fast speed. Humph, dragon scale thorn beast, I'll see how you dodge. After saying that, Ye Feng once again punched the dragon scale thorn beast's abdomen. The dragon scale thorn beast's body suddenly trembled, and then with a rumble, it fell to the ground. Its body was already covered in cracks. Ayo! A mournful scream was emitted from the dragon scale thorn beast's mouth. It howled angrily, and its eyes were filled with despair. Ye Feng's mirror brilliance water dragon bullet had already left its body riddled with holes, but its blood was still very vigorous. This fresh blood was crazily healing its wounds. No one knew how the dragon scale thorn beast healed its wounds. Its recovery speed was too terrifying. But Ye Feng's strength made the dragon scale thorn beast feel fear. The dragon scale thorn beast also knew that it wouldn't be able to escape its doom this time. Its swaying body in the air gradually stopped, and its blood also gradually calmed down. However, its eyes were still filled with resentment and unwillingness. The dragon scale thorn beast's wound was healing. Its strength far exceeded Ye Feng's. But although its strength was strong, in front of Ye Feng, it was helpless. Its speed was fast, but compared to Ye Feng's speed, it was much inferior. Therefore, it was destined to die here, unable to leave alive. Ye Feng's face revealed a cold smile. He knew that this dragon scale thorn beast definitely did not have much blood, and if it did not have much blood, it would not last that long. As expected, the dragon scale thorn beast's recovery speed slowed down. Ye Feng seized the opportunity and continued to release the mirror brilliance water dragon bullet, sending it flying. Pu! The dragon scale thorn beast spat out another mouthful of blood, and its injuries became even more serious. With a thought, Ye Feng stopped channeling his power and released the mirror brilliance water dragon bullet. Ye Feng was not a saint. The mirror brilliance water dragon bullet was a water-type spell. Every time it was released, it would consume a large amount of mana, so it could not be wasted. Ye Feng saw the opportunity and jumped up, jumping toward the dragon scale thorn beast. The water-breaking arrows that were summoned from the surroundings also continuously bombarded the dragon scale thorn beast. The dragon scale thorn beast struggled even more intensely, the wounds on its body increased once again, and blood continuously spurted out. However, the dragon scale thorn beast's aura had already become much weaker. It could no longer maintain its previous state, and it even found it inconvenient to walk. Ye Feng seized the opportunity to pursue an attack. Die! Ye Feng struck once again, and the sea stone trident swung out, ruthlessly stabbing into the dragon scale thorn beast's body. Ye Feng used the sea stone trident to deal with several sub-dragons. Regardless of whether they were 3rd generation, 7th generation, or 8th generation, they all died under this trident. The 2nd generation dragon scale thorn beast in front of him was no exception. Under the powerful attack, it was unable to move at all. The dragon scale thorn beast's aura gradually weakened and finally completely disappeared. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have killed the 2nd generation dragon scale thorn beast. Obtain 30% of the dragon seed. A crisp system notification sounded in Ye Feng's mind. Ye Feng's face immediately revealed a trace of joy. To be able to increase the purity of the dragon seed so much, it seems that this 2nd generation dragon scale thorn beast is indeed powerful. Ye Feng was somewhat moved. It was indeed powerful. It had to make Senior Yi and the others sacrifice and use the pentagram formation to restrain it. Fortunately, he had the support of the mirror brilliance water dragon bullet. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to deal with this vicious beast. In this battle, the 5 seniors had died. Ye Feng couldn't help but feel a little sad. At this moment, Ye Feng felt that his body's strength was rapidly increasing. Over a dozen notifications sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, your physique has increased. Ding! Congratulations, host, your speed has increased. Ding! It has been detected that your body has absorbed a large amount of high-purity water elemental spiritual energy. Evolving. Ding! You have obtained a evolution sequence chance. Current number, 2. Ding! Your evolution progress has increased by 3%. Ding! Your body size has increased by 7%. Ding! Your slime subsidiary body numbers have increased by 20. The strength in Yefeng's body was constantly being strengthened. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of strength. It was as if there was a ferocious beast in his body that was about to break through at any moment. There is a high probability that I can advance to the cultivation level. Yefeng was a little surprised. He immediately summoned his attribute panel. After all, only the panel could accurately record his detailed attributes. Yefeng. Symbiotic body, magic slime. Body size, 80%. Subsidiary bodies, 160. Attributes, Strength 1270, Agility 1090, Vitality 1410, Spirit 1560, Resistance 1200. Special attributes, Poison immunity, Venom, Swift walk, Viscosity, Sharpness, Water element, Lord of the Lake. Sequence, Perception, Split, Devour, Regeneration, Mimicry, Evolution, Analysis. Skills, Slime Storm, Perfect Possession, Severed Tail, Stench, Leader's Oppression, Spiderweb Punishment, Sharp Blade, Starfire Meditation, Spirit Exploding Shark. Water Elemental Ability, Water Breaking Arrow, Water Biting, Violent Surge, Turtle Shell Shield, Riding the Wind and Breaking Waves, Water God's Protection, Mirror Brilliance Water Dragon Bullet. Evolution Progress, 99%. Dragon Seed, 52%. Current level, C++. Seeing his attributes increase a lot, Yefeng was also satisfied. The most intuitive change was the purity of the dragon seed, from 0% in the beginning to 52% now. Perhaps only he knew what kind of danger he had experienced. However, as the purity of the dragon seed increased, it also brought him a very powerful evolution. Now, he was at the perfect C and grade, which was the peak of C+. After swallowing and absorbing this second-generation dragon scale thorn beast, he had directly broken through the bottleneck. Now, he could cultivate at any time and advance to B grade. But now was not the right time. He still had other things that were more urgent for him to complete. This was also the sealed area. If other sub-dragons discovered him, it would definitely set off another round of battle. Fighting with the second-generation dragon scale thorn beast had already exhausted almost all of Yefeng's strength. Especially the Mirror Brilliance Water Dragon Bullet. Not only did it consume a lot of stamina, but it also consumed mana at an extremely fast rate. If Yefeng did not have the support of the Starfire Meditation in his body, he could only release the Mirror Brilliance Water Dragon Bullet at most 3 times. However, in his battle with the second-generation Dragon Scale Thorn Beast, he could release no less than 10 Mirror Brilliance Water Dragon Bullets. This was the limit of Yefeng's ability to use the Mirror Brilliance Water Dragon Bullet. This completely relied on the powerful Starfire Meditation in his body, constantly providing him with mana. Therefore, the mana consumption in Yefeng's body was far lower than that of other mages. This was also one of Yefeng's advantages. Under the same level, when using the same skill, the mana consumption of Yefeng would be more than 1 level lower than the opponent. Now, he could already advance to early stage B grade. If he could advance to this level, then his strength could also double. However, Yefeng did not do that. Right now, he needed to devour the corpse of the second-generation dragon scale thorn beast as soon as possible so that he could advance quickly. But this was also worth it. After all, the scales of the second-generation dragon scale thorn beast were extremely precious. Yefeng tore off the skin and flesh of the dragon scale thorn beast and collected them. These skin and flesh were much better than ordinary materials, especially for water-type creatures. They were simply treasures that could be encountered but not sought after. They could even be refined into divine weapons. Chapter 160, Unlocking the Cage, Walter's Spiritual Realm. After collecting the skin and flesh of the dragon scales, Yefeng released a large number of small slime to devour. In the process of engulfing and absorbing, it also brought a lot of changes to Yefeng. Now, go to Senior Walter to unlock the cage and take his body out of it, Yefeng muttered to himself. He now possessed over 50% of the purity of the dragon seed, enough to unlock Walter's cage. Unfortunately, Senior Yi and the others were no longer able to accompany their master and walk out together. They had already turned into rays of light. In the sky, they continuously shone on Yefeng, forming extremely beautiful aurora-like 7-colored bands of light. This was also the pentagram formation, the most attractive and most beautiful scene. But the heavy price was not something that everyone could bear. Walking into the cave where Walter fell, Yefeng walked in and extended his hand to probe once more. Originally, he did not have a sufficiently pure dragon seed, so he was repelled. Now that his hand touched it, nothing strange actually happened during this period. A white light shone and surrounded the two of them, emitting a dazzling light. Yefeng felt that the purity of the dragon seed in his body was continuously increasing. This was also the first time he felt the power of the dragon bloodline so deeply. This power was really too powerful, so strong that it was unbelievable. Unknowingly, Yefeng's vitality had already reached 1,410 points. This was a rather terrifying number. Yefeng felt that with a light pinch, he would be able to crush this mountain. Moreover, after crushing it, he would not be affected at all. This kind of strength was extremely tyrannical. In the past, only when he was dreaming would he be able to dream about it. But now, it actually happened to him. Yefeng felt that it was inconceivable, but what was even stronger was still to come. This was something that Yefeng was very clear about. Only a pa-ta sound could be heard. The transparent cage around Walter was released. It still needs to be a pure dragon seed. Yefeng sighed and walked closer. When he was about to lift Walter's body, a deep blue rushed out. As expected. Yefeng laughed in his heart. This deep blue might be a form of Walter's power. Moreover, Walter's body still retained a trace of his soul's aura. Although he had fallen, this soul's aura was eternal and indestructible. This soul's aura was abnormally powerful. Just by touching it, Yefeng was able to shake out an incomparably powerful spiritual energy fluctuation. Bang! So powerful! Yefeng couldn't help but exclaim. Even if he exhausted all the strength in his body, he still wasn't able to create such a fluctuation. This was the ultimate and purest water elemental energy. As expected of the water elemental human ceiling of combat power. Even a sliver of his soul could produce such power. This kind of soul energy was a brand new understanding for the current Yefeng. The content he learned in the classroom didn't involve soul energy at all. This was because there wasn't much meaning in learning this. Only the truly extraordinary and the most powerful were qualified to possess and derive soul power. Ordinary people, ordinary symbiotes, even if they spent their entire lives in pursuit of advanced power, would not be able to derive soul power. On one hand, soul power was naturally derived. In essence, it was the person, possessing all consciousness and power. Theoretically, the degree of harmony was 100%. As long as it was less than the 100% threshold, it would start to bite back. On the other hand, the people who derived soul power were all extremely strong, and accompanied by super powerful abilities, they would constantly nourish the soul. At this time, the symbiotes who possessed soul power would not follow the traditional cultivation path. Instead, they would focus on cultivating soul power. Because from a certain point of view, this kind of existence had already reached the peak of the cultivation level and could no longer advance, so they turned their attention to the cultivation of the soul. Because there was a 100% compatibility, the stronger the soul, the stronger the main body would become. Moreover, the benefits obtained from cultivation were several times, or even 100 times more than the traditional cultivation. Ye Feng was somewhat shocked with this trace of soul power. Just a slight touch had already caused Ye Feng's body to tremble violently. This was the pressure of the soul. Ye Feng hurriedly circulated the dragon seed, covering all of his skin and bones to prevent the soul power from seeping in. Ye Feng knew that although this soul power was a thread of Walter's soul, it was also the strongest fighting strength of water elemental human sealing. If Ye Feng was not prepared, he would probably be crushed instantly. Under such an incomparably powerful soul power attack, even Ye Feng felt that his soul was about to explode. That kind of pain was something Ye Feng had never experienced before. Above Ye Feng's head, dense droplets of symbols kept appearing. These symbols were the manifestation of the dragon seed in Ye Feng's body. No matter what, I still have to defend myself. After all, this soul power is too powerful. Ye Feng thought to himself. Ye Feng did not dare to be negligent. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and entered the cultivation state. At the same time, he activated the dragon seed. Almost instantly, Ye Feng was pulled by a powerful force. Without waiting for Ye Feng to resist, he appeared in a spiritual domain. And in front of him, there was a handsome young man of the same age as him. The most eye-catching thing was the red patch on his head. This did not shock Ye Feng. He immediately knew that the young man standing in front of him was Walter, the water elemental human sealing. Walter. Senior. Ye Feng said carefully, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. If it really was Walter, then he had entered his spiritual world. And the one standing in front of him was Walter's remaining trace of soul power. Your eyesight is not bad. You can actually recognize me. Walter laughed loudly and narrowed his eyes as he carefully sized up the young man in front of him. He did not expect that after 100 years, the one who would come to rescue him would actually be this young man. He looked ordinary, but his body actually contained a huge amount of power. Senior, you flatter me, Ye Feng said respectfully. There was a trace of doubt in his heart, but he did not dare to bring it up. After all, the person standing in front of him was someone on the level of the human ceilings. Even if he did not do anything, the aura he created was enough to suffocate people. How did you find me? Hearing Walter's curious question, Ye Feng immediately answered, it's like this. Senior Yi told me that if I had enough dragon seed purity, I might be able to imitate the characteristics of the water elemental dragon king and enter the enchantment. After that, I began to kill the sub-dragons to obtain the power of the dragon seed in their body. As Senior Yi said, I really could enter the enchantment through the purity of the dragon seed. Unfortunately, we encountered an attack from a second generation. Ye Feng paused for a moment. Hearing this, Walter nodded and seemed to be deep in thought. Chapter 161, Walter's Power, the Final Request. In other words, my guard, Yi, and the other guards, they all died at the hands of the second-generation dragon-scale thorn beast. Ye Feng nodded his head in silent agreement and did not speak. That's good too. These years have made them suffer. Sometimes, death is also a kind of relief, isn't it? Walter chuckled and walked to Ye Feng's side. An extremely powerful pressure followed. At the same time, an extremely familiar water element power surged over. But this power made Ye Feng feel extremely mystical. The water element power Walter carried was incomparably pure, natural, unadulterated, and clean. It was like a drop of clear and bright spring water. It was extremely pure and did not have the slightest impurity. You have a power in your body that I am very familiar with. As Walter spoke, he smiled slightly and looked at Ye Feng with a curious gaze. When Ye Feng heard this, he raised his eyebrows slightly and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Then, he shook his head. Water element power, Walter said and raised his hand to condense into the shape of a small water droplet. Ye Feng was stunned. Then, he nodded, indicating that he admitted it. Walter continued to ask, "What's your name?" "This junior is Ye Feng," Ye Feng replied. As his water droplet appeared in the air, the sound of water flowing could be heard, and the water droplet became bigger and bigger. Gradually, a huge blue dragon that was thousands of meters long appeared in front of Ye Feng. Water elemental dragon. How could it be? Ye Feng's heart jumped. This kind of power was too familiar. Wasn't this the power in the body of the second generation? Yet, how can that be? Don't you know? Walter asked in reply. Ye Feng shook his head and looked at Walter in confusion. The power in the body of a water elemental dragon is precisely the power of the water element. From a certain point of view, the water elemental dragon is the first creature to understand the water element and be proficient in mastering the water element. Walter continued, but the power of the water element in the body of a water elemental dragon is very violent. Even an ordinary person is unable to control it and can only use it to kill enemies. Hearing this, Ye Feng frowned slightly. He did not understand why Walter would tell him these things. However, what Walter said next shocked Ye Feng. Back then, the water elemental dragon king did not leave this place and hid in the deep sea. As Walter said this, his gaze fell on Ye Feng again. What? Ye Feng was a little surprised. If that was the case, then wouldn't that confirm the fact that Yi said earlier that he felt the spiritual energy of the water elemental dragon king? He had already fought hard against the second generation sub-dragon. If another true dragon came, Ye Feng really couldn't take it anymore. Moreover, the water elemental dragon king wasn't an ordinary true dragon. It was the king of the water elemental dragons. It was one of the 10 strongest dragons. With this power, Ye Feng would be at a disadvantage no matter how he fought. The water element power in your body is already equivalent to the water element power in a second generation sub-dragon's body, Walter said. Hearing Walter's words, Ye Feng suddenly understood. No wonder when he used the Mirror Brilliance Water Dragon Bullet's power before, he had a strange feeling. So it was like that. You are the first human I have seen who has comprehended the water element power at such a young age. Walter laughed. The first. Ye Feng's heart was a little turbulent. His mouth was wide open, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. He did not expect that such a thing would actually happen. So, no matter how powerful the enemy is, don't panic. First, you have to know how you should deal with the other party. Walter replied affirmatively. When Ye Feng heard this, he felt a little confident in his heart. So, I want to make a deal with you. What deal? I'm already dead, and my power will slowly dissipate. The same goes for my soul power, but I can hand over all my remaining power to you. Walter said calmly, but Ye Feng was dumbfounded. All my power, to me? Ye Feng couldn't believe what he heard. What kind of concept was this? How powerful was the power of the water elemental human ceiling of combat power? Needless to say, the other party actually said that he would hand it over to him. It was like if you were from a poor family that often did not have enough to eat, but suddenly one day, a super rich man said that you were his son. What you were about to face was no longer bread and butter, but an inexhaustible wealth. This was fundamentally a complete change of heaven and earth. Ye Feng was speechless for a long time. He did not know what kind of responsibility he would bear after inheriting this power. He only knew that even if this power in Walter's body lost 9/10 of it, the remaining 1/10 would still be the top existence of human symbiotes. But in this case, you must agree to one condition of mine. Walter said again. What condition? Ye Feng asked immediately. You have to go to the deep sea area and help me finish my unfinished business and seal that true dragon. The water elemental dragon king must be sealed. It is the leader of the water elemental dragons. Once its injuries are almost healed, it is very likely that it will rush out and enter the human world and do whatever it wants. Its strength is very terrifying, and the human world cannot withstand its destruction. Ye Feng nodded. I agree. Haha, this is a true hot-blooded youth of China. The younger generation is awesome. Walter's voice gradually became empty, and that body also disappeared. Instead, an incomparably majestic and magnificent power suddenly appeared. This power was vast and boundless, as if the entire world was filled with this kind of power. Ye Feng's body trembled, and an invisible pressure made it almost impossible for him to breathe. Walter's power was much stronger than Ye Feng's. It was almost released with an immeasurable value. Ye Feng sighed in his heart. As expected of the former king of water element, he was really powerful. Just by casually releasing his power, Ye Feng knew that he was absolutely no match for him. This aura made Ye Feng feel suffocated. This was definitely the power that surpassed an A and grade powerhouse. Moreover, it was not only an A and grade, but also a brand new realm. Ye Feng could feel that under this power, his power was about to dissipate. However, Ye Feng did not stay where he was. He immediately circulated the Starfire meditation technique and absorbed the power in the surroundings. The entire space seemed to tremble violently. Walter's energy had already merged into Ye Feng's body. He was already a part of Ye Feng. Moreover, Walter transferred all his energy to Ye Feng without leaving any hidden dangers or side effects. By doing so, not only could Ye Feng's pain be reduced, but it could also increase his cultivation speed. This was Walter's goal. Ye Feng did not hesitate at all. He directly took out the flame fruit and directly swallowed it, absorbing the energy. In itself, the flame fruit's function was to increase the absorption effect of spiritual energy, promoting the flow of spiritual energy in the body. But in front of such a huge amount of energy, the flame fruit's function seemed to be negligible. Chapter 162, Powerful Undulations, had to stop the competition. Ye Feng's body was like a bottomless pit, continuously absorbing the energy around him while at the same time rapidly increasing his strength. Hoo! Ye Feng felt the water elemental energy in his body wildly expand, as if it was about to explode. This energy is about 3 times faster than my own cultivation speed. In other words, this energy is really incomparably powerful. Ye Feng was extremely shocked in his heart. Ye Feng did not continue cultivating. Instead, he rapidly absorbed this energy and waited for the energy to be perfectly absorbed before attempting a breakthrough. Just like that, a day's time passed by in the blink of an eye. During the period of absorbing energy, there was always a powerful force that continuously devoured Ye Feng. Ye Feng gritted his teeth and persevered. He forcefully endured and suppressed the terrifying force in his body, turning it into his own strength. Ye Feng felt that his entire body was filled with strength. It was as if a casual punch could shatter a mountain. Hoo! Ye Feng heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Ye Feng stood up. After feeling the power for a while, a smile appeared on his face. I actually broke through 3 realms in a row. Ye Feng felt the violent power in his body. But I still need to stabilize it for a period of time. It's not suitable for battle right now. At this moment, Ye Feng's cultivation level had already reached B and grade. What kind of concept was this? A martial artist of this level could be considered an expert in any province or city in China. Although he had just advanced to B+, with such strength, he was bound to become a powerhouse. At this moment, Ye Feng felt his entire body filled with strength. He was even stronger than before. This was a qualitative leap, as if he had been reborn. Ha 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 ha! Ye Feng could not help but laugh out loud. His voice was filled with boundless joy and excitement. All of this stemmed from the scene just now. At that instant, the power erupted and directly rushed toward Ye Feng's entire body, causing his entire body to be filled with an extremely powerful power. It was as if a god of war had been revived. Ye Feng's entire body was emitting a dazzling light. I can still improve. Ye Feng lightly snorted. His body shone once again, and golden yellow and deep blue interweaved. The extremely powerful dragon seed gene and the purest water elemental power not only fused, they also attempted to create some sort of ripple resonance. In the judges' seats, Teacher Andy continuously frowned, because he could already feel an incomparably powerful power surging unceasingly at the bottom of the lake. Moreover, this force was extremely similar to one of his best friends. It could even be said that it was even stronger than that. Dean, you can also feel it, right? The abnormality at the bottom of the lake. An old man came closer and spoke with an anxious tone. At this time, everyone gathered around and looked at Teacher Andy. They all felt this extremely powerful force at the same time, but they didn't dare to make a decision in private. But what was certain was that this force was not only difficult for them to deal with, even Teacher Andy would have a hard time dealing with it. Because this force was too unfathomable. Yes. I also felt it. This force was very similar to that of my best friend. Andy said in a deep voice. He also had a solemn expression. He had never seen such a strange thing. This force was simply beyond his comprehension. Dean, why don't we hurry up and stop the competition? An old man suggested. The other old men all expressed their agreement. Especially Professor Lei. He wished that he could use his feet as hands so that he could raise 4 hands to support this proposal. After all, in Cloud Mist Academy, the strongest were only some A-grade experts. B-grade experts had no chance to interfere at all. It was even difficult for them to come into contact with the bottom of the lake. Dean, if that's the case, then quickly give the order, the old man said anxiously. I also know that you are anxious, but the situation at the bottom of the lake is very dangerous now. I don't want to give an order easily. Let's wait and see, and make a decision after confirming the situation, Andy said slowly after a moment of silence. Hearing Andy's words, all the old men instantly fell silent, appearing extremely dejected. Teacher Andy's words were very reasonable. Before they had a clear understanding of the situation at the bottom of the lake, rashly giving an order might even break the balance of this power. At that time, not to mention the entire training hall, even China might be destroyed. It was because this power was too majestic and too violent. The Dean is right. It is indeed inappropriate to act rashly at the bottom of the lake. Sigh, this time, I'm afraid that there will be great danger. Sigh, Ye Feng, you have to hold on. At this moment, a series of sighs sounded. Everyone clearly felt the power at the bottom of the lake. Andy frowned slightly. He did not expect that this terrifying power would actually appear at the bottom of the lake. Logically speaking, the assessment venue for the freshmen had been inspected by the Academy's administrative department. There shouldn't be any problems. Otherwise, if the danger level exceeded the assessment of the freshmen, it would be no different from sending them to their deaths. In the audience stands, many people began to frown. Although up until now, Ye Feng's exclusive live broadcast had not been restored. They had learned about the situation of the lake from other people's live broadcasts. F***ck, what's the situation of this lake? Why is there such a powerful aura coming out all the time? What exactly happened to Ye Feng down there? Yeah, the live broadcast can't follow down there. What the F***ck? I wonder how God Feng's situation is? With such a powerful fluctuation, perhaps it's at the level of a top-tier expert. I hope God Feng can survive. D***mn it, if only I knew what's going on down there. I hope God Feng is fine. I heard that there are many sub-dragons down there. If that's the case, God Feng will be in danger. But I still hope he's fine. Pay attention. Let me know as soon as Ye Feng's live broadcast is restored. More and more viewers were still paying attention to Ye Feng's situation. After all, there was only one genius that was so shocking in all of China. Moreover, the ability he displayed was quite good. If he died just like that, it would be a huge loss for China. However, there were still some restless voices. Haha, don't think about it anymore. Your god Feng has long been gone. To be able to survive in such intense fluctuations, his physical fitness can be said to be a human ceiling. I really don't know what you brainless people are bragging about Ye Feng for. Is he very strong? Pay more attention to the other contestants. Ye Feng will definitely die. The entire lake area has experienced such intense fluctuations. Moreover, only Ye Feng went down alone. If he doesn't die, who will? Countless spectators were saying all sorts of things. Some supported, and some opposed. However, most people were paying attention to what Ye Feng had experienced at the bottom of the lake. Chapter 163, The people who were frantically retreating, the form of steam and ice. The people on the shore had long since been scared silly by these waves of fluctuations. Everyone was discussing animatedly. What was that power just now? I don't know, it felt very powerful. Could it be that a powerful sub-dragon is about to be born? Everyone was guessing. The energy fluctuation began to move. Everyone began to resist, but many people instantly broke through the defense. Some people were even seriously injured. This force was so strong that they had to retreat until they were out of the lake area. Suifei and Li Yao could not hold on any longer. Li Yao was even sent flying far away. Suifei could only hide herself first. The scene was like a super sandstorm, covering the sky and covering the earth. There was no way out at all. Once they went out, they would be swept into it and then severely injured because this force was too powerful. Quick! Everyone stay away from the shore. Li Yao spun in the air and landed steadily on the ground. Then he shouted to the people on the shore, "Get out of here quickly." This force was too powerful. Even he didn't dare to step into it easily. Once he was involved, he would definitely die. Okay. Li Yao's reminder immediately triggered a response from everyone. Everyone left the lake area. Li Yao and Suifei stayed behind. Suifei released her power and tried her best to control the scene to prevent the students from getting hurt. She transmitted the situation back while paying attention to Li Yao's condition. Although Li Yao was injured, his life was not in danger. Li Yao only hoped to leave this place as soon as possible because the power here was too strong. Even though he had great strength now, he was not safe under such terrifying power. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. Li Yao looked at Suifei and said, "The current situation is very unfavorable for us. We have to leave immediately." Okay. Hearing Li Yao's words, Suifei naturally had no objections. After all, no one could survive in such an environment. Unless they were super strong, this fluctuation could basically take the lives of many people. Li Yao leaped toward the crowd on the shore. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the shore. Seeing that Li Yao was safe, Suifei hurriedly followed Li Yao. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the bottom of the lake. The noise was earth-shaking and deafening. It was as if an earthquake had occurred. It lifted up countless layers of the soil at the bottom of the lake. Huge rocks were blown into the air, forming a huge stalagmite. Ye Feng also heard a loud noise, as if the earthquake at the bottom of the lake was about to happen. For a moment, two extreme forms of power appeared around Ye Feng. One was steam, and the other was ice. It's actually the other two forms of water. Ye Feng was shocked. He didn't expect to obtain two more forms of power. As expected of the water element, it actually had so many branches. The two opposite attributes, steam and ice, which represented extreme heat and extreme cold, collided, devoured, and were incompatible with each other. The collision of the two forces produced a strong air wave. Ye Feng, who was at the bottom of the lake, also felt the power of the two forces. In the end, the two forces were exhausted, and the bottom of the lake returned to peace. Ye Feng climbed up from the bottom of the lake and stood at the bottom of the lake. One was black, and the other was white. Two different types of energy flowed on the surface of Yefeng's body. Rumble. Rumble. The collision of the two different types of energy once again created a huge impact. This impact almost caused the water at the bottom of the lake to rush into the sky. The entire lake seemed to be boiling, turning into boiling red magma. This type of energy was too terrifying. It was almost like a disaster. It was like a meteorite falling from the sky. Wherever it went, it would cause a tsunami and destroy everything. Moreover, although Yefeng's current physical body was powerful, he would still feel intense pain under this kind of high temperature. Yefeng hurriedly circulated his cultivation technique and absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, causing the pain in his physical body to be alleviated. Only then did it become much lighter. But at this time, Yefeng couldn't help but feel a little fearful. If it wasn't for his powerful physical body, he would have already been burned into ashes by this terrifying high temperature and disappeared completely. Although Yefeng's physical body was much stronger than that of an ordinary human, he still could not withstand the high temperature. Fortunately, the sea stone armor on Yefeng's body could withstand the high temperature. Otherwise, Yefeng would have been burned to ashes and would have completely dissipated from this world. These were all treasures, but not all treasures could withstand the high temperature. The people who were still retreating in the distance felt chills down their spines when they saw this destructive scene. Moreover, the current situation had already exceeded the limits of their abilities. Under such circumstances, I'm afraid that only B&D experts and above can barely resist this power fluctuation. I can sense that the space here is a little chaotic. If such power were to erupt, it might be able to tear apart the void and tear us apart. We must leave this place and leave the training hall. Otherwise, we will die. Everyone was discussing fervently, but they could not find a way to solve the current problem. Boom! Another huge impact sound was heard. This time, the impact was even more intense. This impact had already overturned the entire lake. The water column above the lake shot up into the sky, breaking through the clouds above the lake. The entire lake was trembling. A gust of strong wind blew past, and the water droplets on the lake's surface scattered in all directions. Rumble! Another sound rang out, and the water column on the lake's surface spread out in all directions again. This time, the water column was even more terrifying than the previous one. It was almost able to pierce through a person's body. Everyone watched with fear in their hearts. This kind of power had already exceeded their comprehension. No matter how high their cultivation level was, they couldn't resist this kind of high-temperature power because it came from the most primitive power in the universe. There was no technique to speak of. It was purely relying on brute force. It could destroy everything. Seeing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They didn't expect that just the impact formed by an explosion at the bottom of the lake could produce such a terrifying power. If it was really a catastrophe, wouldn't that mean the end of the world was coming? Phew! I've finally completely absorbed it. Yefeng let out a breath of turbid air and his body shone with a boundless light. Yefeng did not care about the things that happened outside. He only wanted to quickly find the next place. It's time to prepare for the next place. Yefeng's eyes looked into the distance. Black and white light constantly flowed and a powerful aura emanated from his body, making him seem like a god of war. Chapter 164, Ambush Trap, a Mysterious Formation. On the other side, Liang Gang, who had been plotting against Yefeng ever since he entered the training hall, saw a powerful force erupting from the lake. He immediately laughed happily. If Yefeng died, then he would have one less enemy, and he would be able to report to the young master. If he was lucky enough to find Yefeng's corpse, then he might even be able to obtain a lot of points. However, all of this was still an illusion. Liang Gang knew that Yefeng would not die so easily. Moreover, he was ranked number 1, so his strength would definitely be very powerful. However, Liang Gang was not worried because with his young master around, even if Yefeng was really ranked number 1, he would definitely not be able to escape death. And now, all he needed to do was to find Ye Feng's figure and kill him. Thus, Liang Gang led his team to search for Ye Feng's figure around the shores of the lake area, but they did not find any results. However, they were not resigned and continued to search. No matter what, they had to kill Ye Feng. Under Liang Gang's heavy hiring, his team now had as many as 10 people. These people would think of ways to disturb Ye Feng. While Ye Feng was adventuring in the center of the lake, they had already occupied the offshore area because after the lake area, it would be the offshore area. If they could take it down first and use it for the layout, Ye Feng would definitely pass through this area. At that time, taking him down in one fell swoop would not be a difficult thing. The coastal area was the initial landing point for many people. It was also one of the areas where there were no creatures wreaking havoc. This was also one of the safest areas. It was also the novice area of the entire water training hall. However, it was often the safest place where one let down one's guard the most. And Liang Gang was planning to use this place to occupy a place that he had to pass through and launch a surprise attack on Ye Feng. Brother Liang, everything here is set up. We're just waiting for Ye Feng to fall into the net. A lackey ran over and reported to Liang Gang. They had set up some traps, but most of them were the support of the formation. The main purpose was to restrict Ye Feng's movements, as well as to paralyze and stun Ye Feng. Once Ye Feng fell into the trap, it would be impossible for him to escape. Liang Gang glanced at his lackey and smiled. Not bad, do a good job. I'll give you a large sum of money after we leave. It'll be enough for you to live a life of glory and wealth. Okay, okay. Thank you for your care, Brother Liang. I'll definitely do a good job. With that, that guy disappeared again. For money, many people would risk their lives. Moreover, the employment price that Liang Gang gave them was high. It was just a job for him, not a life and death job. Who knew how many people would fight for this kind of business? Moreover, they had not seen Ye Feng for a long time now, and they might not even see him in the future. This job was at most a little tiring, running around everywhere, but the income was also very efficient. I didn't expect that after Ye Feng, this kid, entered the center of the lake, and his points did not decrease but increased instead. Liang Gang snorted lightly and looked at the number displayed on the bracelet in disbelief. At this moment, Ye Feng was still firmly at the top of the leaderboard. His points had reached a very rare 750 points. Everyone knew how rare this score was, and it also shocked them. Just look at the points of the second place and you would know. The second place was still the lucky talent-type player Huang Hao who had a water-type symbiote. After his points had been stagnant for a period of time, they quickly turned back, and his points had also reached 544 points. The difference between the points of first place and second place was a full 200 points. Who dared to believe this? When the people who had just evacuated from the lake area saw the refreshed points list, they immediately felt miserable. F***ck, Ye Feng's points are ridiculous. What? What? F***ck, how did he do it? He actually has 750 points. F***ck, I told you that there was a great opportunity in the center of the lake, but you guys didn't believe me. After waiting for so long, he still ran away. I'm really. However, the higher Ye Feng's points were, the more excited Liang Gang was. After all, no matter how high his points were, they would still end up in his pocket in the end. Ha ha ha, Ye Feng, you're really awesome. It's a pity that I'm not your only opponent. Liang Gang snickered a few times and turned around to set up other binding formations. Just in case, they had to prepare more formations to ensure that once Ye Feng appeared, they could immediately bind him tightly within this formation. At this time, Ye Feng was at the bottom of the lake, wandering around leisurely. There were many strange fish at the bottom of the lake, and there were even the corpses of many rare and exotic beasts, as well as many poisonous snakes and scorpions. And these poisonous snakes and scorpions did not pose much of a threat to Ye Feng. Ye Feng was like a nimble flood dragon in the lake. He shuttled through the lake without any obstruction. After more than half an hour, Ye Feng found a place that contained life force. There were actually quite a number of living creatures nearby. Those waves of energy fluctuations and extremely high temperatures and extremely low temperatures could not destroy them. One could imagine how tenacious this life force was. However, it was not important. No matter how tenacious the life force was, it would still be a target for him to devour. He stomped on the surface of the lake and used the impact of the water to rush toward this place. At the same time, he killed all the poisonous snakes, scorpions, bees, and other creatures in the water. During this process, he did not forget to observe his surroundings to see if any treasures had appeared so that he could take these treasures away. This was the depths of the lake. Whether it was the place where Walter was sealed or not, there would be many treasures that had existed since ancient times, so the prices were not cheap. Ye Feng had to make full use of his time to get all these possible treasures back. But Ye Feng was still disappointed. Along the way, other than encountering some low-level creatures, he did not find any treasures at all. Sigh, could it be that my luck is bad? Ye Feng looked at the scene around him and could not help but shake his head, muttering somewhat gloomily. Ye Feng was not in a hurry to return to the shore. Instead, he began to search at the bottom of the lake. It was because he knew that only by finding treasures could he quickly increase his strength and also save a lot of time. Otherwise, if he encountered any powerful fierce beasts or creatures, then his chances of winning would be much smaller. However, Ye Feng searched for a long time but did not find any treasures. In the end, he could only give up. Just as he was about to return to the shore, he suddenly sensed that there was actually a ball of white light hidden above a huge tree. This ball of white light flickered very frequently. Ye Feng guessed that this ball of white light was very likely a bead. However, Ye Feng did not rashly approach. Instead, he continued to walk forward, wanting to search for it. Very soon, Ye Feng came to the side of the giant tree. Looking carefully at this tree, he discovered that there were actually many densely packed patterns on the bark of this tree. Moreover, these patterns seemed to have been carved on it by someone with a knife. The density was extremely terrifying. Could it be a formation left here by Senior Walter? As a powerful mage, not only can Senior Walter set up thousands of formations, but the power of the formations is also endless. It's simply unimaginable. That's right. There must be a big formation on this giant tree. This big formation is enough to kill some powerful creatures. Once the formation is broken, there will definitely be no way to survive. So, I must be careful. Ye Feng carefully inspected the surroundings of the giant tree and found that, as expected, on a layer of bark above the giant tree, he found many densely packed patterns, which looked very frightening. Chapter 165, A Miracle, A Fool's Dream. He immediately released his perception, wanting to search for those densely packed patterns, but discovered that after his perception touched those patterns, it was instantly devoured, without the slightest chance to resist. This made Ye Feng extremely surprised. This array was truly too powerful. Even his perception was unable to resist it. This was also the first time Ye Feng had encountered such a powerful array. I think I have to quickly leave this D***ned place to avoid getting into trouble. Ye Feng was somewhat worried. Although he really wanted to obtain this array, it did not mean that he would risk his life. After thinking for a while, Ye Feng decided to first leave this place and then come back to look for opportunities. If he could not find any treasures, he would return. There was definitely something magical in this place, but Ye Feng needed to spend a lot of time to open this place. Right now, Ye Feng had more important things to do. That was to kill the sealed water elemental dragon king. After that matter was settled, Ye Feng would come back here and try again. After all, the things inside were too tempting. As a mage on the path of a magic conductor, who wouldn't want their magic power to become stronger? After marking this place, he immediately climbed up from the bottom of the lake to the shore and quickly left this place. Of course, at the same time as leaving the bottom of the lake, Ye Feng also devoured the corpses of the strange fish and poisonous scorpions, leaving no trace behind. This devouring brought Ye Feng another small wave of evolution. Seeing that his evolution progress bar was about to break through to 100%, the smile on Ye Feng's face could no longer be concealed. No one knew what kind of changes would occur after his evolution progress bar reached 100%, but Ye Feng had a vague feeling that this matter would not be so simple. At this moment, there was movement in the lake area. The originally calm lake instantly froze, and then the frost extended and spread. The last layer of ice was actually more than 10 meters thick. The last thing that was unexpected was this lake actually released a large amount of steam in an instant. It felt like the bottom of the lake was being burned, and in an instant, it became boiling again. Then, with a bang, the surface of the lake exploded. A cloud of steam condensed into the shape of a dragon, and with a supreme draconic might, rose up from the deepest part of the lake. Oh my god, what's going on? Oh my god, what did I see? I saw a miracle. At a certain place at the bottom of the lake, some warriors were all shocked when they saw the changes on Ye Feng's body. Their mouths were open in an O shape, and their eyes were wide open. They looked at Ye Feng as if they were looking at a monster. Could it be him? Could it be him? Oh my god, how could it be? Who is he? Who is he? The contestants began to discuss. They could see the changes that had happened to Ye Feng clearly. All of this was beyond their imagination, even beyond the scope of human understanding, because they simply could not understand what was going on. They all felt that they were dreaming. In this dream, they seemed to see a huge monster. A huge monster that was more than 200 meters tall. The monster's entire body was covered in golden scales, and its body was covered with golden barbs. It had 2 blood-red eyes, and its body was emitting a monstrous ferocity, just like a demon god. In their hearts, Ye Feng became more and more unreachable. The aura on Ye Feng's body became more and more terrifying. That enormous aura even suppressed all the competitors outside the lake region, making it difficult for them to breathe. Some of the more timid competitors even kneeled on the ground. These competitors were all favored by the heavens. But at this moment, such favored ones all prostrated in front of Ye Feng, not daring to raise their heads to look at Ye Feng's eyes. Ye Feng's aura had completely crushed all the contestants present. They could only feel that Ye Feng's strength was even more terrifying than before. Perhaps even some veteran mages could surpass him. In such a situation, only the legendary super genius could do it, right? But how could this be possible? Was there really such an awesome existence in this world? These contestants did not dare to believe what they saw. They looked at Ye Feng with eyes filled with fear and shock. In this group of contestants, a man carrying 2 blades on his back saw the changes that had happened to Ye Feng. His eyes narrowed and revealed a solemn expression. It was as if he saw a prehistoric beast and did not dare to move even half a step. His heart also stirred up a monstrous storm. Beside him, there was also a beautiful woman dressed in pure white. At this moment, she was also staring at Ye Feng. After seeing the change in Ye Feng, a shocked expression appeared on her face. Clearly, she also saw what kind of change this was. A monstrous storm rose in her heart. What happened to Ye Feng? He actually has the dragon race's bloodline. Haha, Ye Feng, you're dead meat this time. Just when everyone saw the huge commotion in the lake area, they still did not know the specific situation, but they subconsciously knew that Ye Feng was about to come out. A wave of arrogant laughter resounded throughout the entire shallow sea area. The person in the lead was Liang Gang. Immediately after, they saw a few people quickly approaching the ambush point. This place was also the place that the lake area had to pass through to reach the shallow sea area. They were planning to carry out an ambush in this place that would definitely shock everyone. This shock did not come from ambushing students. The shock came from the fact that not only did their ambush succeed beyond their expectations, they were also able to kill Ye Feng in the shallow sea region and obtain a large number of points from him. The points on Ye Feng's body, even if the 10 of them split it equally, were enough for them to enter the top 20 positions on the ranking. Moreover, according to the rules of the competition, as long as there were 100 people in the top 100 of the rankings, they would already be able to obtain the opportunity to enter Cloud Mist Academy for further studies. However, in order to allow more people to compete for positions in the top 100, Cloud Mist Academy had set up quite a number of rewards. The specific rewards were not publicly announced, but the higher the ranking, the better the rewards they would receive. Behind Liang Gang were a few burly men with bulging muscles and cold expressions. The highest level of these people's strength had reached the terrifying C grade. And the lowest level of the remaining people was only D and strength. This lineup could be considered an extremely powerful force formed by the entire water training hall. In their hands were long spears. Their excited expressions clearly indicated that they did not know what had happened in the lake area. Moreover, the remaining contestants who were still reluctant to leave the lake area were once again shocked after the shock. The feelings of admiration and fear in their hearts interweaved. If they knew that Liang Gang had set up an ambush, that was simply a fool's dream. Chapter 166, appeared in the sky above Ye Feng and violently destroyed the ambush. Cloud Mist Academy, viewing platform. In the audience stands, countless people finally saw Ye Feng's live broadcast screen light up once again and instantly became excited. How long they had been waiting for this moment. From the moment Ye Feng went down to the bottom of the lake, the live broadcast screen started to become unclear from time to time. After all, it was dark down there, and with the addition of various elements, one could not see Ye Feng's live broadcast screen. Therefore, the moment Ye Feng emerged from the lake, almost everyone was shouting wildly, as if a superstar had just emerged from seclusion somewhere, and a large group of paparazzi immediately surrounded and blocked him, fighting for the headlines. *CK I can actually see God Feng. What exactly did he experience at the bottom of the lake? The aura all over his body has completely changed. *CK My God! God Feng's cultivation level seems to have risen. He is no longer C+, but even higher. He can actually control the flow of water in the shape of a dragon's head. Did God Feng encounter some great opportunity down there and learn this skill? *CK Doesn't that mean that God Feng will become one of the top existences among the younger generation of China's symbiotes in the future? Haha, I knew it. God Feng will definitely win. He didn't disappoint me. He created another miracle. This is a miracle that belongs to my brother Feng. I knew it. He will always be the most powerful. There is no one like him. Countless fans were discussing Ye Feng's current state. Some even guessed that Ye Feng must have obtained some kind of fortuitous encounter. But no matter what, as long as they could see Ye Feng's live broadcast, this was definitely the best news for them. After all, this meant that Ye Feng did not die, and there was even a new breakthrough. This was something that no one could compare to. In the judges' seats, although all the elders saw that Ye Feng was safe and sound, their brows were still tightly furrowed, as if there was something important that had been troubling them. Dean, why do you think Ye Feng has the aura of a dragon on him? Could it be that he killed a dragon at the bottom of the lake? One of the white-haired elders asked in puzzlement. After all, this kind of aura was too strange. Amidst its power, it also carried an incomparably powerful water elemental energy. Therefore, most of the elders silently believed that Ye Feng had killed a water elemental dragon that possessed an extremely powerful water elemental energy. However, when they thought about it, such a situation was impossible. Firstly, the lake area was the largest lake in the entire water training hall. It was also used as one of the training grounds for the freshman assessment. The large-scale creatures among them, the creatures that were too dangerous, had been eliminated by their special team from the start. Other than some of the flood dragons that had awoken, there were no other powerful creatures. Secondly, if it was really a dragon, Ye Feng alone would not be a match for it. The dragon race was extremely powerful. Not to mention Ye Feng, even if it was an A-grade human powerhouse, they could fight back and forth. Therefore, all the elders shook their heads. This should be just a coincidence. That dragon race is so powerful. Even if it was a dragon whelp, it could easily kill all humans, or even A-grade powerhouses. But what if it's a coincidence? A younger elder asked. Dean, didn't you just say that Ye Feng encountered a powerful danger at the bottom of the lake? Since he encountered it, then Ye Feng should have killed it. But now, he walked up unscathed. If it's not a coincidence, then doesn't that mean that Ye Feng's strength has already surpassed B grade and reached A grade? And the current Ye Feng was only a new symbiote. How could he dare to provoke the dragon race with their super strength? So, this thing simply couldn't happen. But since he wasn't from the dragon race, then how could Ye Feng have the aura of a dragon in his body? Could it be that this kid really encountered some kind of opportunity? At this time, another black-haired and white-bearded old man suddenly frowned and then said slowly, "Something's wrong. This aura definitely doesn't belong to the dragon race. Moreover, if it really was the dragon race, Ye Feng's body should have the bloodline of the dragon race. But now, it didn't look like it at all. Then there was only one other possibility. This possibility was that the lake here had some mysterious and unfathomable power. Dean, could it be that the lake here?" The eyes of the few old men next to him immediately lit up when they heard the white-haired old man's words, and they all looked in that direction. Andy nodded. "I think some super powerhouse must have set up some kind of formation here." As soon as he said this, a loud sound came from Ye Feng's direction in the live broadcast, as if something had shattered. Rumble. Bang. Bang. In an instant, the entire sky trembled violently. Bolts of lightning tore through the sky and struck continuously in the sky, as if the entire sky had turned into night. What a powerful force! At this moment, everyone present also noticed the abnormal changes in the sky and immediately made a decision. They turned around and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a black figure suddenly descended from the sky above them. Everyone suddenly stopped in their tracks. Their expressions changed drastically as they looked over in unison. They saw Ye Feng carrying a large amount of dragon might as he flew toward a certain place with a loud bang. Ye Feng! F***ck. None of them thought that they would be able to see a freshman flying in the sky with their own eyes. Furthermore, he could release so much power. It was simply the heroic bearing of an invincible expert as he appeared in front of them. Ye Feng did not pay attention to them. He directly controlled the powerful force in his body and flew all the way from the lake region to the shallow sea region. When he came to the sky above the shallow sea area, his powerful perception instantly took in the situation of the entire area. "You actually want to ambush me?" Ye Feng chuckled and a powerful pressure enveloped him. Boom! All the binding formations here were destroyed in an instant. Liang Gang, who was below, was at a loss when he saw such a terrifying pressure descend. He was scared silly and stood on the spot. As for his subordinates, they were also stunned on the spot. For a moment, they forgot to resist, and even forgot to run away. They had never seen such a terrifying might. This power was not inferior to the might that could be unleashed by the combined might of B-grade experts. Meanwhile, the faces of the surrounding people were also filled with fear and shock. Some of them even nearly collapsed on the ground. Pucci! A slightly weaker lackey spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock and despair. How is this possible? Liang Gang's heart sank when he saw this person spit out blood. This person was one of his own, and his strength was not much weaker than his. Yet, he was actually so weak. F***ck. The others also reacted and cursed. They looked at the person who spat out blood and exclaimed in shock. This was because, under that powerful pressure, this person had actually fainted. Liang Gang's heart sank, and he thought to himself that things weren't looking good. Ah! Run! A woman couldn't help but cry out in shock. She hurriedly turned around and ran toward the direction of the valley. Ah! No! In an instant, everyone in this area panicked and began to run frantically. They were not Yefeng's match at all, so they didn't even have the strength to resist. Chapter 167, The Power of Steam and Ice. They could only run for their lives. As a large number of people dispersed, the originally bustling island suddenly became much more chaotic. No one knew why Yefeng became so powerful. It must be because there was some great opportunity in the center of the lake. Otherwise, all of this would be impossible to explain. Seeing Yefeng in the sky, Liang Gang's teeth itched painfully. At first, he was the one who led the team to explore the area in the center of the lake because he knew that there was a flood dragon entrenched here. Generally speaking, the place where the flood dragon appeared meant that there were a lot of treasures here, and the flood dragon was really the guardian beast guarding these treasures. However, not only was the flood dragon killed by Yefeng, the treasures within would also be taken away by Yefeng. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Liang Gang's face instantly turned black. Unfortunately, it was already too late for him to do anything now. If he had known that Yefeng was actually so powerful, he would definitely have followed Yefeng into the center of the lake. Not to mention what good things he could obtain, at least Yefeng would eat meat, but he could at least drink some soup. This Yefeng is simply too despicable. Not only did he steal our flood dragon, he actually emptied out all of our treasures. Simply too despicable and shameless. One of the lackeys cursed angrily. Clearly, he was still brooding over Yefeng snatching the flood dragon and killing it. At this time, Liang Gang's face was ashen as he shouted coldly, "Shut up! All of you, get lost! If anyone dares to say another word, don't blame me for being impolite to you." The moment his words left his mouth, the lackeys who were still cursing immediately fell silent. Liang Gang's temper was very hot-tempered. Although there were 10 of them and their strength was not bad, they were still extremely fearful when facing Liang Gang. "Yefeng, just you wait." With an angry roar, Liang Gang turned around and left. He knew that with his own strength, he would definitely not be able to defeat Yefeng. Rather than seeking death here, he might as well hide from the sharp edge for now. Moreover, if he did not leave now, he would die here. Liang Gang knew clearly in his heart that his current mission was only to protect his life, and not to take revenge. As the saying goes, there was no need to worry about having no firewood when there was still a mountain to live on. Under Yefeng's bombardment, Liang Gang and the group of people were like deserters, fleeing everywhere with their heads in their hands. Seeing this, Yefeng also sneered and continued to rush forward. Yefeng carried a powerful force and soared all the way, flying forward with great momentum. With the dragon-shaped steam mount under his feet, Yefeng's speed also reached an astonishing speed of sound. In just an instant, Yefeng could reach a place thousands of meters away. Or even farther, as long as Yefeng wanted to. The contestants below could only see Yefeng for an instant when they looked at him. Because in the blink of an eye, Yefeng had arrived at another place. And the shallow sea area behind him, under the coverage of Yefeng's super strong power, as well as the frenzied bombardment just now. In addition to the powerful and super fierce steam power, the entire shallow sea area instantly evaporated into land. This place had also become a mess, with countless trees collapsing one after another. Some rocks had even been vaporized into a ball of white fog, spreading out faintly in all directions, making this place seem even more mysterious. This was Yefeng's power. After he condensed his own power to the highest level, reaching the speed of sound, he could use his powerful power to destroy everything in the surroundings. Moreover, he could control everything in his surroundings and turn them into endless cannonballs. Yefeng's current strength had already reached an indestructible level. Moreover, the entire Middle Sea region had also experienced a violent tremor. Originally, the Middle Sea region was richer in water than the Shallow Sea region. However, the instant Ye Feng flew past with a bang, everything in the Middle Sea region turned into ice. Everything here turned into ice. This grand scene could turn the entire Middle Sea region into ice. How much power did it take to do this? This is the power of ice. As Ye Feng flew past, he lowered his head to look at the changes below. The combination of steam and ice was indeed powerful enough. Ye Feng had already revealed an excited smile. With such strength to challenge the water elemental Dragon King, wouldn't his chances of winning be a few points higher? In just a few seconds, Ye Feng crossed dozens of kilometers and arrived at his final destination. Ye Feng stood in mid-air. From afar, the entire Shallow Sea area had been evaporated into land, and it was shrouded in a layer of white steam fog. The Middle Sea area was actually not much different. The surface of the water had been frozen into frost, which was even stronger than vaporizing into land. Ye Feng had to do this to ensure that they would not enter the deep sea area. The deep sea area was still too dangerous for them. After all, the water elemental Dragon King was there. It was better for Ye Feng to save each and every one of them than to watch them die. Everyone who saw this scene sucked in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this too terrifying? Just how much spiritual energy did he release to achieve such an effect? What's going on with Ye Feng? How did he suddenly become so strong? Could it be that there's an expert behind him teaching him cultivation? A contestant couldn't help but mutter to himself. Someone looked at what was happening in front of him with a blank expression. Hearing this contestant's words, the other contestants nodded one after another, obviously agreeing with this contestant's point of view. No matter what, there were only two reasons why Ye Feng could obtain such strength. One was that there was a powerful existence guiding him to cultivate. However, in such an environment, they were still participating in the freshman assessment. With someone guiding him in his cultivation, this point was obviously not that convincing. What everyone believed more was another version, which was that Ye Feng had obtained some kind of powerful opportunity in the center of the lake. Whether it was a fruit or a potion, after drinking it, his strength would greatly increase. No matter what happened to him, we won't provoke him, one of the contestants said with a sigh. In fact, no matter what, Ye Feng's series of performances were indeed stunning. Moreover, he forced Liang Gang and the others to retreat under the watchful eyes of everyone. It was still very admirable. The people present were not fools. In their eyes, Ye Feng's strength had clearly reached the level of a super powerhouse. Therefore, the stronger Ye Feng's strength was, these people would not take the initiative to provoke him. According to the rules, there was no restriction on attacking one's companions in order to snatch their items and points. Normal people would not do such a thing, but there would always be a few hooligans who would take the lead. Coveting the points of the other party, they would start a huge fight. Seeing that the other party had something good, they would also kill him. These were all things that they were used to. In front of Ye Feng, they could not even withstand a single move and would be crushed to pieces. Ye Feng's strength was really too powerful. They could only pray silently in their hearts. Chapter 168, Finding the Water Elemental Dragon King, the Wide and Super Abyssal Zone. Yet, I also think we shouldn't provoke Ye Feng. His current strength has already surpassed many experts. If we provoke him, I'm afraid we'll all be finished. Someone nodded in agreement. At this moment, they had to admit that Ye Feng's strength was indeed much stronger than theirs. On the other side, Ye Feng was currently standing high in the sky, looking down disdainfully. Ye Feng also cared about so much and directly flew across the Shallow Sea and the Middle Sea region, arriving at the most terrifying Deep Sea region. Come, I want to see what level the Water Elemental Dragon King is able to actually use a sealing spell on Senior Walter. Ye Feng said coldly. At this time, his body had inherited half of Walter's strength and was already very powerful. If he were to go down and meet the Water Elemental Dragon King, he would at least be able to deal with it and not be killed right away. After saying that, Ye Feng immediately withdrew his power and let his entire body fall straight into the deep sea area. With a plop, Ye Feng suddenly dived into the water. The deep sea area lived up to its reputation. This place had the most extensive water resources in the entire water training hall. Moreover, the depth of this place was not something that the depth of the lake area could compare to. The deepest part of the deep sea region not only had an extremely powerful deep sea pressure, but there was also an extremely cold air that was constantly seeping in. The deep sea pressure could be seen everywhere in the deep sea region. This was an invisible force. As long as one dived a little lower, there would be a large change in the pressure. At the very least, it would cause the internal organs to suffer different degrees of damage. At the very worst, it was possible for one to die from sudden death. This was the charm of the deep sea region. Death was like a shadow that followed you everywhere. It would always appear when you least expected it, and then kill you in one fell swoop, not to mention there were other deep sea super creatures. This was also the most dangerous place in the entire water training hall, and also the last place. After all, the entire water training hall was divided into 5 regions in total: rivers, lakes, shallow sea, middle sea, and this place, the deep sea. If Ye Feng was able to survive in this place under normal circumstances, it would be equivalent to him passing the test directly. But now, it was obviously not that easy. Somewhere in this region, there was a huge dragon hidden. One of the legendary 10 great kings of the dragon race, the water elemental dragon, the water elemental dragon king. The existence of this huge dragon meant that Ye Feng's process would not be so easy. However, things would not be so bad. After all, Ye Feng's body currently contained an extremely powerful strength that was enough to contend with the water elemental dragon king. However, everything had to be careful. Otherwise, Ye Feng would not take this risk. He directly skipped 2 places and arrived at the deep sea region. Moreover, Ye Feng had to completely seal the water elemental dragon king before everyone arrived at this region. Otherwise, once other contestants were involved in this matter, they would definitely die miserably. This was the terrifying aspect of this water training hall, and also the charm of the water region. This was also a treasure ground. As long as one's strength was strong enough, then the cultivation resources here could be used by one. One could even obtain spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines. However, one had to pay a price to survive in this place. The creatures here were also the most powerful existences in the entire water training hall. Therefore, Ye Feng had to put in 120% of his effort. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened, it would be too late. Moreover, this was a brand new area to him. If something unexpected happened, he would immediately fall into a passive position. This place could be compared to the lair of the creatures, the home ground of the creatures. If he fell into a passive position in the opponent's territory, the outcome was needless to say. However, Ye Feng could not run away at the last minute. No matter how strong the creatures here were, they were only a devouring target in his eyes. With that thought, Ye Feng continued to dive deeper. As he continued to dive, the temperature of the surrounding water also continued to drop. The huge pressure made it difficult for Ye Feng to breathe. There were also some dizziness, faintness, and even hallucinations. But these symptoms did not last long before they completely disappeared. After all, Ye Feng had obtained the ability to breathe underwater through the water element. Moreover, he relied on the ability of the slime to let him pass unimpeded. Moreover, he was wearing the sea stone armor and the sea stone crown. These equipment gave him a powerful boost, allowing Ye Feng to instantly recover all his vitality. If it was someone else who came down, it was estimated that they would not be able to hold on for more than a few minutes before all sorts of symptoms would appear in their body. If they were not dealt with in time, they would definitely end up dying in the deep sea region. However, Ye Feng did not panic at all. Although this place is vast, there are quite a lot of resources, and there are also quite a number of creatures. Ye Feng looked around. This place was even darker than the lake region. This was also the reason why Ye Feng took this risk. However, with the help of his powerful perception, Ye Feng could almost see his surroundings as if it was daytime. It was as if there was a big light bulb on top of his head. Wherever he looked, it would light up. It was impossible for the water elemental Dragon King to be found so quickly. He could only explore slowly. Ye Feng saw a direction and swam toward it. In the deep sea, Ye Feng was as free as a fish. He did not need to worry about anything because he was in this area. Because of the environment, it was difficult for Ye Feng to see what kind of creatures were appearing in front of him. Perhaps, it was impossible for other creatures to appear. Even if there were, Ye Feng could easily deal with it and would definitely not be affected in the slightest. Everything needed to be found by oneself. The surrounding water, the endless boundary, and the incomparably quiet water. One had to admit that swimming freely in the deep sea region was a kind of enjoyment. Ye Feng swam for a few thousand meters before stopping. There was a huge super abyssal zone here. This place was incomparably huge, so much so that even Ye Feng's perceptive ability was unable to completely cover it. Just looking at it with the naked eye, it was even more impossible to see the boundary. Ye Feng knew that the super abyssal zone that appeared in the deep sea region was usually at a depth of about 5,000 meters from the surface of the sea. At such a depth, if it was an ordinary person, they would have long been crushed into minced meat by the powerful pressure. It seems that my body's resistance is still relatively strong. Ye Feng was secretly happy. His body's resistance had long broken through to 1,200. He was able to withstand the harsh environment and the degree of resistance had long reached a terrifying realm. After all, such a huge improvement could indeed make him happy for a long time. But now, he had an even more arduous mission, so he did not have much time to be happy. This ultra-deep abyss was very wide. There were many fish and some rare creatures. This kind of creature was so rare that at first glance, Ye Feng could tell that it was extremely rare. It was because it was some kind of alien creature, and because its appearance was extremely ugly and rugged. Chapter 169, The Descent of Great Danger, The Terror of the Spiritual Energy Tide. These creatures all looked strange. Some were tall and sturdy, some had graceful bodies, and some had bodies as soft as snakes. In short, they were all very strange. Ye Feng did not care about these fish, but carefully observed the surrounding scenery. The surrounding plants were also quite lush, but Ye Feng did not do anything because he knew that the toxicity of these plants was not inferior to those mutated jellyfish. Moreover, Ye Feng discovered that at the edge of the super abyssal zone, there were many trees growing, and these trees also grew in strange shapes. Some were small saplings, some were actually big trees, and some even reached hundreds of meters high, or even dozens of meters thick, as if they were towering trees. This situation was very strange because Ye Feng had never seen it in water before. Moreover, this was the deep sea area. Generally speaking, only demonized creatures could adapt to the strong pressure in the deep sea area. Otherwise, they would die. And those plants basically could not survive because this environment was not suitable for living plants at all. But these plants appeared before Ye Feng's eyes, and they were very strong, as if they were not affected by this place at all. The first feeling that Ye Feng had was that these trees were the sea willows that lived in the deep sea area. Only these trees could adapt to the survival of the water, and they also had a strong ability to grow. But these sea willows were not ordinary sea willows. They seemed to have undergone some kind of mutation. In short, it made Ye Feng feel very strange. Could there be something special here? Everything here was full of doubts. Ye Feng had to figure out why there were so many trees here, and even some tree trunks that were much thicker than ordinary tree trunks. Perhaps the water elemental Dragon King was hiding in this place. Ye Feng walked into the super abyssal zone and found that the quality of the water here was also very special. It was not a pure liquid, but a mixed substance. This mixed substance was very tiny and could not be easily identified in the water, but Ye Feng had a powerful perception. This mixed substance naturally could not hide from his sight. For some reason, Ye Feng suddenly had an idea that there would be other creatures in the water. As soon as this idea appeared, Ye Feng was shocked. But he still decided to look for traces of this creature in the water. There were more than just creatures here. After confirming this idea, Ye Feng continued to explore the surroundings, hoping to find some clues. Seeing that Ye Feng had entered the deep sea area, the faces of everyone in the audience changed again. Because Andy had retrieved all of the air detection eyes of the dead and injured players, and then put them back on Ye Feng, it was not difficult to improve the quality of Ye Feng's live broadcast. In other words, even if Ye Feng was in the deep sea zone, the live broadcast could still be transmitted to the audience, which was also updated in real time. Since the start of the competition, Ye Feng was the first person to enter the deep sea zone, and he could directly cross two zones. Now, everyone had acknowledged Ye Feng's prowess. Putting aside the symbiote body, Ye Feng's talent and physique far surpassed his peers, and his peers happened to be the contestants in this competition. According to age, their ages were almost the same, both above 18 and below 20. At this age, if he was particularly eye-catching, then he must be a person with great potential. And Ye Feng completely met this expectation. Moreover, Sui Fei and Chen Hao, who had always been favored, had been losing their popularity at this time, and Ye Feng was far ahead. For some reason, he could actually release his power and freeze both the shallow sea area and the middle sea area. Could it be that he didn't want others to enter the deep sea area? Or perhaps there was a greater opportunity hidden in the deep sea area, and Ye Feng wanted to take it all for himself? To the audience, these were all unsolved mysteries. Not to mention the audience, the contestants at the scene of the incident saw that the two large areas in the distance had been ruthlessly sealed by Ye Feng. For a moment, they did not know what to say. Originally, the higher the challenge, the more rewards and opportunities they would receive. But Ye Feng had frozen the second and third most dangerous areas in an instant. This also meant that the so-called opportunities that they had been pursuing all along had also disappeared in these two areas. The younger generation nowadays is really getting stronger and stronger. Ye Feng has already leaped into the deep sea area to explore. This is far ahead of others by more than half a point. The last time an examinee thought of him so easily seems to have been 100 years ago, Professor Lei said and laughed loudly. Looks like I really didn't make a mistake this time. Ye Feng's performance is really too outstanding. Although his symbiotic body isn't much, he can always make up for his weaknesses with his strengths. But even so, it doesn't mean that his symbiotic body's ability is very weak. It's even far stronger than our evaluation. At this time, Professor Simon, who was beside Professor Lei, said this. Unfortunately, when we explored the deep sea area previously, we confirmed that there was a powerful force. If he really wants to search for this force, then he will definitely die there. Professor Simon added one last sentence. What force? How come I don't know about this? Professor Lei was about to question him when he suddenly raised his head and his expression changed. He stared at Ye Feng's live broadcast. The scene that happened in Ye Feng's live broadcast caught the attention of countless people, especially the elders in the judges' seats. Their faces all turned black. As the scene in Ye Feng's live broadcast room stretched, the audience's line of sight changed. A few cracks suddenly appeared in the sky above the originally quiet water training hall. Suddenly, more cracks appeared. There was something grey in the outside world that was continuously surging in. A force from the primitive, primal chaos, the source of all things came gushing in. It's over. Professor Lei and the others' faces changed greatly. They had already seen what this thing was. This was a spiritual energy tide, one of the most primitive powers that came from the primal chaos. This power tore through the protection of the water training hall and was continuously seeping into it. Once this power was absorbed, then the water elements in the entire water area would become chaotic, and at that time, the water area would collapse. This terrifying power was not something that one person could withstand. The appearance of the spiritual energy tide also meant that it was an extremely unstable power. This power was extremely dangerous, completely exceeding the plan of the exam. The crack instantly spread out. A destructive aura gushed out from the crack, as if it was a terrifying aura from another world. Boom! The entire space suddenly exploded, and crushed stones flew in all directions. A cloud of dust filled the air, and a huge whirlpool instantly appeared in front of everyone. A huge suction force appeared from the whirlpool. Chapter 170, Emergency Action by the Academy, a tragedy from 100 years ago. The shape of this whirlpool was very similar to the so-called whirlpool water flow on Earth. However, the moment this force appeared, Ye Feng felt that something was wrong. He immediately mobilized the energy in his body and prepared to resist this energy. Seeing these cracks that suddenly appeared in the water, the audience shouted in unison. Holy sh*T! Although those audience members had never participated in the exploration of the deep sea area, they had heard of the terror of the deep sea area. Now, with the spiritual energy tide, the more areas in the water, the greater the impact. The deep sea area was the largest and most abundant area in the entire water training hall. In addition to the various suppression of the deep sea area, if the spiritual energy tide was added, the power released was not something that an ordinary person could deal with. Different from ordinary tides, the spiritual energy tide appeared almost randomly. In the end, it came crashing down with an unrivaled power. However, the frequency of the spiritual energy tide was not only very rare, it was also known as a rare occurrence in 100 years. Moreover, it had only happened once in the past 100 years, and it happened to happen in a coastal city. Just the death toll from that incident alone had reached tens of thousands of people, not to mention the number of people who had been injured. The reason why these cracks had appeared was because this spiritual energy tide was continuously tearing apart the protection of the water training hall. Originally, the water training hall had been used as the assessment grounds for the freshmen of Cloud Mist Academy, so it was inevitable that it had to be isolated from the outside world. Otherwise, the ripples of energy released from within and outside would affect both parties. It was precisely because of this layer of protection that the spiritual energy tide's bombardment was not that intense. However, if the protection was completely removed, the spiritual energy tide's bombardment would be sufficient to cause everyone present to die. Even if they were not killed by such an enormous spiritual energy tide's impact, the strength of demonized creatures that were nourished by the spiritual energy tide would not only increase by tens of times, but their might would also increase by countless times. In this way, the level of danger faced by these freshmen far exceeded the opponents that they could face at their level. A casual strike could take their little lives. Therefore, this matter had instantly attracted the attention of the upper echelons of Cloud Mist Academy, especially the people in the judges' seats. If they still did not take action, everyone in the water training hall would be crushed to death by this powerful force. Moreover, Ye Feng could also clearly feel that there seemed to be a similar powerful force not far away that was resonating with the spiritual energy tide. I hope it's not the water elemental Dragon King. Ye Feng muttered in his heart. After all, he had never encountered this spiritual energy tide before. He did not know how to avoid danger and so on. If the water elemental Dragon King took the opportunity to enter at this time, then his passive situation would become even deeper. Oh my God! A spiritual energy tide that is rarely seen in 100 years actually broke out. What are the freshmen who are still in the water training hall going to do now? The audience was terrified. Seeing this situation, they had also guessed something. This spiritual energy tide had come at a terrible time. Dean, we must stop the competition immediately and send a support team to rescue the remaining students. Professor Lei said. He couldn't control his tone anymore, and his entire body was trembling. The old men on the side all nodded. In such a situation, it was really not suitable to continue the competition. Under such circumstances, the outcome of these freshmen was almost certain death. The power of this spiritual energy tide seems to be very powerful. This is spiritual energy tide. They're completely finished. There are so many creatures in the water training hall. If we don't intervene in time to rescue them, these students will probably Dean. In the audience stands. Countless people looked at the big lens of the water training hall. The sky was an illusion. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared in the sky. In fact, the spiritual energy tide didn't have any destructive power or offensive power. However, its appearance would have a huge impact. In a battle 100 years ago, the human race was almost certain to win the battle between hundreds of A-grade humans and the creatures. However, a spiritual energy tide suddenly descended. The hundreds of powerful creatures instantly evolved to several levels. The mid to high level creatures directly jumped to the super high level after receiving the nourishment of the spiritual energy tide. There were even a few A and grade super creatures. In the end, the entire human race was almost wiped out. Although they still won the battle, the human race suffered heavy casualties. Out of more than 100 A-grade human powerhouses, only 3 survived. The rest of them were either injured or dead. The death rate soared to a shocking 80%. It could be said to be the most tragic battle with the creatures in history. With this experience and the large number of creatures, there were no less than 5 A-grade creatures. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for any of them to pass the freshman assessment. What they were thinking about now was how to protect their own lives. Andy nodded. Under such circumstances, they could not afford to be careless. Originally, Andy did not want to stop the assessment. In such a dangerous situation, they could better unleash their strength. Moreover, Andy had been paying attention to Yefeng. He really wanted to see Yefeng's performance. However, there were more freshmen and they did not have the ability to protect themselves. Therefore, the decision to end the competition had to be announced. Everyone, please be patient. Due to the change in the situation, the spiritual energy tide has quietly arrived. Now, after the discussion of the judges, they have finally made a decision to end this assessment. All points will remain unchanged. The deadline will be effective immediately after the announcement. All examinees will immediately withdraw from the water training hall. At the same time, the rescue team will arrive quickly. I hope that all students do not panic. The academy will be with you. Be careful. If anyone continues to take the assessment without permission, all qualifications for the competition will be revoked. All points will be void. Everyone, please quickly withdraw from the examination training hall. Andy's words not only spread to everyone in the audience seats, but also to the water training hall. For a moment, everyone's heart fell to the bottom. They were praying in their hearts that these contestants would return safely. After all, in the water training hall, they were all evenly matched competitors. The difference in strength could not be seen. However, outside, they were all the elites of the new generation. They were all the new generation that had great potential in this world. Not only that, Andy's voice resounded in the ears of all the contestants. This was simply a bolt from the blue. They all knew the concept of spiritual energy tide. Moreover, there were indeed many creatures in the water training hall. If they did not withdraw, then they would not have the life to withdraw. D***mn, how could our luck be so bad? If I had known earlier, I would have withdrawn from the water training hall earlier. I haven't passed the assessment yet. How can I be reconciled? I am not reconciled. I am not reconciled either. But how can our strength be compared to those creatures? What should we do? No matter what, let's withdraw from the water training hall first. If we are eliminated, we will have no chance at all. Curses were spat out from the mouths of the students. They were in despair. If what Andy said was true, then they would lose the right to participate. This was something they didn't want to see. If they lost the right, their parents wouldn't be able to withstand such a blow. Alright, let's end this round of assessment here. Chapter 171, Light Elf Lin Xiaoyu, Rescue Team Assembled. Immediately inform the Academy's Enforcement Department to organize the strongest rescue team. The rescue team must have no less than 3 instructors. After Andy finished speaking, he glanced at the screen. There's not much time left for us. Hurry up, I'll activate the teleportation array immediately. As his voice fell, stone tablets appeared on an empty ground in the eastern part of Cloud Mist Academy. The stone tablets were emitting a pale yellow light, and the words on the stone tablets were flickering with a mysterious and unfathomable light. These words were like the divine words of the world, filled with a simple and ancient feeling. What is this thing? Someone saw the light and luster that was being emitted from a distance, and asked with a face full of doubt. Although the spiritual energy tide was like a rainstorm and would not completely cover the blue planet, there was no spiritual energy tide phenomenon near Cloud Mist Academy. Therefore, they naturally excluded the effects of the spiritual energy tide. This is the teleportation array, Teacher Andy's masterpiece. The Academy might have to send out reinforcements. The scale of a normal spiritual energy tide is huge, and the creatures on the other side of the water training hall are all different in strength. If they are strong, they will be even stronger. There are many creatures in the water training hall, and this is the most dangerous place. Although the contestants have been able to survive until now and have eliminated the weaker ones, they still can't hold on at this scale. I hope they can come back safely. After all, they are the people with the greatest potential in China's future. If anything happens to them, it will be a pity. At the same time, in the Enforcement Department of Cloud Mist Academy, in an open space in front of the entrance, dozens of people were standing in unison. A middle-aged man named Zhang Lan was standing in front of them with a very serious expression. He was an instructor of the academy and was also the head of the Enforcement Department. The people standing in front of him were all the officers of the Enforcement Department. Many departments had been established in Cloud Mist Academy. These departments were similar to a kind of power structure, and they were responsible for the operation of the enormous Cloud Mist Academy. The instructors were the direct leaders of the departments, and the agents within the departments were all made up of students. The nature of the department within the academy was different from that of a society. Those who were able to join the department would also receive a corresponding salary, various resources, and a huge amount of equipment to support them. And the enforcement department of the academy was different from the other departments. The enforcement department accepted agents through invitations, and there was no such thing as open recruitment. Other departments could recruit students and then conduct open interviews and other procedures. However, the enforcement department could only accept new agents through invitations. This also meant that since its establishment, the enforcement department had been the most powerful and mysterious existence in the academy. The ones gathered there were all very powerful students. Moreover, only the most outstanding students of each batch could join. Therefore, those who stood here were the elites of the elites, the most outstanding students. Clearing his throat, Zhang Lan said, "Everyone knows the situation, right? There was an unprecedented spiritual energy tide that landed on Earth, and the spiritual energy tide's range happened to involve the water training hall. Your future junior brothers and sisters are all waiting for our rescue inside. Therefore, we are gathering everyone today to choose 7 people with good strength to form a rescue team and go to the rescue with the other 3 instructors." Zhang Lan glanced at the crowd and cleared his throat again. "Considering the complicated environment and the creatures brought by the spiritual energy tide, I would like to ask your opinion first. Is there anyone who is willing?" As soon as he finished speaking, a white rabbit beauty stood out. She was wearing tights, revealing her slender thighs, full breasts, and a hot figure. The white rabbit beauty looked at Zhang Lan and said firmly, "I'm willing to go." "Student Lin Xiaoyu, this is a bit risky." Zhang Lan frowned slightly. "As the team leader of Group A, you can't get hurt, otherwise." "Don't worry, teacher. Don't forget that my symbiotic body is a light elf. Without some strength, I would have been kicked out long ago." Lin Xiaoyu covered her mouth and chuckled. When the others heard this, they were also quite surprised. There were several groups in the enforcement department. It was convenient for them to quickly move around and manage the mission. As the team leader of Group A, Lin Xiaoyu naturally had some fame. However, even though she was in the same department, there were many people who didn't know her. When they heard about the Light Elf's symbiote, they were all in a daze. This symbiote was very rare. The Light Elf was a divine-level symbiotic form. Its main body was a light elemental life form, and it was extremely powerful. However, this kind of life form was extremely difficult to capture, and they had never even heard of it before. Moreover, once it disappeared or died, the Light Elf's soul would disappear, disappearing from the world. And the Light Elf's main body was also extremely powerful, even stronger than some divine beasts. They didn't expect that it would appear here, and in their enforcement department. This soft-looking big white rabbit was actually so powerful. This Lin Xiaoyu wasn't simple. Lin Xiaoyu's identity shocked them. At the same time, they also had a trace of hope. Could this Lin Xiaoyu be their companion and go to the rescue together? If they could have intimate contact. Zhang Lan listened to Lin Xiaoyu's words and pondered for a moment. Then, he nodded and said, "In that case, I'll give you a chance to protect yourself." After that, a few more agents stepped out one after another. Each of them was strong and vigorous, and their symbiotic bodies were all top-tier rare species. Their cultivation levels were basically maintained at B+. Some of them were extremely strong and directly broke through the perfect B and grade shackles to reach A grade. Seeing that everyone was prepared, Zhang Lan nodded slightly. "All right then, since everyone has decided to participate, let's act according to the plan." After that, Zhang Lan looked at the group of students around him. "Remember our mission objective, to save people." "Yes. The rescue team will be led by me. Professor Simon and Professor Lei, the two professors will lead the team. We will head to the rescue together." "Yes." This teleportation array belonged to the ancient building of Cloud Mist Academy. It was able to teleport to any place more than a person. Although there was a limit to the number of people that could be teleported, it could only teleport a maximum of 10 people at a time. Moreover, it had a cooldown of at least 24 hours. However, this teleportation array also allowed Cloud Mist Academy to reach the most efficient speed in supporting various places on Earth. For example, a mysterious energy fluctuation appeared in America. With permission, the research team of Cloud Mist Academy could appear at the designated location within a few seconds. This was efficiency. Other people might need to spend a period of time to take a plane or travel long distances. Moreover, the appearance of Cloud Mist Academy wasn't necessary. The rescue team that had just been established appeared right in front of the teleportation array. Teacher Andy saw that everyone was in position. He ordered, "The effect of the spiritual energy tide will also destroy your consciousness. While it will strengthen you, remember to protect your consciousness. You must also guide the freshmen. Once they fall into the state of demonization, bind them immediately and inform the instructor to go over and solve it. I hope everyone can return safely." After saying that, Andy activated the teleportation array. A white light lit up on the large mysterious ancient teleportation array. A huge circular light door appeared in front of everyone. The white light dissipated and the instructors wearing academy robes and academy badges disappeared from everyone's eyes. Chapter 172, The Terror of the Super Abyssal Zone, The Demonized Giant Snake. Ye Feng couldn't care about anything else at this moment. He swam to the side, wanting to leave this area as soon as possible. Hearing Teacher Andy's message, he immediately frowned. If the Water Elemental Dragon King's strength increases greatly under the effect of the spiritual energy tide, then everyone will be in danger. Ye Feng felt an unprecedented sense of danger at this moment. It was not just the people from the Water Training Hall. If the Water Elemental Dragon King put the battlefield outside, even a world would not be enough for it to torment. Moreover, Yi had also told him before that the entire world contained extremely powerful creatures in the darkness. They were looking for an opportunity. Looking for an opportunity to overturn the entire world. And they also needed a leader. If the water elemental Dragon King entered the scene, it would definitely cause an unprecedented catastrophe to the human world. This was something that Ye Feng did not want to see, and something that he definitely could not see. Now that the spiritual energy tide is coming, I should hide first and make plans after seeing the situation, Ye Feng thought to himself. Looking at the surrounding environment, this was the super abyssal zone. There were many creatures, but they had not started to demonized, so Ye Feng still had time to hide. If he ran out of stamina before he found the water elemental Dragon King, then Ye Feng would definitely be at a disadvantage. It was the best plan to conserve his stamina and find an opportunity to reappear. Ye Feng had just left when a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The surroundings are dangerous. After the creatures demonized, their strength will increase by at least 2 or 3 levels. With your strength, it's not a problem to fight it, but you have to conserve your strength. The deep sea area is one of the areas with the most creatures. I don't want you to have any mishaps. The rescue team will arrive soon. I have already synchronized them with your coordinates. You just have to find a slightly safer place and wait for rescue. Ye Feng was a little confused. He looked around and did not find the source of the sound. What's going on? Ye Feng thought to himself. This sound, could it be Teacher Andy? This was also possible. After all, the surroundings would definitely be followed by Teacher Andy's air detection eyes. For Teacher Andy, it was a very simple matter to transmit the sound. However, Ye Feng could not imagine why the Dean would pay so much attention to him. However, this was not important anymore. It was because a gigantic snake had suddenly appeared in front of him. Ye Feng was currently at the edge of the super abyssal zone. He was preparing to leave this place. After all, there were many creatures here. If he continued to stay here, he would immediately become the food of these creatures. However, he did not expect one to appear in front of him. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar resounded in this area. Soon after, a huge body emerged from the lake. It was a terrifying giant snake that was more than 20 meters long. Its entire body was covered in scales. It looked awe-inspiring. After the giant snake appeared, it opened its mouth and revealed a row of sharp fangs. Then, its body suddenly jumped and actually jumped into the air. Soon after, its body shook, and the scales on its body immediately fell off rapidly. It revealed its ferocious and ugly snake head. When it saw Ye Feng, a cold light burst out from its eyes. It opened its bloody mouth and directly rushed toward Ye Feng. Seeing the giant snake pouncing over, Ye Feng was immediately on guard. The speed of this giant snake was too fast, so Ye Feng could only temporarily avoid the edge. The giant snake pounced near Ye Feng and pounced towards Ye Feng with its huge mouth. Ye Feng's expression was solemn. He instantly clenched his right hand and ruthlessly smashed it towards the giant snake that pounced toward him. Ye Feng had used all of his strength in this punch. Bang! A huge explosion sounded. The giant snake was knocked back by this punch. However, this punch did not injure it in the slightest. It only sent it flying dozens of meters away. The giant snake rolled a few times on the ground before it finally got up. It glared at Ye Feng angrily as if it wanted to tear Ye Feng into pieces. Oh no, this is due to the influence of the spiritual energy tide. Whether it's strength or physical fitness, they have already jumped to several levels. Ye Feng looked at the giant snake and could not help but frown. If that was the case, then he could not continue fighting. He had no idea what was going on around here. Moreover, Ye Feng had just received a message that there were far more creatures in the deep sea region than in the other regions. Moreover, these creatures were entrenched in the super abyssal zone. If he could not end the battle quickly, he would definitely attract more monsters. When the time came for a chaotic battle, he might not be able to gain the upper hand. Most importantly, these creatures were all affected by the spiritual energy tide, and their strength had greatly increased. Although he knew that the giant snake's strength was very great, he did not expect it to be able to reach such a level. Roar! Seeing that Ye Feng was actually able to send it flying, the giant snake immediately went berserk. Its eyes shot out a terrifying light, and then it suddenly swung its huge tail, directly lashing toward Ye Feng. Seeing the giant snake's attack, Ye Feng didn't hold back anymore. His right foot stomped on the ground, and his figure hurriedly retreated. However, the giant snake's tail brushed past his body, directly breaking a sea willow tree that was dozens of meters tall. Hiss! Ye Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. If Ye Feng hadn't been prepared, perhaps he would have already been struck by the snake's tail. As expected of a demonized creature. It was indeed extraordinary. It was much more powerful than when it was in its normal form. Since you've already used cheats, then I won't be polite. It's a good opportunity to test Senior Walter's strength. Ye Feng looked at the giant snake and spread out his arms. His body suddenly expanded and the spiritual energy in his body instantly circulated. A majestic pressure instantly enveloped the surroundings. Ye Feng's body emitted a layer of light blue light. It looked as if a god had descended, causing people to revere him. Sensing the aura emitted from Ye Feng's body, the giant snake instantly shriveled. The powerful bloodline suppression forced it to lower its head. It even prostrated itself, not daring to confront him. Clearly, this power had already caused it to feel fear. The purity of the dragon seed has an effect. Ye Feng seemed to have understood something. The opponent was a giant snake, and it should be considered a sub-dragon. However, its bloodline must have been diluted to an extremely low level. Hence, at the beginning, when Ye Feng unleashed his power, even the giant snake could not sense it. Now that he had unleashed his full power, only then did the giant snake sense the bloodline calling from the depths of its genes. Seeing the creature so afraid of himself, Ye Feng laughed lightly, waved his right hand, and a huge water arrow suddenly shot out. Boom! Hit by the giant snake, even before the reaction, with eyes of great fear, the whole body turned into countless pieces of flesh, splattering everywhere and floating. Devour! Ye Feng waved his hand, and countless small slimes came out in response. I wonder if the power gained by the spiritual energy tide will be increased as well. In Ye Feng's guess, suddenly all around sounded a terrible voice. Ho ho ho! At that moment, a series of angry roars came from all around. A large number of creatures swarmed in from all around. After they saw Ye Feng's existence, they roared in anger, as if they were provoking him. It was also as if they were showing off their strength. They wanted to kill Ye Feng. D***mn. There are too many of these creatures. It looks like there's no way to end the battle quickly. Ye Feng looked at the densely packed creatures around him and cursed in his heart. Under such circumstances, if Ye Feng wanted to preserve his strength, then the only thing he could do was to think of a way to escape from here. However, in the current situation, it was obviously very difficult to do so. Chapter 173, Different Demon Flood Dragonfish, Senior Sister's Arrival. There were so many demonized creatures here. If he did not stop running, he would be caught sooner or later. At that time, he would definitely become the prey of these demonized creatures. Hiss! Suddenly, Ye Feng heard a loud hiss coming from behind him. Following that, he found several huge black fish jumping out from behind him and biting at him. It's actually demon flood dragon fishes. It's famous for its extremely strong speed and explosive power among the fish. However, because of its delicious meat, it was caught by humans wantonly. I didn't expect it to appear here. Ye Feng looked at the demon flood dragon fishes that pounced on him and his expression immediately changed. Their level isn't low. They're actually B-grade demon flood dragon fishes, and they have an advantage in numbers. If I were to forcefully kill them, it would definitely consume a lot of my stamina. But I can't care about that anymore. The demon flood dragon fishes that charged up were huge and looked extremely frightening. Their bodies were covered in scales, and their sharp claws and fangs made them look like a devil. This wasn't an ordinary fish, but a devil. Moreover, under the influence of the spiritual energy tide, they were currently demonized demon flood dragon fishes. Humph! Ye Feng snorted and quickly waved his right hand, sending a demon flood dragon fish flying. However, the demon flood dragon fish was very strong and did not fly far away. Hiss! The demon flood dragon fish was sent flying several meters away. It roared again and pounced toward Ye Feng. Then, the surrounding demon flood dragon fishes also rushed over. The densely packed number was enough to number more than 10. If these demon flood dragon fishes were as tough as the one just now, then they would need to spend even more time to deal with these troublesome things. Not good. Looking at the demon flood dragon fish that charged the most ferociously, Ye Feng could not help but be shocked. He did not expect this demon flood dragon fish's level to actually reach B+. The lower grade demon flood dragon fish just now was already so powerful, not to mention this one. If he was bitten by it, he would probably be torn into powder. Looking at the demon flood dragon fish that was charging at him, Ye Feng immediately dodged to the side and then escaped in another direction. The surroundings were pitch black, and there was no specific direction to escape to. Ye Feng did not use too much spiritual energy to escape. Therefore, his body speed was very slow, but he had been using movement techniques because once he was surrounded by creatures, he could only enter a fierce battle. Whoosh! The demon flood dragon fish's speed was very fast. In a few breaths' time, it had already caught up to Ye Feng and bit toward Ye Feng's neck. With this bite, Ye Feng's neck would definitely be bitten off. Ye Feng's expression suddenly changed. He activated his spiritual energy and spider webs spread out from Ye Feng's body. The spider webs transformed into the size of steel bars and ruthlessly stabbed toward the demon flood dragon fish's neck. Puchy! The spider webs pierced through the demon flood dragon fish's skin, but it did not kill the demon flood dragon fish. Ye Feng's expression sank when he saw this scene. How is this guy so hard? Spider web punishment can only pierce through its skin and scales. It can't pierce through it all. It was not only Ye Feng who was surprised. Even the audience who were watching the battle nervously was stunned. They did not expect that after the mutation, not only did the demonized creature's attack power increase greatly, but its defense index also rose in a straight line. Ye Feng took a look at the demon flood dragon fish's wound. Blood was still flowing out, but it did not flow at all. Looks like I still need to try some other methods, Ye Feng muttered. The scales of the demon flood dragon fish were very strong, as if it was made of steel. It could basically be said to be invulnerable to knives and spears, and Ye Feng could not hurt it at all. Just as Ye Feng was about to use the terrain to release his binding skill, a figure suddenly flashed past behind him. A huge sense of danger assaulted him, and along with it came a cold voice. Be careful! Ye Feng turned his head to look. A demon flood dragon fish had appeared behind Ye Feng without him noticing. Between turning his head back, it fiercely bit at him. However, the next moment, the demon flood dragon fish was pierced through and lost its life instantly. It fell straight into the depths of the sea. It was pierced through. Ye Feng was a little confused. He narrowed his eyes and saw a figure emitting light in the distance. Did the support team rush over? Ye Feng's heart skipped a beat, thinking that this was bad. The water elemental Dragon King had yet to be found. If the support team were to intervene at this time, he did not know if they would be involved. Ye Feng still wanted to reduce the casualties. If it was possible, he still wanted to act alone. After all, the idea of sealing the water elemental Dragon King was enough to scare countless people to death. Not to mention the rescue team, even if Teacher Andy came personally, it might only be 50 to 50. It was not that Ye Feng did not believe in the strength of the academy, but the enemy in front of him was very powerful. He also relied on the strength of Senior Walter in his body to dare to confront it. It was also to fulfill Walter's last wish. Moreover, they did not go to the starting point first. Why did they come directly to the deep sea area? According to what Ye Feng knew, the deep sea area currently only had him as a freshman. The other contestants were all distributed in different regions, but there was no deep sea area. After all, this was the most dangerous place, and many people were not very good at swimming. They came as far as the Middle Sea region. Logically speaking, their rescue team would usually start from the starting point to start the rescue. But someone actually started the rescue from the deep sea region. This was very strange in itself. But Ye Feng did not have time to think too much. Who are you? Ye Feng still wanted to confirm, looking at the light in the distance and asking. I'm your senior sister. I'm here to save you. Hurry up. Let's get out of here as soon as we get rid of these creatures. The other party snorted and the light around her became even brighter. For a moment, the surrounding waters were illuminated as if it was daytime. The demon flood dragonfish seemed to be used to living in the dark waters. They were not used to the sudden appearance of the light. Hiss! As they roared, streams of light flashed past. Rumble! An explosion sounded. Following that, countless demon flood dragonfishes were blasted into nothingness. When Ye Feng saw this scene, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief in his heart. The demon flood dragonfishes, which he originally thought had full defense, was actually easily taken care of by the senior. The weakness of the demon flood dragonfish is its abdomen. As long as it hits the abdomen, a strong pressure will be able to send them away. That senior sneered at Ye Feng and then shifted her gaze to the other creatures. Her eyes were blue and looked abnormally mysterious and treacherous, causing people to shiver involuntarily. Shoo! A ray of light flashed past again. The surrounding water seemed to have been cut out of a mirror, with cracks appearing one after another. Seeing this scene, Ye Feng's expression slightly froze. This ray of light was extremely terrifying. What on earth is this thing? It's actually so tyrannical, Ye Feng exclaimed in his heart. He could see that this senior had the strength of an A grade, and might even surpass the strength of an A grade. Although Ye Feng had the strength of B and grade, Ye Feng wasn't sure how strong this senior was. Moreover, her symbiotic body was something Ye Feng had never seen before. It seemed to be some light elf, but he could not tell exactly what it was. In short, Ye Feng could feel that the strength of her symbiotic body was enough to support her to crazily slaughter all the creatures nearby. Chapter 174, The Mysterious Creature, The Appearance of the Water Elemental Dragon King. Too powerful, looking at the demon flood dragonfish that were continuously being destroyed in the distance, Ye Feng couldn't help but let out a sigh. Thank you for the compliment. Now it's time for us to leave. I can feel that the nearby waters aren't too good. It's as if an even more powerful existence is about to appear. Before that, we have to leave this place quickly, Senior Sister said. Her figure quickly approached Ye Feng. As the light became brighter, Ye Feng finally saw her face clearly. It was an extremely exquisite oval face. It was so exquisite that you couldn't even find a flaw on it. Then, Ye Feng felt that his face was a little familiar. You are, Ye Feng suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the senior sister who was in charge of the academy's training hall? That's right, I'm Lin Xiaoyu. Danger is approaching. Hurry up and leave. Lin Xiaoyu saw Ye Feng open his mouth for a long time but still couldn't say her name. She immediately facepalmed and directly said her name. So it's you. Ye Feng smiled. Looking at Lin Xiaoyu's shining body, Ye Feng sighed with emotion. I really didn't expect Senior to be so powerful. It simply doesn't seem like a strength that a human can have. Ye Feng's words made Lin Xiaoyu not know whether to laugh or cry. Although she knew that Ye Feng did not know her true identity, Lin Xiaoyu was still a little shy with such praise. After all, hearing Ye Feng's words under such circumstances, she was not used to it. All right, stop talking nonsense. Let's go quickly. Oh, okay. Ye Feng replied and quickly followed Lin Xiaoyu's footsteps. The two of them walked side by side. Lin Xiaoyu's temperament and figure were very attractive. Especially Lin Xiaoyu's temperament, it gave people a noble and holy feeling, like she was inviolable. Ye Feng even suspected that if it was an ordinary man, he would definitely not dare to come within half a meter of her. How many people did the academy send to rescue? Ye Feng suddenly asked. Lin Xiaoyu was stunned, but she still answered, 10 people, 3 of them are led by instructors, but they are not in the deep sea region. Seeing Ye Feng shake his head and sigh, Lin Xiaoyu was a little puzzled, thinking that Ye Feng had some concerns. She smiled and said, don't worry. Even if there are only 10 people, they are still the top fighting strength of our academy. The influence of the early stage of the spiritual energy tide is slightly less. We have enough ability to save you all. Hearing that, Ye Feng shook his head. I didn't mean that. I still want to know why you came to the deep sea region first. I'm the only one here, and you also said that the rescue team is in other regions. Facing Ye Feng's series of questions, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't answer. Lin Xiaoyu frowned and thought for a moment, then said, because the school of demon flood dragonfish this time is very strange. Come on, don't talk nonsense. How could you know that there are demon flood dragonfish here? I didn't even know, Ye Feng sweated. He knew that the other party was joking. Hee, okay. Actually, I didn't know either. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Ye Feng, who didn't know how to joke, and smiled with her eyes narrowed. Well, it's a long story. Anyway, I can't explain it clearly. They will tell you in detail when we meet the instructors. Okay. Ye Feng nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The two continued to walk forward. They were still in the vicinity of the super abyssal zone. If they couldn't leave this place quickly, they wouldn't be able to escape from the deep sea area. Because there were abnormally many creatures in the super abyssal zone, coupled with the influence of the spiritual energy tide, the creatures that were originally entrenched here had all entered a state of demonization. They could attack them at any time. Junior brother, do you have any plans? Do you want to continue staying here, or do you want to leave? Lin Xiaoyu asked Ye Feng as she walked. Since I'm already here, of course I have to kill a few demon flood dragon fishes and then make a decision, Ye Feng replied without hesitation. Although the group of demon flood dragon fishes had already died, there were still many other creatures around, unless Ye Feng was stupid enough to choose to leave. Moreover, Ye Feng still had other important things to do. Lin Xiaoyu nodded as if she had already expected this. The two of them continued to walk forward and soon arrived at the edge of the super abyssal zone. Along the way, they were safe and did not find any other creatures. But not finding them did not mean that they were safe. Just as they stepped out of the super abyssal zone, a low cry came from afar. Woo! A mysterious pressure came from all directions. White mist was emitted from the air and spread in all directions. Lin Xiaoyu's face suddenly showed a panicked look. Then she looked at Ye Feng and said hurriedly, not good, a top-tier creature is targeting us. Run! I'll cover the rear. As soon as Lin Xiaoyu's words fell, Ye Feng felt the surrounding waters were shaking. Ye Feng immediately frowned and muttered, not good, it has appeared. What has appeared? Don't be afraid. It's not fast, leave it to me to deal with. Lin Xiaoyu shouted in a deep voice and raised her right hand gently. A golden ball of light condensed between her 5 fingers. Then, she suddenly swung her hand and directly smashed into the water. Rumble! With a series of intense muffled sounds, the ball of golden light exploded, forming circles of ripples that spread out. As the ripples spread out, the entire area stirred up a fierce wind and huge waves. Layers of water splashed against the surrounding reefs, producing waves of loud sounds. Lin Xiaoyu's move was extremely powerful. In an instant, the water in a radius of several hundred meters churned endlessly, forming a terrifying whirlpool. Then, Ye Feng saw a huge black shadow slowly rising from the seabed in the distance. Then, it gradually became clear. A pair of huge and scarlet eyes slowly opened at this time, and a bloody aura instantly surged out. This was a huge dragon that was over 100 meters long. Its pair of dragon horns were extremely powerful, and its body was covered in scales. On its huge and savage head, a pair of incomparably sharp eyes flickered with an indestructible flame. Most importantly, its long tail was as thick as a steel whip, and it was covered with barbs. Once it struck a human body, it was estimated that the skin would split open in an instant. Moreover, that pair of sharp claws was simply the most terrifying weapon in the world. With a light stroke, it was as if it could tear apart everything in the world, even the air. However, that gigantic figure appeared in front of the two of them in the blink of an eye. The speed was definitely beyond their imagination. It was hard to imagine that there was such a fast creature on Earth. Moreover, its movement speed was very slow at the beginning. It was just an illusion. It meant that it did not accelerate at all. Seeing the giant creature in front of them, their pupils instantly widened. A huge shadow covered his vision. Then, a huge tail slapped on their bodies. Ye Feng's speed was also extremely fast, his figure directly retreating hundreds of meters. After he landed, he immediately looked ahead. Because Lin Xiaoyu was still there. At this time, he realized what exactly was that thing that attacked him. It really is the water elemental dragon king. You finally appeared. Ye Feng's face was full of shock. This guy's size was far bigger than he imagined. This dragon was even more terrifying than the second generation he had seen. Moreover, this was a real dragon, and it was the water elemental dragon, one of the 10 great kings of the dragon race, the water elemental dragon king. Chapter 175, Super Brave Senior Sister Fighting Crazily. The supreme existence of the dragon race. Its existence could be said to be one of the strongest members of the dragon race. Countless people trembled when they heard the name of the true dragon, not to mention this dragon king. If it appeared in human society, the destructive power it would produce would be unimaginable. Even if it only appeared in the water training hall, it also caused a strong visual impact to all the audience watching the live broadcast. F***ck, is this the dragon race? There are F***ing crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the deep sea area. God Feng, you have to be careful. The dragon race itself is extremely powerful. After the demonization, its strength is not something that ordinary people can fight against. How can God Feng still smile? He's about to be defeated. But God Feng is really awesome. He actually dares to challenge a true dragon. I remember that there aren't many such existences in the entire dragon race, right? Why is God Feng not speaking? He seems a little nervous. After all, creatures of this level are rarely seen. Water Training Hall, Deep Sea Area, near the Super Abyssal Zone. Roar. The Water Elemental Dragon King seemed to be particularly angry when it saw Ye Feng. A powerful roar came out of its mouth. Then, it shook its body and thousands of water pillars shot out. These water pillars contained a terrifying corrosive nature. Some of them even carried a trace of poison. If they were scratched or contaminated, they would basically be half dead. Ye Feng had no way to dodge this attack, so he could only take it head-on. However, before Ye Feng could, Lin Xiaoyu made her move. Her entire body shone with boundless light. She only gently extended her right arm, and an air barrier appeared out of thin air in front of her to block these water pillars. At the same time, she moved quickly. After dodging a few water pillars, she suddenly waved her right fist, and a huge light water cannon instantly formed and fiercely shot toward the water elemental dragon king. Bang! D**mn humans, how dare you provoke me? I'll see how many lives you have. The water elemental dragon king roared and looked down at Ye Feng and Lin Xiaoyu as if it was a king. Its powerful aura spread out. It suppressed them until they could barely breathe. Roar! Roar! Deafening dragon roars came out of the water elemental dragon king's mouth. The huge dragon roars shook the sky, making Ye Feng and Lin Xiaoyu's eardrums ring. Along with the water elemental dragon king's roar, water pillars shot out and flew toward Ye Feng and Lin Xiaoyu. These water pillars contained endless water elements, and their power was terrifying. Ye Feng's guess was right. The water elemental dragon king was entrenched in the deep sea super abyssal zone. After all, this place was full of creatures. From another perspective, it could also cover up its aura. But now, the appearance of the spiritual energy tide had obviously helped it a lot. There was no way to understand why this dragon would appear in this place. According to what Lin Xiaoyu said, she should not have come over because of the demon flood dragonfish. Otherwise, how would Lin Xiaoyu dare to enter this place? You humans, all deserve to die. An angry and ruthless roar suddenly came from afar. At the same time, a strong sense of oppression gathered from all directions. Ye Feng's footsteps instantly stopped. Lin Xiaoyu's expression also changed abruptly. She turned her head to look at Ye Feng. At this moment, Ye Feng stood there, his body emitting a dazzling light. It was a shield that flickered on his body, protecting him and Lin Xiaoyu within. And this shield blocked the water element around Ye Feng's body and did not affect his body. However, Ye Feng felt waves of intense pain coming from the surface of his body. Although the turtle shell shield's defensive power is extremely strong, the opponent that I'm facing is too strong. It's very difficult for it to be of any use. Ye Feng frowned. The turtle shell shield that he released at this moment was gradually losing its effectiveness. However, it could still block most of the damage for them in a short period of time. However, it was clear that the impact had already penetrated the turtle shell shield and landed on his body, causing extremely serious damage. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoyu immediately took out healing medicine and handed it to Ye Feng. Eat this first. Lin Xiaoyu said. Ye Feng shook his head. Although his injuries were not too serious, it was definitely not easy. Moreover, the water elemental dragon king was far away, so how could he take the medicine? No, you must take it. Lin Xiaoyu insisted. Ye Feng looked into the distance. The water elemental dragon king was still roaring. He wondered why this senior was so good to him. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and take the medicine. He swallowed it in one gulp. Gulp. The medicine was swallowed by Ye Feng and instantly turned into boiling hot liquid. It flowed in Ye Feng's body and nourished his injuries. It's actually so magical. Ye Feng thought to himself. He knew that the potion was very powerful and was a necessary auxiliary item for symbiotes, but he did not expect the effect to be so good. The effect of this medicine was many times better than the strengthening and stabilizing mixture he had taken before. From this action, Ye Feng could infer Lin Xiaoyu's family background. She was so generous, and the recovery medicine was of the highest level. If it weren't for the large families, they wouldn't have been able to consume it. Lin Xiaoyu glanced at Ye Feng. Seeing that his body had recovered quite a bit, she was slightly relieved. Find an opportunity to leave quickly. The other party is too strong and we aren't its match. I've already notified the instructors. The matter is too serious, we must evacuate quickly, Lin Xiaoyu continued to urge Ye Feng. Ye Feng also felt danger. We can't run. The water elemental dragon king hasn't released its true power at all. We are already its demonization training puppets now. Hey? What do you mean? The current water elemental dragon king has just woken up not long ago. It was only due to the effect of the spiritual energy tide that it forcefully woke up. Moreover, it is still injured and needs a certain amount of time to demonize. And we are the key to its demonization. Ye Feng's eyes were cold as he waited for the distant water elemental dragon king to speak patiently. How do you know so much? Lin Xiaoyu looked at Ye Feng in surprise. It seemed that the person in front of her was somewhat unfathomable. Even she was unable to see through him. Don't tell me you're here specifically to look for it. Shh. Ye Feng interrupted Lin Xiaoyu's words and made a silent gesture. His eyes were fixed on the water elemental dragon king in front of them. It seemed to be about to make a move. With a flash, it disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Ye Feng and Lin Xiaoyu, and it clawed down at them. This clawing seemed to even explode the liquid in the water. Roar! 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 The water elemental dragon king roared crazily, as if it was venting the anger in its heart. But Lin Xiaoyu's reaction was faster. Lin Xiaoyu's body glowed, and an unusually gorgeous light continuously appeared. Ye Feng could instantly feel the spiritual energy circulating crazily in Lin Xiaoyu's body. This was an extremely powerful force. It was even more powerful than the senior that he met in Cloud Mist Academy. Chapter 176, Light Elf, Water Elemental Dragon King. Break for me! Lin Xiaoyu shouted in a low voice and slapped her palm forward. Immediately, a huge beam of light shot out from her hand. Boom! The huge energy exploded in the air, forming a huge mushroom cloud. The water beam was repelled. The water elemental dragon king was repelled. Ye Feng was dumbfounded. Senior, you're so strong! Ye Feng exclaimed. Lin Xiaoyu's strength was simply terrifying. He knew that Lin Xiaoyu was able to join the rescue team and come here, so her strength was definitely not weak. Moreover, it was very likely that she was the top existence among the students of the academy. With such strength, she would definitely be able to produce a huge amount of power. After the battle just now, Ye Feng gradually understood Lin Xiaoyu's skills. Basically, she used a powerful light to control anything, similar to controlling mana to levitate. However, within the light, there was also a large amount of terror. With this deduction, Ye Feng clearly knew that Lin Xiaoyu's symbiotic body was a light elf. This was a very rare creature. Although it was not as powerful as the divine dragons and angels, its numbers were extremely few. However, its strength was not weaker than theirs. It was even listed as one of the rarest symbiotic bodies. According to the statistics of the world's China Symbiote organization, there were only 7 people who had an elf symbiotic body. Among them, only 2 were light elves. And right now, there was one standing in front of Ye Feng. This level of rarity was truly amazing. However, now was not the time to think about this matter. The situation was very critical. Although Lin Xiaoyu was strong, Ye Feng could clearly feel that she had already released too much power. Moreover, her physical strength was also declining. If this continued, the gap would gradually widen. What Ye Feng could do was to secretly protect Lin Xiaoyu. The water elemental dragon king had not demonized yet. If the two of them attacked together, they would definitely be able to severely injure it. However, Ye Feng was worried about the live broadcast, so he did not dare to reveal the strongest power of the water element in his body. He and Lin Xiaoyu looked at each other, then without saying a word, they immediately surrounded it from both sides. They flew toward the water elemental dragon king. If they ran now, they definitely would not be able to outrun the water elemental dragon king. They could only continue attacking before the water elemental dragon king recovered, and then find an opportunity to leave. The level of the water elemental dragon king was something that they could not touch. The reason why they could so easily attack the water elemental dragon king was definitely because the other party was still playing around. Not to mention the water elemental dragon king, even an ordinary dragon could produce unimaginable destructive power, let alone the water elemental dragon, the water elemental dragon king. Humph, is that all you have? You are not even 1% stronger than that guy. What a pity, you'd *mn humans. After tonight, I will flatten your world. From now on, there will be no more humans on Earth. The water elemental Dragon King roared furiously as it charged toward them. Lin Xiaoyu's speed was extremely fast. Be it in terms of speed or strength of attack, at this moment, she surpassed water elemental Dragon King. The two figures met in mid-air. Lin Xiaoyu was actually not a melee combatant. Just as she was about to approach water elemental Dragon King, she tilted her body and raised her hand, causing a ray of light to flash out. An extremely powerful force charged straight at the water elemental Dragon King. Seeing this, the water elemental Dragon King waved its claws to block the attack. Boom! A huge wave of air swept across the entire water area. This force was so massive that it even vaporized some of the creatures in the super abyssal zone. Haha! Light Elf, other than being able to glow, your combat strength isn't that great either. The water elemental Dragon King laughed arrogantly. Unfortunately, the Light Elf King is the most powerful existence of the elf race that I've ever encountered, but he was defeated by me. You don't have the strength at all. Killing you is simply a waste of my strength. Lin Xiaoyu's expression changed slightly. The Light Elf King was an existence that could destroy the world. He wasn't any weaker than a human ceiling, but in the water elemental Dragon King's mouth, he was defeated. And her attack was actually resisted. Lin Xiaoyu could clearly feel that the defensive power of the water elemental Dragon King's scales was getting stronger and stronger, reaching a very shocking level. And whether it was speed or defensive methods, they were gradually becoming stronger. All these signs completely verified what Ye Feng said. The water elemental Dragon King was only using them to complete its demonization. Moreover, the stronger the creature, the more sluggish it would be under the influence of the spiritual energy tide. Currently, the water elemental Dragon King had yet to complete its demonization. It was very likely that it was due to the effects of the spiritual energy tide. It wasn't particularly obvious on its body. But with such speed, completing the demonization was only a matter of minutes. The dragon species was a very noble creature. Its scales were incomparably hard. It could easily block bullets and even cannonballs. And this was a Dragon King. One could imagine how tough its skin was. The water elemental Dragon King roared and retreated. At the same time, its body expanded. The spiritual energy tide in this place was still relatively weak. It wanted to retreat to a place where the spiritual power was rich and complete its final demonization. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoyu shouted that it was not good and hurriedly chased after it. At this time, Ye Feng also rushed over. The two of them chased after the water elemental Dragon King one after the other. Lin Xiaoyu's strength was very strong, but Ye Feng's combat experience was very rich. When chasing after the water elemental Dragon King, he did not forget to observe the water elemental Dragon King's movements and look for an opportunity. The water elemental Dragon King's speed was indeed very fast, but Ye Feng's speed was just a little faster. Ye Feng followed closely behind, not daring to slack off. This water elemental Dragon King was too strong. Even the powerful Lin Xiaoyu did not dare to underestimate it. The water elemental Dragon King was being chased, but at the same time, the impact on Lin Xiaoyu was also huge. Boom! Suddenly, the water elemental Dragon King's body shook. Then, it opened its bloody mouth and spat out a thick column of water, crashing down toward Ye Feng and Lin Xiaoyu. This column of water was several meters long and emitted a dazzling white light. It was like a sharp sword, slashing down at Lin Xiaoyu and Ye Feng. Ye Feng's heart trembled. He immediately used the turtle shell shield and put it all on Lin Xiaoyu. He relied on the sea stone armor and the sea stone crown to forcibly resist these attacks. Lin Xiaoyu also released her power. For a time, the two forces streaked across the water until they finally collided. Rumble! An intense sound exploded in the air, and two huge energy ripples spread out. Even with the protection of the turtle shell shield, Lin Xiaoyu was still sent flying hundreds of meters away. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, a figure suddenly flashed behind her. Ye Feng caught Lin Xiaoyu steadily. At this time, both of them were covered in dust, while the other, the Water Elemental Dragon King, had completed its demonization. His entire body had become many times larger. The aura of a Dragon King continued to spread out. The real slaughter begins now. The Water Elemental Dragon King lightly snorted. The boundless aura on its body completely erupted at this moment. All the creatures in the surrounding water region were affected by this aura. They all demonized and became the Water Elemental Dragon King's underlings. At this moment, they glared at Ye Feng and the others with bloodshot eyes. Seeing this scene, Ye Feng was extremely surprised. He also knew that he had underestimated the strength of the Water Elemental Dragon King. Lin Xiaoyu's expression turned slightly solemn. The impact just now had caused her to suffer quite a serious injury. Although she could forcefully support herself to continue fighting, no matter what, her chances of winning had completely disappeared. The only thing she could do now was to pray that the instructors of the rescue team would not come over, because they were also no match for them. A battle of this level did not belong to ordinary people like them. Only the top fighting force of mankind could fight against them. Chapter 177, Bloodline Suppression, Forcefully Absorbing. Humph, I don't know how you dare to fight with me at your level. The Water Elemental Dragon King's huge figure still covered them completely. Under the huge projection, it carried a torrential pressure. For a moment, such a huge water-type Dragon King bloodline suppression made them unable to move. And Ye Feng himself carried the purity of the dragon seed, which deepened the resonance of this bloodline and caused him to be even more affected. And for Lin Xiaoyu, it was the suppression of her main body, so the suppression of the light elf from the dragon race was also very powerful. This also indirectly meant that the strength of the two of them was powerful, which was why they were suppressed by the dragon race bloodline. It was because the dragon race bloodline would only suppress those who were a threat to them and could be called enemies. Ordinary people would not be suppressed by the dragon bloodline if they were too weak. The Water Elemental Dragon King laughed maniacally, its scarlet eyes very cold. Your reinforcements are here. Unfortunately, they don't seem to be able to pass the test of the creatures into the super abyssal zone. Your strength is not bad, but unfortunately, you are about to become my food. Die. As soon as it finished speaking, the huge figure suddenly flew up. The huge claw stretched out, and the space instantly distorted. A crack was forcefully torn open in the nearby water area. Rumble. With endless violent power, that sharp claw flew toward Ye Feng and the others at high speed. Seeing this scene, countless people in the audience felt a chill in their hearts, and fear appeared on their faces. This was the Water Elemental Dragon King's fatal blow. Continue reading on MYB0xN0VEL.com. If this move was hit, then, needless to say, everything would be over. Such a powerful attack, even we wouldn't be able to withstand it. How are Ye Feng and the others going to withstand it? This is a genuine super boss. With such a large body and such terrifying strength, how can they withstand it? This is troublesome. The Water Elemental Dragon King is too powerful. I'm afraid that even God Feng will not be able to match it. I'm afraid that he will be in trouble this time. Yet, what should we do? God Feng has no way to attack now. With the strength of the two of them, it's impossible for them to deal with the Water Elemental Dragon King. The Water Elemental Dragon King was too powerful. It was so powerful that it made everyone's hearts tremble. Even those super experts had solemn expressions on their faces at this moment. Many of them even showed despair. Ye Feng's parents had also been watching the battle silently. When they saw this scene, they were already on the edge of their wits. The two old people stared at the screen with solemn eyes. They did not say a word from the beginning to the end because they knew that Ye Feng might not be able to hear what they said. At this moment, their hearts were very fragile, as if they would shatter at the touch. After all, Ye Feng was their only child. In this freshman assessment, his performance was enough to satisfy them, enough to brag about for a lifetime. Although they were not symbiotes, they had heard a lot about the famous water elemental dragon king. Such a super creature was very popular as a topic of conversation among the people. Therefore, they knew something about it. They did not know what level their son was at, but one comparison was enough. Even the water elemental human sealing of combat power had to sacrifice themselves in order to successfully seal the water elemental dragon king. The human sealing of combat power. What level was that? Ye Feng's face was also solemn. He knew in his heart that this was a truly fierce battle. They did not understand. Although Ye Feng and the others' strength was very powerful in their eyes, they were completely powerless against this attack. This was the dragon race's strongest attack. How could they defend against it? In an instant, their hearts were in their throats. However, facing this extremely terrifying attack, Ye Feng did not panic. Instead, he revealed a smile. Is this the attack of the dragon race? It's really useless. You want to kill me with just this little attack. After saying that, Ye Feng turned around and glanced at Lin Xiaoyu. He opened his mouth slightly and said, "Are you afraid?" Looking at the huge sharp claws flying over, everyone cried out in fear. One after another, they shouted for Ye Feng to quickly dodge. But it was too late to dodge now. Even if he had dodged at the beginning, it was too late. Such speed was even faster than supersonic speed. The attack was still powerful and directly pierced through a mountain peak. With a boom, the entire mountain peak was blasted into pieces and dust flew everywhere. Lin Xiaoyu shook her head and said disdainfully, "Afraid? I don't know what fear is in this life. Hide for me." After saying that, a huge power surged out and the light on Lin Xiaoyu's body flickered again. This was the last attack that she could withstand. If this attack still didn't work, then they would all be chilled here. "Senior sister, don't try to be brave." Seeing this, Ye Feng sighed and then operated Starfire Meditation. Not only could Starfire Meditation nourish him, as long as Ye Feng released his power, within a certain distance, others could also receive the nourishment of Starfire Meditation. "Senior sister, don't go out of this range. I'll go and see what's going on," Ye Feng said in a deep voice. Just as he was about to get up, he was pulled back by Lin Xiaoyu. "My mission is to protect you. You can't have any mishaps." After Lin Xiaoyu finished speaking, her aura suddenly rose, and a strong aura spread out. She squatted down slightly, and in the next second, with a boom, her figure shot out explosively. "Fist of Light!" An explosive shout spread throughout the entire arena, and her aura instantly rose to its peak. She swung her fist fiercely. Boom! Under the tremendous force, the sharp claw was forcefully struck in the wrong direction. Before that, Ye Feng's figure also disappeared from where he was. Ye Feng had the ability riding the wind and breaking waves, which meant that his speed was bound to reach its peak at any time. If Ye Feng wanted to leave, even if the opponent was the water elemental dragon king, it would not be able to stop him. But Ye Feng's goal was to seal the water elemental dragon king. "Your strength is not bad, to be able to forcefully launch an attack." The water elemental dragon king saw this and sneered. The giant claw reached out again. Because Lin Xiaoyu had used up too much energy, this time, her speed was completely suppressed by the water elemental dragon king. In half a breath's time, the giant claw had already grabbed Lin Xiaoyu and held her tightly in its hand. "You still want to leave? Haha, you overestimate yourself, human." After grabbing Lin Xiaoyu, the water elemental dragon king laughed maniacally. He looked at Ye Feng and sneered, "Kid, go back and get reinforcements. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to leave this place alive." After saying that, the water elemental dragon king put a seal on Lin Xiaoyu. This way, even if the water elemental dragon king didn't have to keep an eye on her, Lin Xiaoyu wouldn't be able to escape. The water elemental dragon king flapped the giant wings on its back and blew away the entire water area. A countless amount of spiritual energy was gathering on the water elemental dragon king's body. This guy wants to forcefully absorb the spiritual energy around him. Seeing this, Ye Feng was quite shocked. Chapter 178, Ye Feng, who was pretending to leave, was looking for an opportunity. Just as the Water Elemental Dragon King had said, the rescue team sent by the Academy might have also noticed that the spiritual energy fluctuations here were too abnormal, so there must be a huge creature here. But they hadn't rushed over after a long time, so they must have been entangled by the demonized creatures at the periphery. Even if they came, they would not be of much use. This was the Water Elemental Dragon King in front of them, not an ordinary dragon. In such a situation, if Teacher Andy came, it might be said that they were evenly matched. However, Ye Feng was not sure if Teacher Andy was watching the live broadcast at this time, or if the live broadcast had been interrupted. After all, under the suppression of the spiritual energy tide and the Water Elemental Dragon King's aura, Ye Feng could clearly feel that the number of air detection eyes in the surroundings was becoming less and less. They were even about to disappear. "Hey, kid, you still don't want to leave? Do you want to die?" The Water Elemental Dragon King roared and released a water bomb. Seeing this, Ye Feng turned around and left. The place where Ye Feng stood just now was instantly shattered and bombarded. A huge hole that was hundreds of meters wide appeared in front of everyone. Just a casual attack could achieve such a terrifying power. The Water Elemental Dragon King's strength was thousands or even tens of thousands of times stronger than this. The people who were watching the battle sucked in a breath of cold air, but they immediately reacted. "God Feng, go back quickly. You are a man, you can't leave the lady behind. The lady fell into such a situation to save you." "That's right, God Feng, go back quickly. If you don't go back, that lady will be in danger." D*MN, no way, God Feng really left just like that. He's leaving that lady there. Continue reading on MYB0xN0VEL.com. Hey, God Feng left just like that? Are you serious? Is this a joke? Such a beautiful girl is still in the hands of the Water Elemental Dragon King. Holy *T, Feng Shen left just like that? He really left just like that? Isn't that too selfish? That lady stepped into this mess to save him, but I didn't expect God Feng to leave without even looking back. How is that possible? What kind of person is God Feng? With his personality, how can he really leave? Hey, why is he getting further and further away? In the audience stands, a group of people suddenly stood up and began to criticize Ye Feng's behavior, criticizing him for being heartless and cold-blooded. They said that Lin Xiaoyu came just to save him, but they did not expect Ye Feng to abandon her at the critical moment. It was simply extremely shameful. Some people also said that Ye Feng's behavior was just to protect himself. It was very normal. After all, selfishness was the nature of human beings. I don't know. Maybe God Feng just went to watch the show. After all, his relationship with that senior is not that good. That's not necessarily true. Didn't you see that the beautiful senior named Lin Xiaoyu has a good relationship with him? Moreover, Lin Xiaoyu also gave God Feng the holy medicine. I just checked it out. A bottle of it cost 500,000 yuan. Tisk, tisk, this price can be sold at will. It shows that the relationship between the two is not ordinary. God Feng and Lin Xiaoyu's relationship is not ordinary? How come I've never heard of it? Looking at Ye Feng's receding figure, the crowd discussed fervently. They were anxious, but at the same time, they were filled with anticipation. After all, everyone had witnessed Ye Feng's strength. He could be said to be the strongest existence among this batch of freshmen. Moreover, his points were worthy of his ranking. The halo that came with the Dean's blessing from the beginning was basically something that they had encountered along the way, and it was far more exciting than the others. But at the same time, they also had a trace of sympathy in their hearts. After all, the Water Elemental Dragon King's strength was far more powerful than everyone had imagined. It was even more powerful. An existence that was comparable to the human ceiling could not be defeated by just anyone. Moreover, although Ye Feng was the most outstanding existence in the freshman batch, he was far from being a match for the Water Elemental Dragon King. Especially with the appearance of the spiritual energy tide, the gap in strength that was already too big had widened even further. Of course, not all the audience members were so rational. Seeing Ye Feng leave directly, curses immediately covered the sky and earth. Ye Feng did not know what they were saying. He was running quickly into the distance, looking for a place to hide while escaping. After all, the spiritual energy tide had already appeared. Ye Feng was not sure how long he could withstand the spiritual energy tide. He had to find a suitable hiding place as soon as possible. System, help me calculate. Under what circumstances will the Water Elemental Dragon King reach the peak of absorbing spiritual energy? Ye Feng thought to himself. The powerful system was instantly activated. Ding! Calculating. Ding! The Water Elemental Dragon King will absorb the spiritual power to the peak in 5 minutes. At that time, it will be the easiest time to launch an attack and the time with the highest success rate. Hearing this, Ye Feng nodded and hid in a cliff. It was already quite far from the super abyssal zone, and it was also quite far from the Water Elemental Dragon King. It was a distance of 5 to 6 kilometers. But it didn't matter. Ye Feng just wanted to be as far away from the Water Elemental Dragon King as possible. As long as he used his skill riding the wind and breaking waves, his peak speed could reach 2 kilometers per second. According to this calculation, the time needed for him to reach the Water Elemental Dragon King with all his strength was no more than 2 seconds. In these 2 seconds, Ye Feng wanted to release a powerful and precise force. As long as he hit the Water Elemental Dragon King, he would be able to severely injure it. In the following battles, Ye Feng would also be able to take the lead. This was Ye Feng's current plan. Pretending to leave, he was actually pretending to let the Water Elemental Dragon King see it. In reality, no one knew of his plan except Ye Feng. Ye Feng wanted this kind of unexpected effect. If the Water Elemental Dragon King found out, then there was no need to continue. The powerful Water Elemental Dragon King could crush him in a matter of minutes. Ye Feng was betting that the Water Elemental Dragon King would not notice his movements, because he knew that the Water Elemental Dragon King's attention was almost all on how to absorb the spiritual energy tide. At this time, he suddenly saw a layer of light blue mist appear around the Water Elemental Dragon King's body, enveloping the entire Water Elemental Dragon King, making it impossible to see the Water Elemental Dragon King's appearance clearly. Even its aura became erratic. It was difficult to detect its position. Soon, 3 minutes had passed, and Ye Feng was still nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, the Water Elemental Dragon King had already absorbed about 30% of the spiritual energy tide, and was not far from the peak. After Ye Feng hid in the rock, he turned invisible and hid himself. The Water Elemental Dragon King also did not notice as he was still fusing with the water element, absorbing the spiritual energy tide. Ye Feng did not idle either. His body was channeling his power, maintaining his condition at all times. Once the Water Elemental Dragon King reached its peak, Ye Feng would immediately shoot out. Ye Feng had to grasp the specific time very well. Chapter 179, Time had arrived, and the hunt had begun. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 5 minutes had passed. At this time, Ye Feng had already waited for a long time. He was waiting for the Water Elemental Dragon King to absorb the spiritual energy tide into its body. Now, on the surface, Ye Feng looked as if he was asleep. But the water element in his body was constantly circulating, adjusting his condition to the best moment at any time. Once the Water Elemental Dragon King made a move, he would immediately rush out. As for the Water Elemental Dragon King, it had also entered the peak of absorbing the spiritual energy tide. Its body was already covered with light blue ripples, like surging waves, ready to explode at any time. The Water Elemental Dragon King's strength was increasing at an extremely high speed. Ding! The Water Elemental Dragon King has already absorbed half of the spiritual energy tide's power. It is estimated that it will be completely absorbed within 10 minutes. Hearing the system's cold notification sound, Yefeng's face revealed an excited expression. It had finally arrived. After waiting for so long, it had finally arrived. His gaze was fixated on the Water Elemental Dragon King. As long as the Water Elemental Dragon King made any strange moves, he would immediately launch a fatal attack, kill it, and then leave. 5 minutes later. The corner of Yefeng's mouth revealed a smile. He had finally waited for it. As long as he killed the Water Elemental Dragon King, everything would be over. The Water Elemental Dragon King should also be dead. Yefeng thought silently in his heart. Continue reading on myb0xn0vel.com. At the most critical moment when the Water Elemental Dragon King absorbed the spiritual energy tide, Yefeng suddenly launched an attack. A blue water arrow instantly shot towards the Water Elemental Dragon King's head. Humph, you're really courting death. You dare to provoke me? Do you really think you can defeat me? You're really too conceited. The Water Elemental Dragon King snorted coldly. His body suddenly shook, and a huge spiritual energy fluctuation pounced toward Yefeng. This wave of spiritual energy from the Water Elemental Dragon King was very powerful. Even from a distance, Yefeng could feel his heart palpitating, as if it was going to devour Yefeng. However, Yefeng was not in a hurry. He had a calm look on his face. Yefeng had already made preparations. Just as the wave of spiritual energy from the Water Elemental Dragon King was about to touch Yefeng, Yefeng instantly used riding the wind and breaking waves. He teleported thousands of meters away and barely dodged it. Yefeng didn't stop immediately. Instead, he continued to use riding the wind and breaking waves and sped in another direction. At the same time, the water-breaking arrow sounded and was swept away by the Water Elemental Dragon King's tail. It completely exploded. It set off rolling waves, but it didn't have any effect. Haha, don't you think you're here to die with your weak kung fu? But at the same time, the Water Elemental Dragon King stared at Yefeng with its vertical pupils. It seemed to notice something strange in his twinkling eyes. That guy's aura. No wonder this kid dared to come to the super abyssal zone alone. It turns out that he came prepared. Yefeng's figure flashed and suddenly appeared behind the Water Elemental Dragon King. He suddenly threw a punch at the Water Elemental Dragon King. Since magic attacks did not have any obvious effects, he might as well try close combat. Although Yefeng's close combat skills were far less than magic attacks, Yefeng relied on his strong physical attributes to be able to release a considerable amount of power. Bang! The two balls of power collided in mid-air. Yefeng and the Water Elemental Dragon King's figures trembled. Clearly, Yefeng's strength was somewhat inferior to the Water Elemental Dragon King's, but he was not injured. However, after the collision, Yefeng immediately retreated hundreds of meters away, and the Water Elemental Dragon King also retreated dozens of meters. The distance between the two was instantly widened. Good boy, your strength is actually on par with mine. But do you think you can defeat me like this? It's simply wishful thinking. The Water Elemental Dragon King snorted coldly, with an arrogant look on its face. Then let's give it a try. Yefeng snorted, not afraid at all. However, his expression was no longer as cheeky as before, and an extremely dense spiritual power rippled out from his body. Lin Xiaoyu, who was watching the battle from the side, saw Yefeng release such a terrifying spiritual power, and her jaw immediately dropped. He's actually so powerful. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't believe it. The opponent was the Water Elemental Dragon King, and he could actually be on par with the Water Elemental Dragon King? Not everyone could imagine the scene in front of them. After all, the strength levels of the two sides were not on the same level. Moreover, Yefeng's current identity was only that of a freshman, a freshman who participated in the freshman assessment this time. He actually contained such strength? How could it be? However, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't think of any other possibilities. She looked at the situation in front of her with a serious expression. Even if Ye Feng could release such power, it did not mean that he was necessarily the Water Elemental Dragon King's opponent. If he failed, his outcome would definitely be very miserable. While Lin Xiaoyu was thinking about how to break free from the restraints, she also paid attention to Ye Feng's actions. Ye Feng once again used riding the wind and breaking waves technique. He quickly rushed to the Water Elemental Dragon King's side and then threw a heavy punch. The Water Elemental Dragon King's body immediately emitted a dense white ripple. It was like the ripple of a sea wave that was continuously spreading and blocked Ye Feng's fist. The Water Elemental Dragon King shouted loudly, and a terrifying spiritual power undulation was emitted from the Water Elemental Dragon King's body. This spiritual power undulation was so strong that the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped by a lot. Ye Feng immediately felt a huge pressure, and his body slightly trembled. This spiritual power undulation caused even Lin Xiaoyu's face to become somewhat pale. Ye Feng's face also turned pale, and his body emitted a powerful force that forcefully resisted the Water Elemental Dragon King's power. The spiritual power fluctuation of the Water Elemental Dragon King was indeed very strong, like a vast ocean, boundless. However, Ye Feng's spiritual power was like a mountain peak, towering and unmoving, firmly suppressing the Water Elemental Dragon King. The two powerful spiritual power fluctuations collided in the air, emitting a loud buzzing sound. This is the aura of the Sea Stone. The Water Dragon King's expression changed slightly, and its eyes were filled with fear. The Sea Stone was formed from the Sea Stone crown, Sea Stone armor, and the core elements of the Sea Stone trident that Ye Feng was wearing. The Water Elemental Dragon King saw that Ye Feng was actually emitting the aura of the Sea Stone, and it immediately frowned. Only it had experienced the power of the Sea Stone trident. That was truly a divine weapon that could destroy the world. However, the Water Elemental Dragon King immediately let out a devilish laugh. Humph, so what if you have a divine weapon? You will still die under my hands, the Water Elemental Dragon King roared angrily. The aura on its body continued to surge, and a sharp aura was ready to be unleashed. Ye Feng's expression suddenly changed. He did not expect this guy to have such powerful spiritual power. It seemed that he could only defeat the Water Elemental Dragon King with his strongest attack. Sharp broadsword! Ye Feng roared, and a giant mantis saber materialized in his right hand. It was extremely sharp, and he slashed at the Water Elemental Dragon King while performing a very powerful move at the same time. Violent surge! When the broadsword came down, the water area around Ye Feng surged crazily, as if it could swallow everything in an instant. This also had a big impact on the Water Dragon King's actions. Ye Feng also understood that his skills basically couldn't cause any damage to the Water Elemental Dragon King. Chapter 180, The Power of the Dragon Seed burst forth, ready to be triggered at any moment. However, hiding the whereabouts of the broadsword was a good confusion skill. When it met a thick-skinned Water Elemental Dragon King, the magic skill did not hurt it at all, so he directly chopped at it. The Water Elemental Dragon King snorted and said disdainfully, "Insignificant skill. With your little strength, you still dare to show off in front of me? You really don't know your limits." As it spoke, one of the Water Elemental Dragon King's tails lashed out like a whip, instantly lashing toward Ye Feng. Before the big broadsword fell down, it was instantly disintegrated by the powerful aura. The surrounding water area was no longer affected by the violent surging. Instead, it became incomparably violent under the effect of the Water Elemental Dragon King's aura. This time, it instead affected Ye Feng. Pala! Accompanied by a loud sound, the Water Elemental Dragon King's tail fiercely lashed at Ye Feng's waist. It directly sent Ye Feng's body flying and landed on a reef several thousand meters away. Ye Feng had just stabilized his body when another water ball crashed onto Ye Feng's body and sent him flying again. This time, at the same time that Ye Feng fell onto the reef, he was ruthlessly flung by a huge tail. His body once again smashed into a huge rock and crashed into the sea. Ye Feng felt that his internal organs were cracked and he spat out blood. Fortunately, my body's defense is good. Otherwise, I would have died on the spot, Ye Feng frowned. The Water Elemental Dragon King's attack was indeed not to be underestimated. Just one blow was enough to make him vomit blood. The water god's protection and the starfire meditation in his body circulated crazily. His injuries were healed instantly. With the powerful protection of the sea stone crown, Ye Feng was almost healed in an instant. The Water Elemental Dragon King was shocked when it saw Ye Feng's appearance. One had to know that it was the Water Elemental Dragon King. A blow from its tail was not something an ordinary person could withstand. However, Ye Feng actually took a few blows and was not injured at all. He just spat out blood. "Kid, you really have a trace of that guy's inheritance. Not bad, I'll play with you today," the Water Elemental Dragon King roared angrily and its huge body flew up. In the next second, it landed in the space above Ye Feng. This speed was simply unimaginable. A huge dragon that stretched out hundreds of meters shook the water with every movement, and the huge dragon between the two was thousands of meters away. Yet the Water Elemental Dragon King could instantly appear in the sky above Ye Feng. This speed was several times faster than Ye Feng. "Looks like I have to continue to deal with it," Ye Feng thought to himself. His figure retreated explosively and dodged the Water Elemental Dragon King's sharp claw attack. The original spot was instantly crushed, and countless stones flew up. This destructive power, if it landed in a human city, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ye Feng looked behind him and instantly felt a chill on his back. His powerful perception told him that as long as the Water Elemental Dragon King swung another attack, it would definitely be able to successfully hit him. Because the distance between him and the Water Elemental Dragon King was not too far apart. And it was still within the Water Elemental Dragon King's attack range. "I have to leave this area to fight. Senior is still here." A slightly stronger spiritual energy impact could cause her to suffer quite a bit of damage. Ye Feng thought about it in his heart. He released riding the wind and breaking waves and instantly appeared several kilometers away. Ye Feng looked around and confirmed that this was the Super Abyssal Zone. He was relieved. As the Super Abyssal Zone was located in a remote area, it was relatively less affected by the spiritual energy tide. Therefore, the Water Elemental Dragon King would definitely be weaker than fighting outside in this place. "No matter where you run to, you will die in the end, just like that guy." As it spoke, one of the Water Elemental Dragon King's tails lashed out like a whip and instantly lashed toward Ye Feng. Whoosh! Accompanied by a loud sound, the Water Elemental Dragon King's tail fiercely lashed at Ye Feng's waist, emitting a muffled sound and sending Ye Feng flying. Ye Feng felt as if his body was being lashed by an endless amount of strength, and his entire body was about to be sent flying. The bones in his body seemed to be on the verge of shattering. **CK, Ye Feng opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body could not help but fly tens of thousands of meters away, and then he fell to the ground, splashing dust into the surroundings. The Water Elemental Dragon King did not even use its full strength to make Ye Feng so miserable. It was really too much of a bully. A tearing pain faintly came from Ye Feng's chest and abdomen. He could not help but frown, and his heart was even more shocked. This speed was too fast, exceeding Ye Feng's understanding of speed. If this continued, he would always be in a passive state. At that time, he would not only be injured. Is this the power of the Water Elemental Dragon King? It really is powerful. In this world, the strong are respected. The strong truly control everything. Ye Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stood up and looked at the Water Elemental Dragon King not far away. His eyes were filled with heat and madness. He did not expect the Water Elemental Dragon King's strength to be so powerful. And this power was not only maintained at the same level, it was constantly increasing. In other words, the water elemental Dragon King was becoming stronger and stronger. Perhaps it was the effect of the spiritual energy tide, but Ye Feng wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, things would be bad. It seems that I can only use my ultimate move. A resolute light flashed in Ye Feng's eyes. His body slightly bent and his legs crossed. A terrifying aura surged out of his body, enveloping his entire body. A blood-red light emerged from his body. The blood-red light continued to expand and contract, condensing into a blood-red scale armor in his body. The scale armor covered Ye Feng's entire body. Dragonification. This was practically the move that Ye Feng had silently activated. It was as if the power that he had been suppressing in his heart was being released. Ye Feng only opened the valve and released all of it. The power of the dragon race was powerful, but at the same time, it would also bring about a great backlash. The final backlash was to completely turn into a dragon, but Ye Feng had Walter's powerful water elemental power in his body, so he could easily suppress the power of the dragon bloodline. Therefore, Ye Feng could easily use this powerful power that seemed to be born with. And the ultimate water elemental power was also crazily boiling at this time. This power interweaved and mixed with each other. In the dragon race, this power was very unusual, but it did not stop it from being extremely powerful. What appeared on the surface of Ye Feng's body was the power of the dragon race. Ye Feng clenched his fists, and the scales on his body instantly dissipated. A dense bloody smell filled the entire area. Ye Feng was like a creature that was about to transform into a bloodthirsty beast, filled with a dangerous aura. Even the surrounding sea water began to boil. The moment the dragon seed's power erupted, the water elemental Dragon King's pupils constricted. It felt an inexplicable threat. This threat made it feel a dangerous aura, as if something bad was going to happen in the next moment. Ye Feng's bloodline power suddenly erupted at this moment. A small scale contained powerful power, and it was enhanced by the power of the bloodline. The scale armor turned into a hard scale armor and stuck closely to Ye Feng's body. A light blue halo flowed out of the scale armor, emitting waves of bone-chilling power. The ice-cold power from the blood-colored scale armor spread continuously. Soon, Ye Feng's entire body was covered in this layer of scale armor, as if he was wearing armor. Ye Feng's strength had also increased quite a bit, reaching the level of A grade, more than 10 times stronger than before. However, this did not make him relax. Once the power of burning the dragon seed was unleashed, it would have an extremely powerful might. Ye Feng also did not know if he could kill the water elemental Dragon King by doing this. Chapter 181, Go All Out. The more you fight, the braver you become. Translation. Ye Feng's strength continued to increase. The water elemental Dragon King was also very angry. Ye Feng's speed was actually so fast. In the blink of an eye, he had escaped such a long distance. This was the water elemental Dragon King's innate ability. In the water domain, Ye Feng's speed did not have an advantage at all. However, Ye Feng did not have the slightest fear. On the contrary, the more he fought, the braver he became. Because he knew that if he was timid, then he would really lose. If he wanted to win, then he had to win beautifully. Moreover, he still had one thing to rely on, and that was the ultimate water elemental power. Although he did not know whether this power could be the tool of resisting the water elemental Dragon King, he had a premonition that it was definitely an extremely powerful existence. Ye Feng's speed had already reached the water elemental Dragon King's limit. Rumble. Ye Feng's fist suddenly swung out, and an intense collision sound immediately sounded in the air. Explosions continuously sounded in the air, and the water elemental Dragon King's body kept rolling in the air. A huge whirlpool emerged from its mouth and nose, and waves of water pillars shot up into the sky like a waterfall, spreading in all directions. Ye Feng's attacks also hit the water elemental Dragon King's body again and again. Roar! The water elemental Dragon King roared, and a huge water ball shot out from its mouth. It drew an arc in the air and attacked Ye Feng. This terrifying roar was mixed with a strong vibration wave. Even Ye Feng felt his mind shake, and a huge force came from the roar, shaking his body. Rumble! This roar shook the surrounding sea. The surface of the sea churned violently, as if it was going to flip over a mountain. The demonized creatures on the surface of the sea were shaken by the roar. One by one, they were severely injured and sank into the sea, disappearing. Ye Feng sneered. The power of the dragon bloodline was released from his body. At this time, the speed of the water ball became very slow. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The water ball was destroyed by the power of the dragon bloodline. This was also the reason why Ye Feng deliberately held back. Otherwise, the water ball would have been destroyed by the power of the dragon bloodline. Ye Feng stomped hard on the ground with both feet and instantly rushed to the front of the water elemental dragon king. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Ye Feng's fist fiercely smashed onto the water elemental dragon king's huge head. Bang! This punch, Ye Feng almost used all of his skills. Ye Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, the veins on his arm were exposed, and he threw another punch. A huge force exploded in the air, and this punch directly pushed the water elemental dragon king back hundreds of meters. The water elemental dragon king let out a painful howl. It didn't expect Ye Feng to be so strong, to actually be able to rely on his physical body to beat it back repeatedly. This kind of strength had already exceeded its understanding. It was one of the best among the dragon race, but it did not expect that the human it met was actually more powerful than it. In addition to the collision of the dragon seed's power, Ye Feng also had the ultimate water elemental power. From a certain point of view, Ye Feng's aura seemed to be a few times stronger than the water elemental dragon king. "Who are you?" the water elemental dragon king roared hoarsely. Ye Feng snorted coldly. "You don't have to care who I am. You just have to remember that tonight, I'm going to kill you." Roar! The water elemental dragon king roared again. Its body expanded a lot again, becoming incomparably huge. At this moment, the water elemental dragon king was already more than 30 feet tall. It was over 1,000 meters long, and its huge body was like a building. Standing there, it gave people an unshakable feeling. Thuater elemental dragon king roared toward the sky, and its huge sharp claws aimed at Ye Feng, reaching toward the void. Ye Feng did not dodge, but instead rushed up again. His speed was extremely fast, and in an instant, he was beside the water elemental dragon king. He punched out fiercely again, hitting the water elemental dragon king's body and sending it flying again. The water elemental dragon king was knocked into a roll, and its body kept shaking. Ye Feng chased after it again and kept bombarding it. His physical strength was still not enough. Countless water-breaking arrows appeared in an instant, and thousands of water-breaking arrows shot out at the same time. The entire seabed was filled with rumbling explosions. Endless waves rolled up. Under the crazy attacks, Ye Feng released countless spirit-exploding sharks. He did not need to set up any domain. After all, this was the water elemental dragon king, and this was its natural home ground. Ye Feng only needed to use the explosions of the spirit-exploding sharks to continuously bombard the water elemental dragon king. To a certain extent, as long as there were enough of them, they could cause considerable damage to the water elemental dragon king. Ye Feng's attacks were very fierce, but the water elemental dragon king was very tenacious. It could dodge Ye Feng's attacks every time. Under Ye Feng's frenzied attacks, the water elemental dragon king continuously retreated. Finally, the water elemental dragon king had nowhere to retreat. Ye Feng seized the opportunity and threw a heavy punch. Boom! This punch directly hit the water elemental dragon king's belly, directly hitting it into the water. Ye Feng looked at the water elemental dragon king that was smashed into the water, and his heart was also relieved. This punch, Ye Feng used 80% of his strength. If it was not for the powerful dragon seed's power, he would not have been able to hurt the water elemental dragon king with his fist. No matter what, this was also a powerful attack from him. The Water Elemental Dragon King's physical strength was extremely strong, but under Yefeng's water element power and dragon seed's power, it could not do anything. Yefeng's figure moved quickly and instantly arrived above the Water Elemental Dragon King's head. He punched again. Boom! The Water Elemental Dragon King was sent flying by the punch. The powerful pressure made the Water Elemental Dragon King unable to react in time. Yefeng withdrew his fist and flipped his hand to take out the Sea Stone Trident. In terms of damage weapons, the Sea Stone Trident was Yefeng's trump card. The damage caused by the trident was not something that a fist could compare to. After all, this was also a super divine weapon. Yefeng's expression was solemn. He held the Sea Stone Trident tightly in his hand, and a powerful golden light erupted from his body. Layers of golden light were released from his body and enveloped his body. At this moment, the aura on Yefeng's body suddenly rose to an extreme. He was like a god of war, standing there. The feeling that he gave off was so overwhelming and terrifying. Swish, 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 streams of water arrows shot out from the Water Elemental Dragon King's mouth and shot toward Yefeng. If it was an ordinary person, they would have long been scared silly by this aura. This was an attack released by the Water Elemental Dragon King. Just that power alone was already incomparably terrifying. However, in Yefeng's eyes, all of this was just a small trick. Relying on the surging power in his body, Yefeng became more and more courageous as he fought. The dragon aura emitted from his body also became more and more powerful. Whoosh! 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 Tens of thousands of water arrows were like a large net, sweeping toward Yefeng in all directions. These attacks of the Water Elemental Dragon King were extremely powerful. If it was an ordinary person who was hit by such an attack, even if they did not die, they would probably be severely injured. However, Yefeng still did not have any fear. The aura on Yefeng's body became denser, and the golden light became even more dazzling. Boom! Yefeng's right foot lightly stepped on the surface of the water. Rumble! Yefeng stepped on the Water Elemental Dragon King's attack and created a deep pit, and there was even a bottomless pit. Looking at the aura on Yefeng's body, the Water Elemental Dragon King was also somewhat surprised. This aura was very powerful. Although Yefeng did not use any ultimate technique, it could make it feel that Yefeng was risking his life. Humph, Ant, you are really too weak, actually playing with your life with me. I admit that I was careless just now, but you can forget about taking any advantage in front of me, the Water Elemental Dragon King roared angrily. Chapter 182, Killing the Water Elemental Dragon King, Divine Sequence. Its body moved and once again rushed toward Yefeng. Yefeng's eyes narrowed slightly. With a shake of his wrist, the Sea Stone Trident directly stabbed toward the Water Elemental Dragon King. The Water Elemental Dragon King also waved its dragon claws and clawed toward the Sea Stone Trident. Clang! A loud collision sound was heard. Yefeng's body was sent flying back a few hundred meters while the Water Elemental Dragon King was also sent flying back continuously, knocking down a mountain peak and forming a huge deep pit. After Yefeng was sent flying, he stabilized his body while turning his body and charging at the Water Elemental Dragon King again. The Water Elemental Dragon King once again clawed at Yefeng, wanting to grab him. However, at this moment, the Sea Stone Trident in Yefeng's hand suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. When the Water Elemental Dragon King's claw was struck by the white light, it immediately emitted a sizzling sound of corrosion. A layer of scales was corroded off by the sea water on the Sea Stone Trident. Yefeng once again unleashed spiderweb punishment. Countless spiderwebs continuously twined around him. When he got close to the Water Elemental Dragon King, they twisted and merged separately. Like twisting hemp, they twisted the surrounding spiderwebs into spikes the size of rebar. Countless spiderwebs formed with rebar spiderwebs, they stabbed at the Water Elemental Dragon King ruthlessly. In the previous battles, Yefeng could clearly feel that after the evolution of the spiderweb punishment, all kinds of abilities had been greatly enhanced. Therefore, it was also a very useful skill. Not only could it defend against attacks, but it could also change all kinds of mental states and attack different targets separately. Moreover, the Water Elemental Dragon King in front of Ye Feng had better use a stronger attack. Only then could it hurt him. The spider webs were also a great advantage for Ye Feng. The spider webs could be formed continuously because the essence of spider web punishment was the slime mucus in Ye Feng's body. The slime mucus was always produced. As Ye Feng continued to evolve, the slime mucus also became an endless existence. So in other words, in fact, Ye Feng could unlimitedly release spider web punishment. This is also one of the advantages of Ye Feng. Boom! This time, the Water Elemental Dragon King did not dare to take it head-on. Its figure directly explosively retreated, released the strands of impact, and burned all the spider webs, cleverly evading Ye Feng's attack. Ye Feng's spider webs failed, and his mouth corner revealed a sneer. Once again, he displayed spider web punishment, continuing to entangle and impact the Water Elemental Dragon King. In any case, the amount of spider web punishments he released was only a small part of his spiritual power. However, for a colossus like the Water Elemental Dragon King, the amount of spiritual power needed to block it was completely incomparable. The Water Elemental Dragon King was also incomparably furious. Its body began to spin crazily at the bottom of the sea, wanting to escape this area of the sea and escape from Ye Feng's attack range. However, Ye Feng's speed was also extremely fast. Bang! This time, Ye Feng still used the Sea Stone Trident's move and hit the Water Elemental Dragon King once again, causing it to sink into the sea again. Moreover, Ye Feng's attack this time was even faster and more brutal than before. Puchi! The Water Elemental Dragon King's dragon scales were directly shattered by Ye Feng. The Water Elemental Dragon King howled in pain in the water. Its body kept rolling and struggling in the water, but it was useless. It was trapped in the sea, unable to escape at all. Puchi! Streams of fresh blood continuously flowed out of the Water Elemental Dragon King's body. These fresh blood were all extremely precious dragon blood. And what was flowing out in front of him was the supreme existence of dragon blood, the highest grade, Dragon King blood. Dragon King blood was the most precious of the precious, the rarest of the rare. Although Ye Feng knew how precious Dragon King blood was, he did not do anything. He knew that once he defeated the Water Elemental Dragon King, there would be plenty of Dragon King blood waiting for him to collect. He did not need to rush at this moment. The Water Elemental Dragon King's overall strength was still far stronger than Ye Feng's. Although Ye Feng had the advantage now, he still had to be careful and constantly exhaust his opponent in order to obtain victory. Otherwise, Ye Feng would die sooner or later. The Water Elemental Dragon King kept twisting its body. It was desperately trying to escape from Ye Feng's restraint. Humph! Ye Feng snorted. Puchi! Ye Feng waved his trident again and ruthlessly stabbed into the Water Elemental Dragon King's abdomen. The Water Elemental Dragon King was in great pain and let out a shrill scream. Its huge tail swept over crazily, wanting to send Ye Feng flying. Pa! 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 Ye Feng's figure flashed repeatedly, dodging the Water Elemental Dragon King's attacks. At the same time, the Sea Stone Trident in his hand also continuously attacked the Water Elemental Dragon King. Not long after, the Water Elemental Dragon King was repeatedly attacked by Ye Feng, causing it to spit out blood continuously. Fresh blood splattered all over the surface of the sea. Many of its scales also fell off, and a gap appeared on its scales. Seeing that the Water Elemental Dragon King was severely injured, Ye Feng once again used the Sea Stone Trident. He attacked crazily, wanting to completely destroy the Water Elemental Dragon King. Roar! Ye Feng held the trident with both hands and stabbed it fiercely into the Water Elemental Dragon King's chest, directly piercing through the Water Elemental Dragon King's heart. Boom! The Water Elemental Dragon King's corpse fell into the deep pool, causing dust to fly everywhere. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the water elemental Dragon King. You have obtained Divine Sequence, Dragon God. The system notification sounded. Ye Feng was stunned when he heard the notification. Dragon God. The god of the dragon race. There was actually a divine sequence. This battle alone was enough to make Ye Feng excited. Ha 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 ha. I really didn't expect that I would unexpectedly obtain a brand new sequence, and it's even a divine sequence. This is simply too lucky. Ye Feng laughed maniacally, his face revealing excitement. Although he still didn't know what the use of obtaining this sequence was, it was a divine sequence, and it was definitely stronger than all of his current sequences. Furthermore, it was a Dragon God sequence. Its code name was Dragon God. With such a domineering name, needless to say, it was definitely an invincible existence. To him, this was simply a timely help. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy. Your speed has increased. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy. Your physique has increased. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy. Your resistance has increased. The system notification kept ringing, making Ye Feng feel extremely comfortable. In this battle with the water elemental Dragon King, he had finally gained a lot, which was also his limit. This level of terror was equivalent to the realm of an A-grade powerhouse. I have gained a lot of evolution attributes again. This battle is really worth it. Ye Feng exclaimed in his heart, and then he slowly took out his attribute panel. Ye Feng. Symbiotic body, magic slime. Body size, 85%. Subsidiary bodies, 180. Attributes, Strength 1470, Agility 1390, Vitality 2010, Spirit 1960, Resistance 1500. Special attributes, Invulnerability to poison, venom, scamper, viscosity, sharpness, water element, Lord of the Lake. Sequences, Perception, Split, Devour, Regeneration, Mimicry, Evolution, Analysis. Skills, Slime Storm, Perfect Possession, Severed Tail, Stench, Leader's Oppression, Spiderweb Punishment, Sharp Blade, Starfire Meditation, Spirit Exploding Shark. Water Elemental Ability, Water Breaking Arrow, Water Biting, Violent Surge, Turtle Shell Shield, Riding the Wind and Breaking Waves, Water God's Protection. Evolution Progress, 99.9%. Dragon Seed, 72%. Current level, B+. After killing a Dragon King, my evolution progress is only 0.9%. Ye Feng looked at the progress bar that had reached 99.9% and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 183, The Mysterious Dragon Pearl, Dragon's Aura. But there was a reason for this. After all, the progress bar had already reached the late stages. Every increase in the number of points would be exceptionally difficult. If it was the early stages, a Dragon King's spiritual power was enough to allow him to charge up to 90% of his progress. However, he was already above 90% and was already in the late stages. His progress would definitely progress by leaps and bounds. This was also a kind of restriction. In the later stages, it would definitely consume more energy than in the early stages. As for Ye Feng's level, it directly rose from B and to perfect B+. His strength had already surpassed the category of B grade and had reached the terrifying A grade realm. This speed could be said to be terrifying. However, there were also strong and weak Dragon Kings. Moreover, the levels of the strong and weak were also different. Among the 10 great kings of the dragon race, there were also strong dragons like the divine dragon that Ye Feng could not touch, and there were also people like the water elemental Dragon King. It had already been severely injured by Walter. Now that it had awakened, it was being chased and beaten by Ye Feng. If it was a complete Dragon King, Ye Feng would not be able to kill it easily. Then, Ye Feng saw that a dragon pearl had actually appeared in the body of the water elemental Dragon King. This dragon pearl was green in color and was emitting a faint fluorescent light. It also carried a terrifying pressure. And this pressure was actually identical to the water elemental Dragon King's aura. Ye Feng frowned. This water elemental Dragon King deserved to be called the Dragon King. It could actually produce a dragon pearl. Ye Feng picked up the dragon pearl and sniffed it. This smell was very fragrant. It seemed to have a strange power that was attracting Ye Feng to swallow this dragon pearl. Thinking of this, Ye Feng stuffed the dragon pearl into his mouth and chewed slowly. The dragon pearl melted as soon as it entered his mouth, and a strange power circulated in his stomach, nourishing his internal organs. His body also gradually recovered, and his energy was also replenished. Ye Feng was not in a hurry to refine this dragon pearl. Instead, he waited quietly to see the effects of this dragon pearl. The power contained in the dragon pearl was extremely pure and powerful. After Ye Feng swallowed it, he could clearly feel that this power was transforming his internal organs and meridians, making them tougher and wider. Ye Feng's body soon underwent some subtle changes. His body seemed to be expanding, and his skin also became firmer and looked more robust. His body became taller and bigger, and his body also grew several times bigger than before. He was like a real elephant, giving people a sense of intimidation. The pores on his body continuously opened up, spewing out some light blue gas, enveloping Ye Feng's body. Ye Feng saw that these light blue gas were actually the impurities and filth in his body. In his body, there was not only seawater, but also various substances, some of which were fish feces, rotting flesh, some fish bones, and even pieces of bloody flesh. These were all left behind after he absorbed the dragon blood, but now they had been absorbed by Ye Feng. The dragon blood of the dragon race was very overbearing. After Ye Feng swallowed these things, the strength of his body also received a very obvious increase. His cultivation realm continued to increase. His aura also became more and more powerful, and the strength in his body also became more and more vigorous. Ye Feng's face finally revealed a satisfied expression. His current cultivation had already reached perfect B and grade, and he was also just a hair's breadth away from A grade. Moreover, his physical body also became more and more powerful, and his body also became stronger, as if it was cast from metal. Ye Feng's strength continued to rise. In his body, a thin layer of spiritual energy membrane continuously condensed. His spiritual energy membrane had already condensed to a certain degree, and he could break through at any time. Ye Feng's cultivation was also gradually increasing. The higher he rose, the more difficult it was, and the more difficult it was. His body could no longer bear any more power. Ye Feng continued to swallow the dragon pearl, getting rid of all the impurities and dirty air in his body. His body also gradually became clean. Moreover, there was a trace of light blue light on his skin. These lights were as crystal clear as gemstones, sparkling with a dazzling brilliance. Ye Feng knew that the true essence in his body had become even more powerful, much stronger than before. Moreover, Ye Feng also felt a huge force constantly eroding him. A soul vibration from the deepest part of his spirit was continuously affecting Ye Feng. Dang! Boom! Bang! One after another, it was as if there was a huge bell continuously echoing in Ye Feng's mind. What made Ye Feng the most uncomfortable was that the reaction from the symbiotic body was the most obvious. The slime was constantly bombarded by this bell sound. For a moment, countless changes occurred, and the huge impact caused Ye Feng to feel extremely uncomfortable. Suddenly, Ye Feng's consciousness became blurry. Perhaps it was because killing the water elemental Dragon King just now had consumed a large amount of spiritual energy, and the devouring of the dragon pearl also caused Ye Feng to suffer an intense reaction. Ye Feng's eyelids became heavier and heavier, and his consciousness became more and more blurry. Ah! No, I absolutely can't fall asleep. No, I can't fall asleep. Ye Feng gritted his teeth and forced himself to wake up, but his eyelids became heavier and heavier, and his consciousness became more and more chaotic. He felt as if he had fallen into a swamp, and his limbs and bones were extremely sore and weak. His body was like a heavy iron plate, unable to move even half a step, and even breathing became very difficult. His breathing became extremely slow. In the end, Ye Feng's last consciousness was completely shattered, and he fell to the ground with a loud crash. When Ye Feng opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on the hospital bed. Beside him, the big white rabbit dressed in white sat quietly on the chair beside the hospital bed. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Ye Feng felt a warmth in his heart and asked softly, "Senior, why am I here?" "You fought with a giant dragon yesterday and were injured by it," Lin Xiaoyu answered truthfully. "What? Injured by it?" "I'm not." Hearing this, Ye Feng immediately became anxious and hurriedly got up. Lin Xiaoyu grabbed Ye Feng's wrist and pushed him back onto the bed. "Don't move. You're still very weak now. You must rest well and recuperate well. Don't move recklessly." This, seeing the big white rabbit grab his wrist, and that soft and delicate skin felt very comfortable, Ye Feng's heart suddenly jolted, and an awkward expression appeared on his face. "There are two pieces of news, one bad and one good. Which one do you want to hear first?" Lin Xiaoyu looked at Ye Feng and asked with great interest. What's the good news?" "The good news is that you did kill the water elemental dragon king, and I can feel that there seems to be a magical change in your body, as if you have the aura of a dragon." Facing Lin Xiaoyu's guess, Ye Feng smiled bitterly. "It must be because I used too much dragonification in that battle, so I can't hide my aura anymore." Ye Feng thought to himself. This also meant that he could actually use the dragon seed. This was also something that Ye Feng was surprised about. Chapter 184, Sequence 8, The Power of Origin Seal. Lin Xiaoyu saw that Ye Feng did not have any reaction. She continued, "The bad news is that according to the inference of the Board of Education, although the water elemental dragon king was killed by you, it only destroyed its physical body and did not destroy its soul. And the most powerful thing in the dragon race is not only their physical strength, but also their soul strength." "Ah? How could this be?" Ye Feng was a little surprised. No wonder the water elemental dragon king was able to have an indestructible body in the battle with Walter, and Walter was only trying his best to seal his opponent. It turned out that the water elemental dragon king was not only powerful in terms of physical strength, but also had an indestructible soul strength. "I'm not too sure either, but this matter has already spread around the world. Moreover, I heard that some people said that after the fall of the dragon race, there would be some mysterious phenomena. This is the aura emitted by the dragon race's soul, and the dragon race's soul can resurrect the physical body in a short period of time. In that case, if the water elemental dragon king is resurrected, then many people will know my true identity." Ye Feng's face was solemn. This was definitely not good news. This is not the most troublesome part. The most troublesome part is that the water elemental dragon king is an extremely conceited person. Moreover, it is extremely confident in its cultivation. After it falls, its soul will be resurrected in a short period of time. After it is resurrected, the water elemental dragon king will definitely seek revenge on you. At that time, you will be in danger because the strength of the dragon race is too strong. Then what should we do now?" Ye Feng asked. Lin Xiaoyu said, "You don't have to worry too much. After all, this matter has already risen to a very high level. Not only will there be some action from this side, the Chinese authorities will also take action." "Yes." Ye Feng nodded. "Then do you have any other information? For example, the direction in which the water elemental dragon king's soul escaped?" Ye Feng continued to ask. If he could grasp more information, it would be more useful to him. Lin Xiaoyu thought for a moment and nodded lightly. The Dean did say that after the water elemental dragon king's body was killed by you, it split into 2 parts and escaped with the power of the soul. Lin Xiaoyu recalled carefully and said, one part escaped back into the divine realm Eden, while the other part is unknown. Ye Feng was a little surprised when he heard this. In fact, the other part of the soul power was devoured by his ability. He had never mentioned this to anyone, and he couldn't mention it either. If he were to be exposed, not only would his identity be exposed, but he would also expose everything that had happened previously. The risk of doing so was too great. Ye Feng felt that now was not the time. Although he was the one who devoured it, Ye Feng could feel that this power was different from the past. This was also the main reason why he had directly fainted. It was that dragon pearl. This dragon pearl was formed from a portion of the water elemental dragon king's soul power. After Ye Feng devoured it, it was refined into soul power again and was now residing in Ye Feng's soul. This was also where Ye Feng's symbiotic form, the slime main body, existed. If Ye Feng released his ability, others might find it strange because a symbiote could actually release 2 different powers. This completely violated the concept of a symbiote. Could there really be a dual symbiote in this world? Ye Feng had never heard of it. He had never seen such records in the classroom or in the ancient books outside the classroom. If there was, would it be his situation? All of this seemed to be a brand new feeling for Ye Feng. Moreover, part of the water elemental dragon king's soul was residing in Ye Feng's soul, and it had a consumption, which was the soul curse. The soul curse was equivalent to the power of a curse. If Ye Feng wanted to remove it, he would have to pay a corresponding price. Originally, being hit by the soul curse was certain death. No matter what kind of soul curse it would start from the deepest part of the soul and continuously erode the host's soul until death. From the very beginning, this kind of curse was already destined to only result in death. Moreover, no one had ever been able to survive the soul curse. Just as Ye Feng was feeling a little troubled, suddenly following a tremor in the depths of his soul, Ye Feng was surprised to find that his evolution progress had unexpectedly become 100%. Could it be when I was devouring the dragon pearl? Ye Feng was a little surprised, and then the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, your evolution progress has reached 100%. Awakening Origin Sequence Seal. Ding! Host has awakened Origin Sequence Seal, sealing power increased by 50%. Ye Feng was stunned. He had never thought that devouring the water elemental dragon king's soul would actually bring him some benefits. This should be the 8th sequence. Ye Feng thought to himself, and a fanatical look appeared in his eyes. Moreover, the system's introduction just now was that after awakening the origin sequence, one would obtain a new skill. This skill was called Seal. Seal meant to seal the enemy's strength. This skill could only be used for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the skill would lose its effect. However, during these 3 minutes, the user would have the ability to attack without limits, and the attack range could be expanded by more than 100 times. This was a heaven-defying ability. Origin Sequence Seal. The host can use this ability, but the host has to pay a certain price to be able to use it. The system's voice sounded once again, but it did not say what the price was. Price? Could it be that you have to pay with your life? Ye Feng asked. Yes, the system replied. But as one's level increases, the limit of consuming one's life as the price can be converted into consuming a large amount of spiritual energy as the price. This requires the host to make a judgment based on his own situation, the system added. If that was the case, there was no need to be afraid even if it consumed some of one's life energy. After all, such a powerful ability could not be released as a joke. In the seal sequence, it can still isolate and seal the devoured soul. However, in order to maintain the strength of the seal, a large amount of energy has to be continuously consumed, the system added once again. It seems to have detected the soul curse that was about to stir in Ye Feng's body. Ye Feng nodded. If that was the case, there would also be a way to suppress the soul curse. In this way, he would be able to break the deadlock where he would definitely die if he was hit by the soul curse. However, since he had the ability to suppress the soul curse, it also meant that as long as Yefeng's soul was strong enough, he could control this soul power. However, this did not mean that once Yefeng controlled this soul power, even if the water elemental Dragon King was resurrected, it would not be able to harm himself. This is my guess. I'll have to slowly explore the specific situation in the future. Yefeng muttered to himself. Then, he looked at the slime in his body. After absorbing the pure power of the Dragon Pearl, the slime's body expanded several times. It looked very mighty, like a giant rooster that was more than 10 meters tall. Chapter 185, Divine Real Eden, Mysterious Realm. The slime opened its eyes and revealed a green light. It was like an emerald, emitting a dazzling luster. Yefeng did not dare to look at it directly. Yefeng was secretly shocked. He discovered that the slime was continuously absorbing the power of the dragon seed. Moreover, it had the effect of the dragon pearl. It had undergone a considerable mutation and its strength had increased by leaps and bounds. He also knew that the slime was not completely powerful yet. However, Yefeng believed that as long as the slime was given time, it would definitely grow into an even more powerful existence. What shocked Yefeng the most was that Lin Xiaoyu had actually mentioned a place, the Divine Realm, Eden. Although Yefeng knew about the existence of Eden, he did not know where it was. This place was not a place where ordinary people could set foot in. Yefeng had only obtained this information from ancient books. It was rumored that Eden was an existence that stood above all realms. Usually, powerful and terrifying souls would be guided to this place. This was also one of the most mysterious places. First of all, it had never been confirmed that this place really existed. Even if the authorities had long concluded that it existed, they would not easily expose it. Since Teacher Andy had said that part of the water elemental Dragon King's soul had escaped to Eden in the Divine Realm, then the existence of this place had also been confirmed. However, the knowledge that Yefeng had obtained from the ancient books was still very limited. It was rumored that Eden was an incomparably vast and unexplored place. There lived a super mysterious and powerful race. It was rumored that this race possessed a terrifying power that could destroy the world, but they did not attack any race. Moreover, there was very little information about them. After all, no one could see their true faces. The divine race from Eden. This made Yefeng very surprised, but at the same time, he was also full of curiosity. The Divine Realm Eden. Yefeng whispered, I want to go there and take a look. If this Eden really existed, then it would completely subvert all of Yefeng's current knowledge. This was because all the systems were based on the various great inventions and great theoretical systems of Earth. If Eden was confirmed, then it would be equivalent to acknowledging the existence of the divine race. What kind of race was the divine race? Was it a powerful god? Or was it a special race? Many question marks suddenly appeared in Yefeng's mind, but he did not think too much about it. After all, these questions were too profound. It was not something that the current him could understand, so there was no need to understand. According to Yefeng's memories, the Divine Realm Eden had a history of millions of years. Among them, the divine race was an incomparably ancient race. According to rumors, the past generations of leaders of the divine race of Eden were all in human form. Moreover, they possessed extremely high intelligence and strength. However, these were already legends. There were no records of them in reality, so there was no way to verify the authenticity of this news. Yefeng, what's wrong? Lin Xiaoyu asked with concern when she saw Yefeng sitting there motionlessly. Yefeng came back to his senses and said with a smile, nothing. I'm thinking about what kind of place the Divine Realm Eden is. I want to find the last trace of the water elemental Dragon King's soul and destroy it with my own hands. Lin Xiaoyu was silent for a moment, then slowly said, you can't go to Eden. Why is that? Ye Feng looked at Lin Xiaoyu in confusion. He did not understand why Lin Xiaoyu would say that. Could it be that the water elemental Dragon King had other ways to enter Eden? If he could not go, then how could he fulfill his promise to Walter? He had obtained such a powerful power. If he could not enter Eden and find the last trace of the water elemental Dragon King's soul to be destroyed, then he would feel guilty toward this senior. Lin Xiaoyu explained, Eden's spatial gates can open up all the dimensions. We have already investigated this point. The water elemental Dragon King is a water elemental Dragon King after all. It is an existence that is good at opening spatial gates. It has set up some small spatial gates near many spatial gates. This way, it can open spatial gates and pass through to a certain place or an interface in Eden. But to pass through Eden, one has to pay a huge price because Eden's spatial gates are very complicated, and ordinary people don't understand them at all. Furthermore, Eden's spatial gates are constantly changing. So, the water elemental Dragon King is using these spatial gates to pass through space and teleport. Ye Feng nodded. But the distance between these spatial gates doesn't seem too far. Yes, if one passes through a spatial gate at one time, it would require a very long distance. However, the risk of doing so is also very high. One moment of carelessness and one will die. Even if one were lucky enough to survive, one's strength would be reduced by about half. Therefore, it would be very difficult for a human to reach that height. Furthermore, it isn't easy to enter Eden. One needs to have a sufficiently strong cultivation base, and it might even take a very long time. Then how does Eden's spatial gate change its shape? Ye Feng continued to ask. The spatial gate isn't a fixed shape. Its rules are formed by different elements. I don't know about that either. But I know that Eden's spatial gate can change its shape at will. As Lin Xiaoyu spoke, her face suddenly turned red. Looking at Lin Xiaoyu's expression, Ye Feng was in a trance. He stared at her blankly as if he was thinking about something. Lin Xiaoyu felt her entire body heat up from Ye Feng's burning gaze. She could not help but feel embarrassed and angry. Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? Ye Feng came back to his senses. No. Humph. I'm warning you. Don't look at me like that again, or else I'll beat you up. Lin Xiaoyu glared at Ye Feng. Ye Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. Lin Xiaoyu didn't say anything more, but her face still had a faint blush, making her look like a big sister. Her temperament was also very high, which made Ye Feng very moved. Is there a very powerful race in Eden? Ye Feng suddenly asked Lin Xiaoyu who was beside him. There is indeed a race in Eden, which is called the divine race by the outside world. This race belongs to a hidden race. The strange thing is that although they are called the divine race, they don't belong to any race, but they control everything, Lin Xiaoyu replied. Oh? It seems that Eden is still too mysterious. As expected of the divine realm, Ye Feng nodded and muttered. Chapter 186, Holy Fruit and Divine Fruit, Existence Beyond S Grade. No, actually, Eden is called the divine realm not because there are gods in it, but because there are countless spirit fruits growing in Eden, also known as holy fruits. There are many of them, and their effects are extremely great. Even the weeds by the roadside contain extremely powerful life force. Especially the holy fruit of Eden, which can contain all kinds of power. The existence of this thing can only be traced back to ancient books. Let alone whether this fruit really exists, no one knows whether Eden is real or not. Lin Xiaoyu shook her head and said, whether there are gods amongst them or not, I also had doubts before, but I also have no way of knowing. After all, no one has been to this place before. Spirit fruit? Holy fruit? Ye Feng thought to himself. What is this? This place was too mysterious. Ye Feng could not help but feel desire. Even if it was to kill the water elemental Dragon King's soul, Ye Feng had to go to this place. I wonder if the teleportation device that Suifei gave me works. Ye Feng could not help but have a crazy idea. Since he was going to Eden through the spatial gate, could this teleportation device simulate the spatial gate? Or could it directly cross the concept of the spatial gate to achieve the effect of crossing over and directly go to Eden? Of course, Ye Feng did not dare to casually try. After all, he only had one teleportation device. If he tried, even if he succeeded, he would not have any extra teleportation devices. Moreover, this experiment was very risky. If he offended the divine race, if such an existence really existed, any pressure would be a destructive blow to the human world. How strong are the divine race? Thinking of this, Ye Feng couldn't help but ask. I don't know about this. I don't know how strong the divine race is either. But as far as I know, their strength is unfathomable. It may have already exceeded our understanding. It's far beyond A and grade. The strength of the Eden's divine race should be at least S grade. The main reason why Eden can give birth to the divine race is that there is a rule in the Eden of the divine realm. That is, only the strongest super S grade in Eden can become the tribe leader of Eden's divine race, which is also the godly king, Lin Xiaoyu said. Super S grade? God King. What kind of rank is that? Ye Feng continued to ask. I don't know about that either. I only know that in Eden, other than the extremely powerful divine emperors and god kings, the rest can only be considered as an ordinary divine race. Lin Xiaoyu replied. Please reading on miboxnovel.com. Okay. Ye Feng nodded. He couldn't ask any more questions from Lin Xiaoyu. After all, these concepts were extremely vague to them. Just the concept of beyond A and was already beyond what Ye Feng could understand. Not to mention that there were still some unimaginable things in the Eden because these things were not things that ordinary people could understand at all. Lin Xiaoyu stood up, patted her butt, and said, I still have something to do at school. I should go. You woke up and your limbs are healthy, but you can still ask so many questions. Your brain should be fine. You should be fine after a good rest. Ye Feng nodded. Wait, also, don't let strangers get close to you during this period of time. Ye Feng asked in puzzlement, why? Nothing, I'm just reminding you. Lin Xiaoyu turned around and left after saying that. All right. Ye Feng shrugged and did not delve into this matter. Ye Feng looked at the blue sky outside the window and stretched his body. At the same time, he began to think deeply. According to the current situation, Ye Feng would definitely need more cultivation resources to suppress the backlash of the water elemental dragon king's soul in his body. If he wanted to completely eradicate this soul curse, he had to kill his way to Eden and kill the hidden water elemental dragon king there. Otherwise, such consumption would greatly affect Ye Feng's later cultivation. The most important reason was to fulfill his promise to Senior Walter. The most troublesome thing was the path to Eden. At this time, Ye Feng suddenly slapped his head and was overjoyed. Isn't there a system? Thinking of this, Ye Feng decisively called out the system. Help me deduce how to get to Eden. After all, this system was too heaven-defying. Moreover, with the analysis sequence, Ye Feng was practically cheating. Ding! Host's thoughts have been detected. Proceeding with deduction. Following the sound of a notification, Ye Feng received a piece of information. This information was about how to get to Eden. The divine realm Eden was located at a certain point. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to directly go there. One had to trigger certain conditions before something called a spatial gate would appear. This condition was to trigger some sort of powerful elemental power, or some sort of large-scale disaster would appear and disrupt the flow of the elements, which would trigger such a spatial gate. There was another method, even if it was to open a fixed spatial gate through a specified route. Ye Feng paid more attention to this route. After all, it would be quite difficult for him to send out a powerful elemental power with his current strength. Moreover, his strength had not reached that level, so this method was a probability trigger. It would be better to consider the latter method and activate the fixed spatial gate. Comparatively, Ye Feng felt that it was simpler. This method first had to go through a section of the burning thorny road. In this domain, there were all kinds of fire-type and wood-type creatures. Only then could they reach the top of Babel Tower. In the Babel Tower area, there were also thunder-type and earth-type creatures. All kinds of alien races would occupy this area. If he passed through these two areas successfully, he would finally be able to open the narrow door in the city in the sky. This narrow door was the spatial gate that Lin Xiaoyu mentioned. It was also one of the ways to the divine realm, Eden. It seems that I still need to find a specific route to find these areas. If I have the chance in the future, I must consult Teacher Endi. Ye Feng thought to himself. After all, his strength alone was still limited. Right now, he did not have the strength to head there. The water elemental Dragon King's soul contained in his body was something he still had to deal with. But he believed that he would soon set foot on the path to Eden. The only thing Ye Feng was worried about now was that he could not find the coordinates of the spatial gate. However, now that Ye Feng had the help of the system, it was not a problem for him to find this point. Ye Feng was not afraid that danger would appear inside Eden. As long as he could grasp the opportunity, he could still smoothly enter Eden. The most important thing now was to find the entrance to the land of Eden and then find the escaping soul of the water elemental Dragon King. Chapter 187, Wind Elemental Inheritance Certificate, Endi's Wind Elemental Inheritance. Ye Feng, how are you? At this moment, Professor Lei, who appeared at the door, saw Ye Feng and immediately ran in. Along with Professor Lei were Teacher Endi, the other professors of the academy, and his classmates. More than a dozen people squeezed into a large room at the same time. I feel good. There's nothing wrong. Ye Feng felt a little embarrassed when he saw so many people come to visit him. He felt a little flattered when he saw Teacher Endi was also there. After all, the news of him killing the water elemental Dragon King had at least been known by the higher UPS of the academy. Ye Feng did not care about the public opinion effect that this matter would have on the outside world. In short, he believed that the academy would cut off the live broadcast at that time. After all, the impact of this matter was too great. Now, the audience only knew that the water elemental Dragon King was killed in the end, but who killed it, and how it was killed, these were all unknown. But most people, at the last moment of being cut off from the live broadcast, saw Ye Feng still persisting in the battle, so they naturally thought that it was Ye Feng's masterpiece. But when comparing the strength of the two, most people thought that Ye Feng picked up a loophole. In the early stage, it was Lin Xiaoyu who constantly consumed the water elemental Dragon King. In addition, the water elemental Dragon King was temporarily awakened and affected by the spiritual energy tide, so its strength was also not at its peak. In the end, Ye Feng found an opportunity to kill it. Of course, this was only a common guess. After all, everyone knew that the academy had intervened, and the live broadcast was also closed. Everyone had different opinions about the result. There were more than 10,000 related topics, and in short, no one was convinced by the other. Please reading on myboxnovel.com. It's good that you're fine. This time, the Dean has come to visit you. You've done very well in this matter. As expected of the rising star of our Cloud Mist Academy. Professor Lei saw that Ye Feng's condition was very good, and he was also very happy. This time, we're not only here to visit you, but also to announce the results. After Professor Lei finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Teacher Endi, who was the wind elemental human ceiling of combat strength. Teacher Endi smiled slightly. Young man, your performance has indeed surprised us. This is the reward for being the first in this assessment. As he spoke, Endi took out something. It was a card, but its appearance was very stable. Moreover, the luster of the metal was very different. The whole thing gave Ye Feng a unique and noble feeling. One look and one could tell that this thing was a good thing. Ye Feng also noticed that there was a strange symbol on the card. It was as if a gaze was looking here. It was as if one was born with a gentle breeze surging from the bottom of one's heart, carrying with it a gentle spiritual shock. In short, all of this did not have any effect on Ye Feng, but there was an indescribable strangeness. Only when Ye Feng's analytical ability was released did he know that this was actually a certificate of inheritance. And it was the Wind Elemental Certificate of Inheritance. Hehe, I believe you have already guessed what this is. This is the reward for first place Andy's Wind Elemental Inheritance, Teacher Andy said as he handed this card to Ye Feng. Hehe, that's right. I believe you also know the origin and significance of this card. You are now a member of our academy. Having this certificate of inheritance means that you are one of the students favored by our great dean. Professor Lei smiled and explained. Then what is this card used for? Hearing this, Ye Feng could not help but ask again. This card, the full name Andy's Wind Elemental Inheritance, is also known as a certificate of inheritance. The patterns carved on it represent the wind element, one of the four major elements. Only with the certificate of inheritance can you go to the land of inheritance and receive the great inheritance. This also means that you are now considered a quasi-wind element successor. Looking at the beaming Professor Lei and the gratified expressions of the people behind him, Ye Feng suddenly felt a little smug. He did not expect that he had just obtained the water elemental inheritance, and not long after, he also obtained the title of quasi-wind elemental inheritance. According to Ye Feng's understanding, generally speaking, the title of the inheritance, especially the certificate of inheritance, was the card in Ye Feng's hand. Only the descendants of an ancient Symbiotes family could obtain it. An average Symbiote family basically had no chance of obtaining such a great opportunity in their entire lifetime. And Ye Feng, as the first place in this freshman assessment, did not expect to actually obtain such a reward. This reward was 100 times more valuable than all sorts of rare and precious fruits and all sorts of divine equipment. This was a wind elemental inheritance. One of the four great elements, the wind elemental inheritance. Although the water elemental energy in Ye Feng's body had not been completely refined and fused, over time, he had absorbed and refined a bit of it. The strengthening of his body was visible to the naked eye. Now, Ye Feng's origin energy was unprecedentedly powerful. Now that the dean had given him such a reward, it was actually equivalent to giving him a special lesson. After all, such a precious thing was something that only the descendants of an ancient symbiote family had the chance to enjoy. Unexpectedly, the exception this time was actually an ordinary person like him. Thank you, Professor, Teacher Andy, Professor Lei, and everyone else. Ye Feng hurriedly bowed and thanked them. At the same time, he also looked at Teacher Andy gratefully. If it wasn't for him appreciating him, he would probably have to wait for a long time before he could obtain the identity card. It's fine. It's our academy's honor that you were able to stand up in such a dangerous situation and save so many students. Teacher Andy nodded his head in appreciation. An aura that came from a strong person was constantly emitted from within. It was as if you didn't need to carefully sense it. This aura could let you feel that the person in front of you was far from being as powerful as you imagined. Could this be the aura of a human ceiling? Ye Feng thought to himself. At this moment, he thought of Walter's matter. There were only 4 people known as the human ceiling of combat power. Moreover, these 4 people were all super top-tier combat powers. There was no reason for them to be defeated by the Water Elemental Dragon King. Ye Feng was puzzled. It seemed that there was another reason. No matter what, Ye Feng had to go to Eden and find the soul of the Water Elemental Dragon King. He had to find out the reason. Although the situation was indeed critical at that time, if Ye Feng had not made a move, not to mention the lives of the students of the Water Training Hall, the entire Earth would have been in danger. Although this Ye Feng was only a student, he was able to fight bravely in such a harsh environment and protect the lives of so many people. It was indeed worthy of praise. Ye Feng did not speak. He knew that this certificate of inheritance was not only a reward, but also glory. Moreover, Teacher Andy also knew that there must be some special reason why Ye Feng could survive. If it was not for Ye Feng's special ability, the extra points Andy gave him in the beginning would probably have allowed him to die in the hands of his companions dozens of times. Teacher Andy is flattering me. This is also what I should do, Ye Feng said humbly, while secretly remembering this favor. Chapter 188, Assessment Reward Distribution, Lin Xiaoyu's father. Professor Lei nodded. You're right. If you only want to protect yourself, there's no need to do this. Only with team spirit will you behave like this. Teacher Andy also nodded. Welcome to the big family of Cloud Mist Academy. I hope to see your figure frequently in the future. This was because Ye Feng, this brat, had already exceeded his expectations. He was even on the verge of becoming a wind element inheritor. If he could obtain such a certificate of inheritance, then his potential would be even greater, and the space for him to grow in the future would also be greater and greater. This was also why he wanted to personally issue this certificate of inheritance and give Ye Feng such an honor. This could also be considered as increasing Ye Feng's prestige. There are also some rewards for clearing the level. They are all sent to your account in Zushan Mall. You can take them out at any time, Professor Lei reminded. There are other rewards. Ye Feng smiled, somewhat surprised. Yes, yes. Not only that, because you are the first place, the rewards are also abnormally generous. Not only are there rewards given by the Academy, there are also rewards for killing the Water Elemental Dragon King. These are all rewards that you deserve. Ye Feng nodded his head, feeling somewhat happy. If he remembered correctly, the Academy's rewards were usually distributed in the form of points. Moreover, the Academy's points could not only be used to exchange for items in the Academy's points store, it could also be used for high-level consumption by the various academies. It was a good item. The slime crown that Ye Feng had taken a fancy to previously was a very precious item in Cloud Mist Academy's points store. If he could obtain enough points to exchange for it, it would definitely improve his slime and bring about a great leap in speed. After chatting for a while, the professor's greetings were considered to be over. After which, they left this place. Please reading on myboxnovel.com. After all, they were all high-level professors and teachers. Time was also extremely tight and there were things waiting to be dealt with almost every second. To be able to free up time was also giving Ye Feng a lot of face. Before the professors left, Teacher Andy took a look at Ye Feng, and a sentence entered Ye Feng's mind. What happened to Walter? Andy asked. There were so many people just now, so it was hard to say. After all, they were all top-notch human combat strength, the hope and hero of all humans. Every action would deeply affect mankind, so their actions were usually very mysterious and would not be revealed on their own initiative. Once people found out that there was a problem with the hero in their hearts, it would be enough to cause a global uproar. Ye Feng was stunned, and then he sighed. He did not expect that he still could not avoid Andy's meticulousness. After all, he was a top-notch human fighter, and nothing could be hidden from them. Ye Feng thought for a moment and said, Senior Walter, he. Andy's figure paused and turned to look at Ye Feng. Ye Feng ultimately could not say the word died. Seeing Andy's gaze, Ye Feng opened his mouth and was about to say something. He was stopped by Andy and did not say anything more. He only said one sentence, You rest well. I will contact you again. New novels chapters are published in. After saying that, he left the place. Facing the death of his old friend, Ye Feng did not know what would happen to Andy. However, he could feel that Andy's heart was also filled with unhappiness and pain. At their level, they were already extremely cold at the top. He did not have many close friends to begin with, and now, his old friend had died. This news was too heavy. After everyone left, another group of people came. The leader was a very fashionable uncle. Behind him were a few big men in black. Those who did not know would think that it was the big brother of the underworld with a few underworld underlings. The fashionable uncle walked into the room. When he saw Ye Feng lying on the bed, he immediately took off his sunglasses and approached him happily. "Young man, I remember you. You are Ye Feng, ha ha ha." The old man laughed and said, "I finally meet you. Oh, may I ask who you are?" Ye Feng rubbed his eyes and squinted at the uncle in front of him. Although he recalled carefully, he still did not have the slightest impression. "Did you get the wrong person? Perhaps we have the same name." Ye Feng scratched his head, indicating that he did not have any impression. After the uncle heard it, he waved his hand and immediately laughed out loud. "It's normal that you don't recognize me. My name is Lin Ye and I am Lin Xiaoyu's father. Although we have not met before, I remember you very clearly." Ye Feng was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Ye to appear in front of him. This surprised him. He remembered this name too well. Lin Ye was the #1 family in Wuzhou City. No matter if it was their connections or power, they were second to none. Moreover, Lin Ye's cultivation level was also very terrifying. According to the latest list of symbiotic cultivators in Wuzhou City, Lin Ye became one of the most powerful people in Wuzhou City with his A and cultivation level. His strength had also reached the human ceiling level. It was precisely because of his super strength that the Lin family's influence in Wuzhou City was incomparably huge. The Lin family was basically present in all walks of life. Ye Feng's family was poor and had once received relief from the Disaster Relief Foundation of Wuzhou City established by the Lin family. Therefore, from this point of view, Lin Ye was still Ye Feng's benefactor. It was also at this time that Ye Feng dreamed of becoming a rich person like Lin Ye when he grew up. If he was rich enough, he did not have to worry about food and drink, and he could also help ordinary people. But Ye Feng also did not expect that Lin Xiaoyu was actually Lin Ye's daughter. This was too coincidental. "So it's Senior Lin Ye. Nice to meet you. I wonder what Senior Lin Ye is here for?" Ye Feng said with a smile. Hearing Ye Feng address him as senior, Lin Ye appeared very satisfied, and the smile on his face became even brighter. "Little brother Ye Feng, I've also been watching the live stream of Cloud Mist Academy's freshman assessment. In the end, when the spiritual energy tide erupted, didn't Xiaoyu go over as a rescue team to rescue students? But later on, she encountered the Dragon King and almost lost her life. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid that Xiaoyu wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity. I came here to thank you. I heard that you are also from Wuzhou. I sent people to visit your family. I heard that you got first place in the exam. They are also happy for you. I have to say, little brother Ye Feng, your talent is very high. I believe that in time, you will definitely become one of the top fighters in Wuzhou City." When Lin Ye said this, his tone was very positive. "Hehe, Senior Lin Ye is flattering me. I don't dare to dream of becoming a top combat force." Ye Feng shook his head and was very modest. Lin Ye's words gave Ye Feng a great sense of pride. Chapter 189, Symbiote's Routine, The Truth of the Matter. The other party was already an extremely strong person. Originally, there was no reason for him to praise himself. However, the other party still said these words. It also meant that Ye Feng still had the strength that he had displayed. It was still somewhat shocking. Ye Feng's position as the first place was confirmed. No one dared to have any objections. Especially the classmates who participated in the freshman assessment with Ye Feng. They could be considered to have seen Ye Feng's strength. Just destroying 2 regions, this kind of power was already enough to make them feel terrified, not to mention the battle that would follow. They might not even be able to withstand the spiritual energy tide, let alone go to the most dangerous deep-sea region to kill the water elemental Dragon King. They didn't even dare to think about these things. Because the difference in their strength was too great. They finally understood Ye Feng's strength. "Little brother Ye Feng, your assessment this time can be considered to have completely established your position in Wuzhou City. Your talent is really too strong. I believe that in the near future, the entire China will know of your reputation. Lin Ye said with a smile. All right, all right. I won't keep you from resting. You should hurry up and rest. This time, it's all thanks to you saving Xiaoyu. I will remember this favor in my heart. During this period of time, I will be at Cloud Mist Academy. When you have time, we can chat together and I'll treat you to a meal. Lin Ye patted Ye Feng's shoulder and looked at Ye Feng with a smile. Ye Feng smiled and nodded. Then I won't disturb your rest. We will contact each other when the time comes. After Lin Ye finished speaking, he left. Looking at the backs of Lin Ye and the others as they left, Ye Feng suddenly felt that there was an unprecedented challenge. After all, many people knew that his deeds were both true and false. Now, he could clearly feel that the various large factions were continuously trying to rope him in. Ye Feng felt somewhat distressed about this, but all of this was not a problem. After all, his own strength was everything. Now that he had obtained the water elemental inheritance, he would soon be able to go to the wind elemental inheritance land to accept the inheritance test. This was already a huge test for him. Not to mention, he had to find the opportunity to find the city in the sky, open the spatial door, and head to Eden to kill the last trace of the water elemental dragon king's soul. Ye Feng, who was that just now? Why does he have a different aura? He seems to be quite powerful. He doesn't look ordinary. Then, a familiar voice came from the door. Ye Feng thought of something and quickly turned his head to look at the door. A fat man walked in leisurely with a basket of fruits in his hand. Strangely, he was holding an apple that he had just eaten. He was none other than Ye Feng's roommate, the senior who had been held back for 10 years, Su Bai. Seeing him, Ye Feng couldn't help but sigh, "Brother Su, you finally came to see me. I've been waiting for you." "Hehe, I just came to see you. I knew you must be hungry, so I brought you some fruits and a big strawberry apple. Look at how fresh they are." Su Bai said with a smile and handed over a basket of leftover fruits. That man just now is Lin Xiaoyu's father, Lin Ye, the richest man in Wuzhou City. He is very powerful. He is the #1 family in Wuzhou City, the Lin family. I don't know why he suddenly appeared in Wuzhou City. It seems a little strange. Plus, he is very overbearing. Ordinary people don't dare to provoke him, Ye Feng said and picked the biggest apple and bit it. It's really sweet. Ye Feng said with a smile. It had been a long time since he had eaten such a sweet apple. New novels chapters are published in. Right? I'm not lying to you, right? I'm telling you that this apple is very expensive. Su Bai said with a smile. Oh right, Ye Feng, your assessment is over, right? I heard that you guys met with some trouble during the freshman assessment? I thought you would just die. Ye Feng was speechless. Hey, who bribed you? What's in it for you if I die? No. No. How would I dare? I also heard about your battle record. It's really amazing. You killed the water elemental dragon king alone. You're invincible. Su Bai quickly shook his head, indicating that there definitely wasn't anyone who bribed him. I didn't kill him. Someone else did. Ye Feng argued. Of course I know that. The water elemental dragon king was demonized by the spiritual energy tide. Its strength was less than half. That's why there was an awakening stage later. You took advantage of it. Plus, Lin Xiaoyu consumed a lot of energy in the early stage. You're just picking someone's head for nothing. With that, Su Bai revealed a sly smile. But your self-vindication has piqued my interest. Think about it. Killing the water elemental dragon king is such a great achievement. People are in a rush to take credit. Who would deny that they did it? Su Bai continued. Ye Feng was at a loss for words. What Su Bai said made some sense. But Ye Feng didn't want to admit that he did it. After all, this contribution was too great. Once he admitted it, his strength would be completely exposed. Then trouble would come one after another. Hehe, you don't have to explain to me. Let's not talk about this. Seeing Ye Feng's awkward look, Su Bai laughed. I didn't do it, I really didn't do it. Ye Feng continued to argue. He opened his mouth unconsciously and the apple skin fell to the ground. It looked hilarious. Haha. Su Bai couldn't help but laugh. Hey, what are you laughing at? Let me tell you, I don't want to say this. Ye Feng looked like he was afraid of being cheated. I won't say it either. Su Bai replied with a smile. Ring, ring, ring. At this time, Su Bai received a phone call. Then, he said something and left. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Call me if you need anything. I'll wait for you in the dormitory. Looking at Su Bai's disappearing figure, Ye Feng cursed in his heart, D***mn, I fell into this guy's trap again. But Ye Feng was not worried about what this guy would expose. Even if he was exposed, he had no evidence and no proof. And the mainstream version was exactly what he said just now. If people knew that it was Ye Feng who killed the water elemental dragon king alone, all the major media outlets would have surrounded this place by now. Who did not want to grab a hot headline? This liveliness was not so good to watch. Ye Feng did not want to watch. Alas, in this world, strength is the most important principle. Looking out of the window, Ye Feng let out a sigh. Then, Ye Feng lay on the bed and fell asleep. He had been exhausted these few days. Although he had practiced starfire meditation, he still needed to replenish his energy and recover his energy. Forget it. Anyway, he has already left, and no one will come now. I can also relax. I need to have a good rest, Ye Feng muttered. These few days, ever since he had entered the water training hall, it seemed that he had not been idle for a single day. He was either fighting, or on the road to battle. Moreover, the things he encountered were all high-level existences, such as murlocs, flood dragons, and sub-dragons. Any of these things were things that ordinary people would never encounter in their entire lives. But Ye Feng had encountered them all. In such high-intensity battles, it made him physically and mentally exhausted. He had to have a good sleep and recover his energy. If there was anything else, he would talk about it tomorrow. Chapter 190, received a large number of rewards. It was an expensive water arrow magic book. The next day, Ye Feng exited from his cultivation state early. Looks like the effects of this cultivation are not bad. The many days of hard work have finally paid off. Ye Feng looked at the changes in his body and nodded in satisfaction. Last night, Ye Feng had already felt that his body had already reached a critical value. As long as there was a suitable opportunity, he could break through the bottleneck and reach a new realm. I can still leave the hospital after a day of rest since my injuries are not serious, Ye Feng thought in his heart. He wanted to make use of the time to prepare training resources. After all, in order to stabilize the water elemental dragon king's soul in his body, he had to use a lot of resources. And now that the freshman assessment had ended, many people had suffered serious injuries as a result. The academy had decided to postpone the award ceremony to a month later. Therefore, Ye Feng had a lot of time to find cultivation resources. If not for his extraordinary body, Ye Feng would probably have been in the hospital for half a month and would not have been able to get up. Let's go back to the dormitory first. I always feel uncomfortable here, Ye Feng thought to himself. After putting on his clothes, he went through the discharge procedures and left this place. After walking out of the hospital, Ye Feng realized that this hospital was also a school. Moreover, it was not far from the training hall. From afar, Ye Feng could see that many students were practicing in the training hall. Generally speaking, the spiritual energy content of the training hall was denser than that of other buildings. This was also an effect set up for the convenience of training. Ye Feng breathed in the air and sighed, "What a magnificent school! I hope I can learn something in the next few years." There was nothing interesting in the vicinity, and Ye Feng did not want to wander around outside, so he directly returned to the dormitory. Almost all of the freshmen who were in the same batch as Ye Feng were now lying in the hospital. This allowed Ye Feng to wander around without being discovered. Otherwise, he would definitely gain a bunch of underlings. After all, everyone who participated in the assessment basically understood Ye Feng's strength. Even if they did not see it with their own eyes, they had at least heard of it. Ye Feng's level had already reached the terrifying stage where he could kill a flood dragon. This was a realm that no one could compare to. Of course, even the top 5 of the ranking could do it. However, it was not as easy as Ye Feng's. Moreover, they did not see Ye Feng's potential. They only saw Ye Feng kill a flood dragon. After that, he entered the bottom of the lake. No one knew what happened. However, Ye Feng's deeds seemed to have fermented and spread everywhere. Ye Feng did not care about this either. He was confident in all his actions during the assessment as well as the abilities he released. After all, he knew that many air detection eyes were watching him 24 hours a day. If they discovered something extraordinary, not to mention how the audience would react, the dean and the elders would not let these images spread. After all, as teachers and professors, they were all highly respected existences. Naturally, they valued talents very much. Even if they knew Ye Feng's true level, they wouldn't expose it so easily, not to mention they didn't know. While thinking, Ye Feng came to the entrance of the dormitory, swiped his student card, pushed open the door, and walked in. Sure enough, there was no one there. That boy Subai must have not come back for an entire night. He said he had something to do. Maybe he went somewhere to pick up girls again. Ye Feng returned to his bed. It was so comfortable and familiar that he couldn't help but stretch his waist. The freshman assessment was indeed cruel enough that Ye Feng's nerves were still tense up until now. This kind of state would last for a few more days. After all, he had changed his environment, so he still needed to get used to it. "Let's see what good stuff the school sent me," Ye Feng muttered. He opened Zushan Mall and immediately saw that his account had received more than a dozen items. Ye Feng was extremely excited. He clicked on it and took a look. Spirit Herb X100. Breathing Fruit X10. Flame Fruit X3. Sky Fruit X1. Strengthening Potion X1. Recovery Potion X1. Dolly Pill X10. Shugen Jianwei Pill X10. Water Arrow Magic Book X1. Cloud Mist Points X1000. Seeing the dense pile of words, Ye Feng was dumbfounded after reading it. These are all high-grade spirit herbs? And there's even a high-grade magic book. And there are even 1000 points. How is this possible? Ye Feng muttered. Ye Feng looked at the detailed words written on it and felt that his eyes were blurred. He rubbed it with all his strength and realized that it was still there. This scene made Ye Feng almost go crazy. These were all high-quality goods. This was too exaggerated. Ye Feng knew that these things were good at a glance. There were even a few items that were priceless treasures that Ye Feng did not recognize. However, he was sure that these things were definitely very valuable items. He did not expect the academy to be so generous. These items were enough for Ye Feng to cultivate and absorb for a period of time. There were a total of 10 items, and they were all high-quality items. Looking at the pill and potion, Ye Feng was immediately somewhat puzzled. What's the difference between these two? If it was during normal times, Ye Feng would not have entered Cloud Mist Academy's platform. The thing that he came into contact with the most was the potion. It was not considered the thing that he came into contact with the most. After all, it was something that he had learned from his textbooks. However, the concept of potions appeared far more frequently in Ye Feng's impression than the pill. A pill was an enhanced version of a potion. It was a kind of buff-like item that continuously increased its effects. In other words, the difference between a healing potion and a healing pill was that the effects of the medicinal pill could be seen immediately after consumption. As for a healing potion, after drinking it, the effect would increase continuously. Moreover, the duration of the effect would be judged according to the quality of the potion. Therefore, generally speaking, the pill would only appear on the real battlefield, or in some battles. Moreover, the price of a pill was high. Usually, only the children of some rich families could afford it. However, Ye Feng's heart suddenly bloomed when he received so many potions and pills at once. Other than consuming the spirit fruits and some cultivation resources, Ye Feng also noticed that among these rewards, there was actually a magic book. Ye Feng opened the details page of this book and looked at the explanation in the mall. Water Arrow Magic Book. The magic book for dungeon mages was said to have taken 81 days to complete. It can shoot water arrows at a very fast speed, and the consumption of magic power is also reduced to the minimum. The introduction of this book was simple and clear. But such a simple and clear introduction shocked Ye Feng, because he saw many incredible things in this book. In other words, if he learned this magic book, then the speed of his water-breaking arrow could not only be increased, but could also reduce the consumption of magic power. And most importantly, this magic book was actually a water elemental magic book. That also meant that Ye Feng could not only increase the casting speed of water-breaking arrow, but he could also obtain different degrees of enhancement effects on other water elemental skills. This was simply the magic book that Ye Feng dreamed of. Chapter 191, consumed a lot of resources. But when he saw the price of this magic book in Zushan Mall, he was shocked. The price of this magic book is over 1 million. Ye Feng was speechless. It must be known that this price was not cheap. To be able to sell this magic book at such a high price, it also showed the power of this magic book. The price of this magic book was not something that ordinary people could afford. Even some high-level families might not be able to afford it. With such a magic book, Ye Feng could save his life in times of danger. Moreover, if he could learn this magic book, his water-breaking arrow could be greatly increased. Although Ye Feng could also release his water-breaking arrow, the speed at which he released it was pitifully slow. The price of this magic book is not ordinary. I have to study it carefully. After all, the better the item, the more expensive it is. Ye Feng sighed. This principle had already been deeply engraved in his mind. Thinking of the strengthening and stabilizing mixture that his parents had bought for him before, Ye Feng felt a little heartache. He looked at the many spirit fruits, potions, and other items below. They were all things that Ye Feng needed. After roughly understanding them, Ye Feng did not hesitate and directly clicked to apply for the goods. With a flash of white light, all the items in the storage appeared in front of Ye Feng. Ye Feng took out the bracelet, opened his storage space, and took all of them into his bag. These resources were very important to him. It could even be said that without these cultivation resources, he would very likely fall into a life-threatening situation. After all, the water elemental Dragon King's soul was still residing in his body. Please reading on myboxnovel.com. If the seal was disturbed, his life would be in danger. However, Ye Feng was not overly worried about this. On the contrary, he was worried about how to find the city in the sky. Only by finding that place could he open the spatial door and enter Eden. This was also the only chance for Ye Feng to kill the water elemental Dragon King's soul and escape. Therefore, the current Ye Feng had to seize the time to cultivate. Ye Feng closed his eyes and began to absorb the surrounding elements. This method was to increase his strength as soon as possible and on this basis, refine the strongest water element power. After all, this was Senior Walter's strongest power. Ye Feng currently did not have the ability to fully use it, but he could grasp most of it. Although it still needed to be strengthened, it was already in a very good state. The surrounding elements were absorbed into Ye Feng's body and then flowed through his meridians. They were absorbed by his body and converted into his own energy. Yefeng's aura also became stronger as the surrounding elements changed. Finally, a yuan qi ball condensed in his body. The yuan qi ball grew bigger and bigger until it became the size of a basketball. Its color changed from white to cyan, then gradually faded. Finally, it turned yellow, then red, and finally completely disappeared. The moment the yuan qi ball dissipated, a powerful aura erupted from Yefeng's body and spread in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yefeng opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. He felt very comfortable now. Every part of his body was filled with power, as if there was an endless amount of strength. My strength seems to have increased quite a lot. Yefeng could not help but exclaim in surprise as he felt the change in this power. Although this change was not too obvious, it made him very excited. I really made a big profit this time. Yefeng thought to himself. He knew that he must have gotten a blessing in disguise. Not only that, he also obtained a lot of dragon seed purity. These were things that could be used to refine. It could also provide more energy for his seal. This time, Yefeng obtained a large amount of dragon seed purity as well as the power of the ultimate water element. It was enough for Yefeng's strength to soar by leaps and bounds. This won't do. I still need to continue absorbing the elements to raise my strength. Yefeng shook his head and then took out some of the items he had just obtained from the storage space. During this period, Yefeng also discovered the dragon scales, dragon armor, dragon fangs, and quite a few spirit fruits he had obtained from the water training hall, as well as all sorts of rare and precious fruits. These could all be used as his cultivation resources. Under the accumulation of these resources, Yefeng quickly stabilized his cultivation. Immediately after, Yefeng took out a spirit herb and directly stuffed it into his mouth. A strong and pungent smell instantly filled his entire mouth. Following that, this pungent smell turned into a burst of sweet fragrance, from the tip of his tongue to his throat, all the way to his stomach. The entire process was incomparably smooth. A whole 100 spirit herbs were devoured by Yefeng. These were extremely rare spirit herbs. Even in the Zushan Mall, one would have to spend a lot of money to buy them. However, Yefeng ate all 100 stalks of spirit herbs in one go. For a moment, a surge of energy was emitted from within. This was the effect of the spirit herbs, providing a powerful spiritual energy. What a powerful impact! Yefeng exclaimed in his heart and immediately entered into a state of cultivation. In an instant, he raised the sealing technique in his body to its peak state. Yefeng also injected all the excess spiritual energy into the seal to stabilize the seal. It could also be considered as cutting off the last trace of the water elemental Dragon King's soul to escape. Yefeng opened his eyes once again. His eyes were filled with spiritual and combat strength, making him look brand new and full of vitality. A terrifying aura was also brewing in Yefeng's body. Yefeng believed that if his realm was strengthened for a period of time and he refined some of the ultimate water element power, he would definitely use an even more powerful power. Yefeng let out a long breath and opened his eyes. His eyes were shining with a bright light, and a powerful feeling of power came from his body, which made him enjoy it very much. Yefeng took out the spirit fruit again and continued to eat it. Due to the strengthening of the seal in his body, he had consumed too much spiritual energy. The current situation was that he could not make ends meet. Therefore, Yefeng had to conserve his energy. While cultivating, Yefeng ate the spirit fruits at the same time. He sensed the elemental energy around him and continued to absorb and refine his body. One day later, Yefeng's body reached its saturation state. He also stopped cultivating. This time, Yefeng gained a lot, and his control of power became even more proficient. But at the same time, most of the resources obtained in this assessment had been used up, leaving only a few potions, spirit fruits, and pills. They were almost all swallowed by Yefeng. Fortunately, the energy of these resources was not wasted, but a good way to increase his strength. While strengthening the seal, Ye Feng also noticed that this energy was not actually lost and sealed. Instead, it would be stored in another form. Moreover, Ye Feng also discovered something very important. Strengthening the seal would open up an opportunity for him to use the divine sequence, Dragon God. However, the current him was far from being able to control such a powerful sequence. Moreover, even if Ye Feng had already used up all of his reward resources, this was still far from enough. Chapter 192, Epiphany Magic Book, Murloc Flame Fruit. Even if I were to take out all the edible things I obtained in the water training hall, such as the spirit fruits and spirit herbs, and consume them, I wouldn't be able to reach a stronger level. The consumption of this seal has truly exceeded my imagination. Ye Feng could feel the surging power in his body and couldn't help but exclaim. If this continued, his resources would be used up sooner or later. Moreover, his resources, which could be eaten, were only left with a few flame fruits. He still wanted to keep these things for consumption in the future, or maybe leave a few for Suifei. Even if he consumed them himself, the power of a few spirit fruits wouldn't be enough to support him to continue strengthening the seal. Right now, the only way seemed to be to buy these consumables back. Be it Zushan Mall, Cloud Mist Academy's flea market, or Cloud Mist Academy's Points Mall, they could all be bought or exchanged. But all of these required more money and points. Ye Feng had a slight headache. It wasn't that he was unwilling to spend money, but the consumables he needed were simply too many. My current strength is much stronger than before. If I didn't meet the Water Elemental Dragon King's soul this time, I probably wouldn't have such an opportunity, Ye Feng said with emotion. Such an opportunity was really rare. Normally, it could only be encountered at some critical moments, but Ye Feng encountered it and even successfully advanced. This time, not only did Ye Feng obtain a large number of resources, he also obtained a large number of beast skins and bones. These were all very valuable. Please reading on myboxnovel.com. It was also sufficient for Ye Feng to train for a very long period of time. In any case, let's go and take a look first. Ye Feng stood up and stretched his body. The muscles all over his body bulged out one by one, just like a lump of muscles cast from steel. It emitted a dazzling light and was filled with explosive strength. Such a body was basically no different from a giant, filled with explosive strength. He was prepared to go and see if there were any good things in Cloud Mist Academy. He would definitely have to go and take a look at such good things to find out. Before this, Ye Feng took out that magic book once again and carefully examined it. He wanted to first master all of this magic book before taking it out and selling it. After all, Ye Feng wasn't particularly rich at the moment. The total amount of money in his personal account was only 300,000. But the consumables Ye Feng needed were far more than this amount, so Ye Feng wanted to master the Water Arrow magic book and sell it at a good price. Zushan Mall sold for 1 million yuan. Even if he bought it at a discount, it would still be 500,000 yuan. This wasn't a small amount. Then, Ye Feng quickly entered the cultivation state again. Analysis sequence, Epiphany, immersive reading, activate. As Ye Feng whispered, the Water Arrow magic book in his hand was like a children's book. The obscure words in it gradually turned into illustrations and pictures. For a moment, it gave Ye Feng a great visual impact. As the sequence abilities deepened, Ye Feng's mind seemed to enter the magic book, and countless words in it sketched out individual characters. It made the entire scene move. It's indeed magical! Ye Feng exclaimed. The scene kept refreshing, and his thoughts also moved. Waves of white light emitted from Ye Feng's body, instantly turning into a powerful water element power. These powers flowed through Ye Feng's body. Ye Feng's strength was also soaring rapidly. Oh! It's actually the water element. Ye Feng's face revealed a shocked expression. This magic book was really powerful. The spell recorded in this book was the Water Arrow spell, but it contained the usage of a large amount of water elemental abilities. This was because the foundation of water arrow was to be used based on the water element. The water arrow was equivalent to a building, and the water element was the foundation of this spell. After all, the water arrow magic book also belonged to the large category of water elemental spells. Ye Feng integrated the power of the water element that he released into his body. At this moment, he finally understood why the water elemental Dragon King's soul could easily penetrate his defense and even directly tear his body apart. So the water elemental Dragon King's soul had such an ability. The power of the magic book integrated into Ye Feng's body, and his body became tougher again. No matter how he attacked, Ye Feng's body was like this. It was indestructible, incomparably tough, and undefeatable. He felt the surging power in his body, and he felt that everything was so real. It was as if he was in the real world. This was the power that Ye Feng had comprehended. This was his sequence ability. Ye Feng closed his eyes once again and felt this surging power. This power was so wonderful that it made him feel incomparably excited. If I can comprehend it, not only will my water-breaking arrow obtain a new realm, but my water elemental magic will also be affected. Ye Feng thought to himself. He felt that the power in his body was much stronger than before, and even a little stronger. He felt that this power was about to break free from his shackles at any time and stand out. He had a premonition that if he broke through again, his strength would be even stronger, even much stronger than before. Looks like my strength is going to increase quickly. Ye Feng smiled. With this thought, Ye Feng directly swallowed the remaining few flame fruits. During the cultivation process, consuming the spirit fruit not only allowed one to quickly recover physical strength, but it also had the effect of accelerating. Just like drinking bitter coffee, one must add sugar. Of course, one could choose not to put it, but the effect would be completely different. Moreover, the flame fruit itself also contained a trace of fire element, which could replenish the vitality in the body. Ye Feng looked at the last flame fruit and revealed a faint smile. This flame fruit was given to him by the Murlocs. That was their only flame fruit, also known as the Murloc flame fruit. The effect of the Murloc flame fruit was very obvious, even stronger than ordinary flame fruits. This was because a flame fruit that could be produced in water would definitely not be afraid of water. This was also the reason why the Murloc flame fruit got its name. Ye Feng picked up the Murloc flame fruit. The surface of this flame fruit was still emitting a faint luster. The fire-red fruit was like blood. It was bright and lustrous, causing people to drool. Ye Feng directly threw it into his mouth. This flame fruit was directly stuffed into his throat. The temperature of this fruit was extremely high. Once it was bitten down, the flames would start burning. However, the energy of this flame fruit was not something an ordinary fruit could compare to. As soon as this flame fruit fell into his stomach, it immediately turned into a raging fire that surged out along his intestines and meridians, igniting Ye Feng's entire body. Ye Feng's consciousness instantly became blurry, as if his entire body had fallen into a sea of fire. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ye Feng immediately circulated the water arrow magic book, and white light instantly filled the surroundings. A powerful water elemental energy instantly attacked Ye Feng's mind. This feeling made Ye Feng feel extremely incredulous. At the same time, he could also feel that his water elemental energy was also a few times stronger. It was just that there was no place to use the water-breaking arrow here. Otherwise, Ye Feng would have used a few tricks. This magic book is useless to me now. I'll take it out and sell it later. Ye Feng heaved a sigh of relief. His body also became very relaxed. Chapter 193, Blue Sky Auction, The Mysterious Old Man. Ye Feng's cultivation had already been completed. Now, he only needed to recuperate and recover some of his strength before he could leave this place. Not long after, clusters of water mist condensed around him and enveloped Ye Feng within it. Under this environment, his water element power would grow even faster. This was also the reason why Ye Feng needed to use this power to strengthen the seal. In this place, he could cultivate water elemental magic even faster. Beside him, wisps of water element continuously gathered, forming water droplets that floated in the wind. Let's see what else I have, Ye Feng thought to himself as his spirit seeped into the storage space of the bracelet. List. Just as Ye Feng finished speaking, a list of items and numbers appeared in front of him. Sky Fruit X1. Strengthening Potion X1, Recovery Potion X1, Breathing Potion X1. Dragon Scale X100, Dragon Skin X3, Dragon Horn X2, Dragon Blood X100, Drops. Shugen Jianwei Pill X5, Dolly Pill X5. There were also a few magic books. Other than the Water Arrow magic book that he had just obtained, the rest were already there. The wristband that Ye Feng bought was not only intelligent, it could satisfy daily communication. Moreover, the storage space was also very large. In addition, it also had an intelligent inventory function. Please reading on myboxnovel.com. Even if Ye Feng randomly threw it in, the wristband would activate an intelligent program and classify all of them, putting them away one by one. Ye Feng carefully looked at the panel in front of him. There was only one sky fruit now. This fruit was not very useful for his cultivation, but it was expensive. Therefore, Ye Feng did not eat it. All that was left were a few bottles of medicine and potions. Of course, there were also dragon horns, dragon scales, and dragon skin that he had collected from the water training hall. There was nothing else. Materials from dragons were very precious, so this was also Ye Feng's wealth and resources. By selling these things, Ye Feng could make a lot of money. He knew about the existence of the sky fruit, and he had heard of the sky fruit. It was said that as long as one ate one could obtain a great improvement. This was of great help to the cultivation of the human race. Other than these things, Ye Feng's gaze fell on the dragon scales, dragon horns, and dragon skin. These were all good materials. If used on weapons, they would be an excellent sharp blade. Moreover, dragon scales, dragon skin, and dragon bones could all be used to make weapons. Using them to make weapons would be very good. Dragon horns and dragon bones can be made into weapons, Ye Feng muttered to himself. I wonder what the effects will be if they are made into armor. Ye Feng had many ideas. Because these could all be sold at a good price. Thinking of this, Ye Feng felt that the power in his body was gradually stabilizing. This was the characteristic of having finished regulating his breath. Let's set off now. Let's go to the flea market to see what's going on first, Ye Feng muttered. He packed up his things and set off. Although Cloud Mist Academy was extremely huge, with the help of the smart bracelet, Ye Feng was also extremely familiar with the surrounding situation. Very quickly, he located the closest flea market to Cloud Mist Academy. It was currently evening, and it was also the most lively time of the flea market. Quite a number of people had gathered here, setting up stalls to sell or buy goods. The value of the goods here was many times higher than any shop that Ye Feng had seen before. This was because there were many strange goods here that Ye Feng had never encountered before. This also caused the popularity of this place to be extremely exuberant. Ye Feng walked into the market. This market was very vast. There were many stalls inside, which specialized in selling all kinds of strange items. There were also some that sold some strange goods. There were many small stalls with many shops. The goods in these shops were dazzling. Some of the things were very rare. They were the fur of some rare and strange beasts, and some were medicinal herbs. There were also some stalks of other plants. Of course, these things were very rare. Ordinary people could not have them. Even some noble families might not have such things. Therefore, these things did not have a high status in the market, and it was very difficult to sell them. In short, there was everything here. On both sides of the street, there were all kinds of shops. There was also an endless stream of people on the street. It looked very prosperous. This was a wide road. There were buildings on both sides. Many of them were ancient buildings and they looked very hard. Ye Feng stood at the entrance of the flea market for a moment and then walked in. This was a large commercial street. The goods inside were dazzling. Many vendors were shouting and hawking inside. It was very lively, making Ye Feng feel very curious. Ye Feng saw many novel items, but they were all relatively common items. Many pictures appeared in his mind. Many of them were things that Ye Feng had never seen before. These things were all strange stories, and there were even many legendary treasures. As he walked, his footsteps became slower and slower. He also saw a huge billboard. There were a few words written on it, "My shop has just opened. I hope that all interested friends will come. The price is fair. I will not treat you unfairly." At the top of the square, there was a banner with the words "Blue Sky Auction" written on it. These words were drawn in ink and looked very lifelike. This was a place called Blue Sky Auction. Ye Feng had heard of this name before and knew this place. The items auctioned here were definitely first class, so it attracted a lot of people. Moreover, the items here were not simply priced, but a huge sum of money. Looks like I have to go take a look. Ye Feng's eyes flashed with a bright light. The location of this auction was not far from Ye Feng's current location. Ye Feng wanted to go and take a look because there were many treasures stored in his bracelet. Since this auction specialized in selling these treasures, it was definitely a very good place to trade. He walked toward the square in front of him. He walked to an auction house with extremely luxurious decorations. Ye Feng thought for a moment and directly walked in. This auction house occupied an extremely large area. It had a total of 2 floors, and the furnishings inside were also extremely luxurious. On the wall hung a huge portrait. It was a person wearing armor and riding on the back of a huge fierce beast. He looked awe-inspiring. Moreover, beside this person hung a few pieces of drawing paper. The drawings on the drawing paper were the auction items of Blue Sky Auction. There were dragon scales, dragon bones, dragon skin, and dragon blood. Blue Sky Auction would also carry out the auction items that were suitable for the customers according to their preferences. There are indeed a lot of things in this Blue Sky Auction. Moreover, there are quite a lot of expensive medicinal herbs. It's worth going to take a look, Ye Feng muttered in his heart. The auction had not started yet. Ye Feng planned to take a stroll around the area and enter when the time was right. "Young man, are you here to participate in the auction?" At this moment, an old man stopped Ye Feng and asked with a smile. Chapter 194, Young Master Lei Jie, a greeting gift worth 1 million yuan. "That's right," Ye Feng replied. This old man's rank wasn't low. He had the standard of a perfect C+. At his age, he could be considered a pretty good grade. The aura on his body was indeed somewhat powerful. This made Ye Feng have no choice but to be on guard. "Take a look at this." The old man picked up a jade box and handed it to Ye Feng. Ye Feng took the jade box in confusion and opened it to take a look. He was instantly stunned. He discovered that this box was filled with sparkling and translucent fruits that flickered with a light blue light. Each of these fruits was the size of a fist and emitted waves of rich fragrance. These fragrances were extremely alluring and made people drool. This, Ye Feng was a little surprised. He had never encountered such a situation. He looked at the price of the box and found that it was actually priced at 1 million. He could not help but sigh in his heart. There were so many rich people. "I don't need it." Ye Feng was about to refuse when the old man suddenly pulled Ye Feng and said, "Hey! You don't have to pay for this. This is a gift from the young master of this auction house. The young master of the auction house gave it to me." Ye Feng was even more confused. He looked at the old man and fell into a guess. Why did this young master do this? Was there really such a free-for-all transaction in the world? Or was there something that he had to do? Don't misunderstand. In fact, these are just gifts for you to meet someone. If someone wants to meet you, I wonder if you would do me the honor, the old man explained, his face full of smiles. There's such a good thing. Ye Feng was somewhat in disbelief. Just meeting someone once and giving away a top-grade spirit fruit worth 1 million, this trade was too worthwhile. Even if there was a risk, with this price placed right in front of him, it was still worth taking a risk. Moreover, this place was within the boundaries of Cloud Mist Academy. What could possibly happen? All right, I promise you. As Ye Feng spoke, he took the box of spirit fruits and smiled. The old man nodded and revealed a bewitching smile. After that, Ye Feng put away the spirit fruits and followed the old man all the way forward. They walked out of the flea market and arrived at a very eye-catching hotel. This was the best hotel in Cloud Mist Academy. Because the environment was very beautiful and the interior decoration was very grand and magnificent, there would often be people renting this place for meetings. Ye Feng was guessing in his heart which big shot would spend so much money to see him. Very soon, Ye Feng followed the old man to the door of a room. On it was shockingly written the presidential private room. Even the room number was 8888. Ye Feng was inwardly amazed at this big boss, and then he was brought in by the old man. After entering the room, Ye Feng discovered that there were already 3 people sitting here. They were all young men, 2 men and a woman. One of them was a fat man hugging a long-legged beauty with a big cigar in his mouth. Seeing Ye Feng walk in, the corner of his mouth spat out rings of smoke, looking extremely disdainful. The other young man was tall and strong. He wore a military uniform and looked valiant and heroic, but there was also a fierce look in his eyes. He gave people the feeling that he was going to beat them up at any time. The huge sense of threat was hard to ignore. One look and one could tell that he was a bodyguard. It was to protect that fatty. As for the woman, her temperament was completely different from the 2 of them. She wore a white cheongsam and her ample breasts made people want to touch them. Her face was incomparably exquisite and her pair of phoenix eyes seemed to be able to speak. The corners of her mouth curled up into a charming arc and she looked extremely charming. She was wearing black stockings, and her legs were long and straight, looking *XY and charming. She had a mink coat on her arm, looking graceful and luxurious, giving people the temperament of a lady from a noble family. She looked very beautiful, and her every move was full of charm, making people involuntarily want to take a few more glances. The 3 people's temperaments were completely different. The fatty had a cynical expression, making people feel disgusted at a glance, and he looked very arrogant. Ye Feng observed the 3 people's appearances as he walked to the side and sat down. Because the presidential suite was very large, only when Ye Feng walked closer did he realize that there was a very familiar face. Isn't this Lei Jie? Ye Feng was a little puzzled. He actually spent a lot of money just to see him? Young master, I brought him over for you. The old man looked at Lei Jie and bowed slightly. Lei Jie threw down his cigar and the corners of his mouth revealed disdain. Oh, it's brother Ye Feng. I've finally waited for you to come. Welcome, welcome. Although he was smiling, his gaze was very sharp. Ye Feng could see that he was hostile toward him. This guy was obviously not a good person. This made Ye Feng very disgusted. This Lei Jie's attitude was very arrogant. He did not put Ye Feng in his eyes at all. There was even a feeling of looking down on him, making people feel uncomfortable. At this moment, Ye Feng suddenly realized that this Lei Jie was the young master of the Lei Corporation. The Lei Corporation relied on developing a thunder fruit to sell. They monopolized all the sales channels of this fruit and became famous. Moreover, the huge amount of money that they had accumulated through selling the spirit fruit also frequently appeared in all of China's investments. This Lei Corporation was a very mysterious force. In the entire China's business circle, although it might not be big, it did have a lot of influence. Lei Jie smiled and glanced at Ye Feng, his eyes filled with disdain. Then, he glanced at the old man. Old thing, get lost. The old man immediately left. He was the successor of the Lei Corporation, and his status was very noble. This old man was Lei Jia's attendant butler. Lei Jia was also from a symbiote aristocratic family, but he was only one of the 4 oldest branches of the family, and he did not have the opportunity to inherit. Lei Jia also took a fancy to Ye Feng's certificate of inheritance, which he had just obtained, and wanted to exchange it with him through a huge amount of money. When Lei Jia was young, he was chosen as the successor of the Lei family. That was why he was so proud and had the capital. Moreover, the Lei family had a huge amount of money. This was also the ability that Lei Jia had developed since he was young to be rich and powerful. As long as he could use money to solve something, it would not be a problem at all. Therefore, he had nothing to fear from an ordinary person like Ye Feng. "Brother Ye Feng, please sit." Lei Jia pointed to the seat opposite him. "N." Ye Feng responded and then sat over. He wanted to see what this young master wanted to do. "Young master Lei Jia, why are you looking for me?" Ye Feng asked. "Hehe, why would I be looking for you? I just want to make a deal with you," Lei Jia said with a smile. "Deal?" Ye Feng was a little puzzled. What kind of deal was it to spend so much effort to send him spirit fruits and invite him over? "Hehe, call uncle out. Tell him that Ye Feng has arrived," Lei Jia said to the beauty beside him. The beauty nodded and left, making a phone call. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a large gold chain walked in. Perfect B grade. Ye Feng was a little surprised. Looking at the middle-aged man who kept approaching, he thought to himself. Chapter 195, The Transaction of 80 Million Yuan, Lei Jiao's Layout. "Ye Feng, let me introduce you. This is my uncle, Lei Jiao. He is the general manager of our Lei Corporation and also the strongest fighting force of our family. Next, with him as a witness, I guarantee that you won't suffer any losses," Lei Jia explained with a smile. The middle-aged man walked over and stared at Ye Feng with a smile. He nodded his head with an expression of admiration. The young man's strength is not bad. As expected of the young man who obtained the Wind Elemental Certificate of Inheritance. He will definitely become the strongest person in China in the future. The middle-aged man continued to laugh. "Why did you call me here? If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Ye Feng coldly threw down these words. Looking at the group of flatterers in front of him, he suddenly felt somewhat unfathomable. "Don't be in a hurry to leave. Young people are full of anger." Lei Jiao laughed loudly. While comforting Ye Feng, he walked toward Lei Jia's direction. "Right, you also accepted a spirit fruit worth 1 million. This face can't possibly not be given to us, right? Even if you don't give it to me, my uncle Lei Jiao's face should still be worth something." Lei Jia came out at this time to smooth things over. "If there's anything, just say it." Ye Feng replied. "It's like this. We're very interested in your certificate of inheritance. You name a price and we'll buy it." Lei Jia also stopped acting and directly threw out a sentence. Ye Feng smiled, thinking that something good was about to happen. Next, it was very likely that he wanted to make a deal. With a thought, a few small slimes were split out. Ye Feng's small slimes had the ability to share vision. In the subsequent opportunities of evolution, the basic abilities of the small slimes increased. For example, listening, monitoring, recording, playback, and so on. These functions were the most basic. Ye Feng directly distributed these small slimes and used them as a monitor. Ye Feng could record everything that happened next. This also left a path for himself. If something happened, Ye Feng would have a way to retreat. At the very least, he would not be a suspect that could not be cleared. Ye Feng was powerful enough. Even if he released the little slimes in front of them, the other party still did not notice anything. Lei Jiao, who was at the perfect B and grade, also did not notice anything. He was still smiling as he stared at Ye Feng. It was as if Ye Feng was a monkey. Everyone's gaze was focused on Ye Feng. Thinking about Ye Feng's identity, everyone naturally wanted to pay attention to him. After all, there were very few people who could obtain the certificate of inheritance. In a country, there might only be a few people who had the chance. When the time came to choose the final successor, it was not just in a country. It was to choose one person in the entire earth. That person who was chosen was the only successor. Ye Feng thought about it. If the other party really wanted to buy it, it was not impossible. What price? Ye Feng said. He did not really want to sell it. He just wanted to know how much it would be worth if it was really sold. After all, this was a priceless treasure. Even if Ye Feng really wanted to sell it, the other party might not be able to afford it. That's easy to say. The certificate of inheritance is a priceless treasure. The price is naturally up to you. When Lei Jia heard Ye Feng unifying the transaction, he immediately grinned and laughed. Ye Feng roughly calculated that the value of the consumables that he would need to use in the next half a year would be about 70 million. If it was a little extravagant, it would at least cost 80 million. And this was only half a year's worth of consumption. This astronomical figure, if it was the expenses of an ordinary person, would already be equivalent to the annual income of tens of thousands of households. This figure was not only an astronomical figure, but it was not something that anyone could afford. Even if it was a super-rich second generation, to take out this amount of money, it would have to go through countless reviews and approvals. In the end, it would take a year and a half to get all of it. At that time, Ye Feng would have already taken the certificate of inheritance and entered the trial mystic realm of the wind inheritance. Then I'll just casually name a price, 80 million. Ye Feng's voice was clear and crisp, not giving the other party any time to react. What? 80 million? Lei Jia was so shocked that he couldn't even speak properly. He had an expression of disbelief. He didn't expect Ye Feng to ask for 80 million in one go. The few people present, including Lei Jiao, widened their eyes and looked at Ye Feng in disbelief. They were clearly frightened by Ye Feng's bid. That's right, 80 million. Why? Don't you have the ability? Ye Feng looked at everyone indifferently, but he was secretly pleased. He could finally rip these guys off ruthlessly. Lei Jia turned around and looked at his uncle, Lei Jiao, with a pleading look. It was impossible for him to take out this amount of money. This amount of money was not a small amount. Even if his family business was so huge, it was impossible for him to take out this amount of money immediately. Lei Jiao cleared his throat. Although he knew that this was a sky-high price, his expression was still calm. No. No problem. I wonder how you plan to sell it. Lei Jiao took a deep breath, regained his composure, and asked. That's simple. I'll give you an account. You just have to pay. As Ye Feng spoke, he casually took out a piece of paper and wrote down his personal account. As long as the money was transferred to this account, Ye Feng could use it immediately. Hearing this, Lei Jia and Lei Jiao, the two uncle and nephew, also furrowed their brows tightly. They couldn't take out this money no matter what. Of course we can, but you also know that this isn't a small amount. It requires some time to prepare, Lei Jiao said at this time. Then, he walked over and patted Ye Feng's shoulder. How about this? After a week, we'll prepare the money. When the time comes, we'll decide on another place. We'll pay with one hand and deliver the goods with the other. How about it? Ye Feng nodded, indicating that it didn't matter. As long as he could give this price, he would make other plans. After all, Ye Feng was still short of money. After that, Lei Jia and the others left. Before they left, Lei Jiao did something when he patted Ye Feng's shoulder, and Ye Feng saw it clearly. Just now, when Lei Jiao patted Ye Feng's shoulder, a shadow secretly put a very strange little coin into Ye Feng's trouser pocket. Because the coin was very small and almost weightless, it was an item that was easy to ignore. But Ye Feng knew all about it. All the images were recorded in the memory of the little slimes, and Ye Feng could access it at any time. The symbiote is actually a shadow. Ye Feng left the hotel and left the little slime there. Thinking back to the scene just now, Ye Feng was still a little surprised. According to the records, it was possible that a symbiotic body was a shadow. There was a high probability that it was a symbiotic body called shadow. However, Ye Feng felt that this shadow was definitely not an ordinary shadow. Perhaps, it was a human-shaped existence. Not only could it be controlled through the host, but its strength was also far stronger than the host. It could completely be used as a substitute. Most importantly, the shadow was indestructible. Other than not having an independent consciousness, it could be said to be perfect. After Ye Feng knew all this, he did not care anymore. Instead, he directly left this place. Anyway, there was nothing to do next. Ye Feng wanted to go home. He had been out for more than a month and had not seen his parents for a long time. He really missed them. Taking advantage of the time, Ye Feng wanted to go home and take a look. Anyway, there was evidence. He wanted to see what kind of trap Lei Jia's uncle could set for him. "Uncle, what should we do now?" Lei Jia looked at his uncle and revealed a very wretched smile. Lei Jiao glanced at him and replied fiercely, "Call the police first. The reason is that Ye Feng stole an ancient mithril coin for fun." Chapter 196, Ye Feng went out and his plan fell through. Lei Jia looked at his uncle and suddenly realized, "Uncle, this move of yours is really ruthless. We won't be able to take out this money, but if we can get him into the police station, then we'll be able to control him. We have people in the police station. When that time comes, won't that certificate of inheritance be at our disposal? At least you're smart. Let's do it this way." Lei Jiao spat and revealed a cunning expression. "Let's go to the suite to capture him now." Lei Jiao and Lei Jia brought a few thugs and rushed into the suite room. "Where is he?" Lei Jia was a little dumbfounded when he saw that there was no one inside. Although he left first, he had only left for a few minutes. During this period of time, normal people would be in such a luxurious presidential suite and wouldn't be willing to leave. Moreover, there was food and drink here. How could he be willing to leave so quickly? Lei Jia was certain of the thoughts of the poor, so he left with ease to make arrangements. He didn't expect Ye Feng to leave directly. "Don't panic. Look around." Lei Jiao wasn't in a hurry. He stroked the stubble on his face and spoke calmly. "Manager Lei, Ye Feng left the academy. The last place he appeared was the station." At this moment, a man in black walked in and reported to Lei Jiao. "What? This D*MN guy, where is he going?" Lei Jiao immediately roared when he heard this. Reading on mybosnovel.com please. "Manager Lei, I have already sent people to follow him. Ye Feng's goal is to take a bus home," the man in black recalled. Lei Jiao immediately became anxious when he heard this. If Ye Feng left, wouldn't his plan this time be completely foiled? "Isn't he going back to the academy?" Lei Jia asked. "Can't we just wait here for him to come back?" "Idiot!" Lei Jiao gave Lei Jia a hard knock. "What do you know? If he finds out about our plan, then he will also be able to see through our plan. If he were to discover an escape, then all our efforts would be in vain. Then what should we do?" Lei Jia asked unwillingly. "What else can we do? We can only wait for the right time. When the time comes, we can make a move together. I believe that with the strength of the two of us, we will definitely be able to capture him and obtain the certificate of inheritance." Lei Jia nodded and agreed with his uncle's actions. "Humph!" Lei Jiao coldly snorted and said to the man in black, "You continue to keep an eye on him. If you have any news, immediately tell me." "All right, Manager Lei, I'll do it right away." After saying that, the man in black left the place. Go and tell the people in the bureau that Ye Feng will appear in Wuzhou City in the future and have them go over there to search for him. Lei Jiao's gaze was extremely vicious. He glared at Lei Jia before angrily walking out of the hotel. On this side, Ye Feng had also returned to Wuzhou City. This time, he did not say anything when he returned. After all, he had sneaked out this time. Moreover, if there was anything, they would also call him. Now that he had not received a call, it also meant that no one was looking for him. This also made Ye Feng feel more at ease. There was still a month before the award ceremony. Ye Feng had a lot of time to rest, so he was not in a hurry. Not long after, Ye Feng returned home. It was still the same familiar feeling. As soon as he entered the door, he felt a stream of heat flow into his body. This heat flow flowed through Ye Feng's body, constantly nourishing every inch of his skin and bones. This feeling was very comfortable, as if he was soaking in a hot spring. Moreover, Ye Feng also discovered that this heat flow was not like ordinary heat flow, but carried a strong spiritual energy. This spiritual energy was very compatible with his soul, as if his body was his soul. This was a barrier that he had set up at home previously. It was able to give himself time at home to greatly improve, and at that time, it was also to facilitate his cultivation. That was why he used a certain enchantment to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Now that he was back, he once again felt this seemingly strong but actually very weak spiritual energy. Ye Feng immediately felt how weak he was previously. If he did not have the opportunity to take the freshman assessment at Cloud Mist Academy this time, he would not have obtained so many opportunities and would not have appeared in front of his parents in such a bright and beautiful manner. Ye Feng felt the changes in his body and made his own decision in his heart. This time around, he did not return home just to visit his parents. At the same time, he also wanted to get used to the state of his body. The taste of home was really comfortable. Ye Feng took a deep breath, as if his entire body had become relaxed. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Ye Feng called out to the two elders in the house. "Feng why did you come back all of a sudden? Why didn't you tell us when you came back so that we could pick you up?" Father and Mother Ye were also very excited to see Ye Feng. Since the last time Ye Feng left home, there had been no news of him, which made the two of them worry for a long time. "Dad, Mom, I came back specially to see you this time," Ye Feng said to them with a smile. Mother Ye had always missed Ye Feng, but she had never had a chance. Now, it was finally here. She also did not ask Ye Feng what he had encountered along the way. After all, Ye Feng had been studying during this period of time and had even participated in the exams. He must have been very tired. Therefore, she only asked briefly and did not mention anything else. "You child, why didn't you tell us earlier so that I could prepare your favorite food?" Mother Ye was overjoyed. She tidied up and was about to go into the kitchen to prepare the dishes. "Dad, Mom, I prepared some gifts for you today. See if you like them." After saying that, Ye Feng took out a bunch of things from his backpack. "Wow, these are all rare medicinal herbs. Feng how did you get these things?" These were medicinal herbs that Ye Feng had picked from the water training hall. They were all very rare and expensive. Although the quantity was not much, it was enough to nourish his parents' bodies. Drinking more was beneficial. Whether it was mental energy or a healthy body, they were all very useful. Generally speaking, these kinds of precious medicinal herbs could only be enjoyed by eating in a big hotel or by a prestigious family. And even most people who were rich would not be willing to eat it directly. Although Ye Feng's parents knew these were good things and thought they were quite expensive, if they knew the truth, they would definitely be scared silly on the spot. Because these things were obtained from the water training hall. The water training hall was a mysterious place. Ye Feng did not know where they were, but his identity was not ordinary. Therefore, he could freely shuttle through the water training hall and collect some medicinal herbs. There were even some rare and precious treasures. "Feng what are these?" Looking at the things that Ye Feng took out, Father Ye also looked at them curiously. These are some rare medicinal herbs that can let you live for 100 years. Ah, is it true? Hearing Ye Feng's words, Father Ye and Mother Ye were instantly stunned. They did not think that Ye Feng actually had such abilities. They were not people who cultivated, so they naturally did not understand the secrets on Ye Feng. Yes, it's true. These medicinal herbs are the most basic to me. In the future, I will slowly find more powerful ones for you. I guarantee that your bodies will be excellent, and your ages will become younger and younger. Ye Feng said with a very happy expression. He did not expect that the medicinal herbs he casually collected in the water training hall could make his parents so happy. Although before he left, Ye Feng gave them a large amount of money for daily consumption. That money could also buy a lot of good medicinal herbs to nourish themselves. But Ye Feng knew that they were used to being frugal. Even if they had such a large amount of money, they would not spend it carelessly. All right, why don't you use it to make soup tonight? I'll go out to see my teacher first. I'll be back before dinner. Ye Feng said with a smile. All right, all right, all right. You have to go see your form teacher. She usually takes special care of you. Don't forget this favor, Mother Ye said earnestly. Chapter 197, Returning to a Familiar Place, Lu Ruin's Surprise. Ye Feng responded and left. Wuzhou City No. 2 High School was not far from their home. If he took the bus, it would only be an hour's journey. But how could Ye Feng need to take the bus? Activating the spiritual energy in his body, his speed greatly increased. With just a casual step, he could travel dozens of meters. After walking for a few minutes, Ye Feng saw the school board of Wuzhou City's high school. The bold and powerful words instantly pulled Ye Feng's thoughts back to the past. At that time, Ye Feng was still a high school student and had a good time studying here. After an unknown amount of time, Ye Feng gradually came back to his senses and began to recall the approximate route of Li Ruin's home. In addition, Ye Feng often went to Lu Ruin to ask for lessons. During this period, he often went to her home to visit and eat. Naturally, he knew where her house was. In addition, it was also the weekend and the school was closed. Therefore, Ye Feng thought that she was probably at home now. There's no need to buy fruits. I'll send a few dragon scales to teacher. She should be very happy. Ye Feng thought to himself. After all, he only had these things on him now. There were especially many places on a dragon's body, so he could send a few of them out. In addition, dragon scales were extremely rare. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see them even if they wanted to. Moreover, no matter what value they had, they were all top-notch existences. If he sent this out, other people would be happy even in their dreams. Reading on mybosnovel.com please. When Ye Feng appeared at the school gate, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. After all, Ye Feng had already become a popular figure in Wuzhou City's high school. However, Ye Feng still wanted to keep a low profile. He did not greet anyone and just walked around the place. His current popularity was not small. Ever since the live broadcast of Cloud Mist Academy's freshman assessment, topics related to Ye Feng had always been on the hot search rankings, only increasing and not decreasing. Even when Ye Feng entered the hotel, there would be people secretly taking photos and following him. Although such a small topic could not be on the hot search rankings, it caused an uproar on all the major forums. If he appeared in the bustling downtown area, it would not take more than a few minutes to cause the road to be paralyzed. Ye Feng was used to this kind of thing. It could be considered as experiencing the feeling of being a celebrity. Therefore, when Ye Feng saw that he had his own fans, he immediately chose to take a detour. Lu Ruin's home was not far from the school. If he took the main road, it would only take about 10 minutes. Ye Feng knew how to walk on the small road. After a few minutes of twisting and turning, he arrived in front of a small compound building. Although this was not Yefeng's house, there was an extremely familiar smell. It seems like it hasn't changed after so long, Yefeng muttered. Yefeng walked over and rang the doorbell. Not long after, he heard soft footsteps coming from inside. Who is it? A clear and melodious female voice came from inside the room. It's me, Yefeng, Yefeng replied. Ah, aren't you supposed to be at Cloud Mist Academy? When did you come back? Come in quickly. Lu Ruyan's voice came again. Hearing Lu Ruyan's sweet voice, Yefeng suddenly thought of the incomparably beautiful scene when Lu Ruyan was in class. At that time, she was still very lively and intellectual, and she also took care of the only poor student in the class. He couldn't help but sigh at the passing of time. After a while, the door was opened. Lu Ruyan stood at the door in casual clothes, her face rosy. The teacher was not old, but she took very good care of herself. She was not even 30 years old, but she looked like a high school student in her teens. And her figure was also very good. As expected of the #1 most beautiful teacher in Wuzhou City. Yefeng was a little absent-minded when he saw this. A pair of black stockings wrapped around her long and slender legs, making people unable to help but fantasize. A pair of white arms had a pair of black lace gloves on it. This was teacher's favorite outfit. It looked full of mystery. Teacher, are you all right? I've obtained quite a lot of good things from my trip to Cloud Mist Academy this time. I wanted to give you a surprise. Yefeng said with a smile. Hee, I'm fine. But you, why did you suddenly come back? Lu Ruyan said with a smile, didn't the freshman assessment in Cloud Mist Academy just stop? I heard that you guys met the Dragon King. Fortunately, the school intervened in time. Logically speaking, you should be lying in the hospital right now. This was a duplex house. The interior was beautifully decorated, and the floor was also paved with a thick layer. Yefeng walked into the house and found that she was currently watching a drama series and lazily spending the weekend. You suddenly came back. Did you run into some trouble? Lu Ruyan asked. It's nothing serious. Yefeng smiled and shook his head. I don't believe it. Lu Ruyan shook her head. Lu Ruyan was very concerned about Yefeng. Although Yefeng usually looked cheerful, she knew Yefeng's strength. He was definitely not an ordinary third-year student. She also hoped that Yefeng could be safe and sound. Hee, teacher, you're thinking too much. I won't get into trouble so easily. Moreover, I also gained a lot from participating in the assessment this time. I took a lot of good things from the sub-dragons. Yefeng said with a smile. Hearing Yefeng's words, Lu Ruyan's eyes instantly widened, her exquisite and beautiful face was instantly filled with shock. I know you've met sub-dragons, but the fact that you were able to take things from the sub-dragons is already a pleasant surprise in itself. Logically speaking, for freshmen like them to be able to meet a sub-dragon and still be able to protect themselves was already a big matter that they were talking about with great relish. Moreover, they were still freshmen. Regardless of whether it was their battle experience or battle methods, they would definitely not be as experienced as the veterans. Otherwise, this assessment would not be called a freshman assessment. Although it was a freshman assessment of Cloud Mist Academy, and the overall threshold would be slightly higher compared to an ordinary person, however, it was not ridiculously high. Hence, when Lu Ruyan heard about Yefeng and the sub-dragons, her first reaction was that Yefeng had killed a sub-dragon. Li Ruyan was also watching the live broadcast the entire time. The scene had always followed Yefeng like this, but she did not see the scene of Yefeng killing the sub-dragons. There were two explanations for this. One was that the academy deliberately blocked these scenes so that Yefeng would not reveal his strength too early. Although Yefeng himself was hiding his strength, the strength that he displayed was still too shocking. The second explanation was that Yefeng deliberately used the camera's blind spot to hide it from the audience. If that was the case, then the last person who killed the water elemental Dragon King might not have relied on external forces to successfully kill it. There was a high probability that Ye Feng killed it personally. When she thought of this, Lu Ruyan's face was filled with shock. She could not wait to know the truth. However, Ye Feng shook his head and denied it. Teacher, you're thinking too much. This is just luck. I only killed one flood dragon, and that flood dragon just happened to experience a battle. When I found that flood dragon, it was already very weak, but I also exhausted all my strength before I was lucky enough to kill it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see your student standing in front of you and giving you something. After Ye Feng finished speaking, he looked at Lu Ruyan with a grin. All right. I'll show you some good things, and you'll believe me. Ye Feng said with a smile. What things? Lu Ruyan asked curiously. These aren't ordinary things. Ye Feng smiled and waved his hand. Instantly, a pile of things appeared in the room. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan's eyes widened. These pile of things was all treasures. Chapter 198, Precious Gift, Ye Feng's Extravagance. She hurriedly placed the pile of things on the ground and began to examine it. These are dragon scales. Upon seeing the black palm-sized items that Ye Feng took out, Lu Ruyan was instantly excited. This was simply a priceless treasure. This, I remember that I saw a long dragon horn just now, right? Why didn't I see it? And this, dragon blood, oh my god. This is, Lu Ruyan inspected it carefully while muttering. What shocked her the most was a huge dragon bone that was emitting a dazzling golden light. This is a true dragon scale, not a quasi-dragon scale. It's said to be the scale of the dragon race, and it's a top-grade dragon scale. It's priceless. Ye Feng pointed at a golden dragon scale and spoke with a smile. True dragon scale. Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment. The dragon race is a noble existence. How could they have such a thing? The dragon race was a divine beast-level creature. How could they get dragon scales from them? Even they themselves would find it difficult to refine them, unless they possessed dragon blood. Dragon race items, not to mention the most common dragon scales on the body, even the fragments that fell from the body of a dragon were priceless. Moreover, this piece of dragon scale that Ye Feng obtained from the water elemental dragon king's body was also priceless on the market, and the price could even reach 10 million apiece. Or even higher. This was an extremely terrifying number. The dragon race can change their body shape at will, and dragon blood can allow them to possess a powerful recovery ability. Hence, dragon scales are nothing to them. Ye Feng smiled as he spoke. Where did you learn all of this from? It has only been a few days since you went to Cloud Mist Academy. How do you know so much about the dragon race? Then this is dragon tendon. Yes. Dragon tendon was also an extremely rare material. It was usually used to make top-tier weapons or defensive equipment. Moreover, among top-tier defensive equipment, those that needed to be stretchable also needed to learn dragon tendon. Normally, the dragon tendon, skin, scales, and so on the body of a dead dragon were all tightly protected by the dragon race. Outsiders simply could not obtain them. But now, this pile of things that Ye Feng had obtained from the water elemental dragon king actually had all of them. What was going on? Ye Feng handed this pile of things to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan carefully examined it, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. These things were too precious, especially the scales, blood, and tendon of a true dragon. Her eyes grew brighter and brighter. She now had a sense of urgency. The dragon race is also a very powerful race. They have many secrets that are not known to outsiders. Moreover, the lifespan of the dragon race is very long. Just like the dragon race in modern society, it is not a problem for them to live for hundreds or thousands of years. Lu Ruyan paused for a moment and continued. So it is very normal for them to have this resource. It is just that these dragon scales are very rare, so they are very precious in this world. Hearing this, Ye Feng also smiled. It is rare. That is why I want to give these to teacher as a treasure. After saying this, Ye Feng looked at Lu Ruyan with a smile and handed the piece of dragon scale in his hand to Lu Ruyan. Then, he gave some of the water elemental dragon king's items to Lu Ruyan. After all, when Ye Feng killed the water elemental dragon king, he took everything that he could. It was more than enough to give some to his teacher. Therefore, Ye Feng was very generous. After all, he was the teacher who had always taken care of him. Ye Feng had to thank her properly. Gift dragon scales. Hearing Ye Feng's words, Lu Ruyan was instantly stunned. Her eyes were fixed on the dragon scales in Ye Feng's hands. Her heart almost stopped beating. These were real dragon scales. Even if they were placed in the secular world, they could cause a stir. Moreover, if they were placed on the black market right now, it would definitely be a huge sum of money that could not be earned back in a lifetime. Didn't he just say that dragon scales were very, very precious? He actually gave it to her so easily. Although these dragon scales were very precious, they were still lacking compared to a true dragon. Ye Feng actually changed so much in such a short period of time. This was indeed a little out of Lu Ruyan's expectations. All along, Ye Feng had brought her a lot of surprises. But this time, the surprise was incomparably big. This was something from the body of a true dragon. Not to mention ordinary people, even top-notch experts would not be able to see a true dragon in their entire lifetime if they did not have the opportunity. Seeing a true dragon did not necessarily mean that they would be able to obtain the things on its body. Because they still had to fight, the combat strength of the dragon race was generally extremely strong. Not to mention top-notch experts, even if a super expert came, they would also be at a disadvantage. But Ye Feng had so many things of the dragon race on him. How could this not shock Lu Ruyan? How can this be? How can I accept such a precious thing? Lu Ruyan quickly refused. It's not expensive. Take it. I still have a lot here anyway, Ye Feng said with a smile. There's still a lot? Oh my god! Lu Ruyan's mouth was wide open, and shock filled her face. It was the first time in her life that she had ever experienced something so exciting. This student of hers, to be honest, was a bit of a badass. On this point, he really did not lie. When Ye Feng had killed so many sub-dragons and the water elemental dragon king and obtained his belongings, apart from some relatively precious and rare items, he put it all in a bracelet for storage. The rest was basically swallowed by Ye Feng. Not only that, in the storage space of this bracelet, there were many other treasures, such as dragon scales, dragon tendons, dragon skin, dragon blood, and so on. This. Alright then. Lu Ruyan finally agreed to Ye Feng's proposal and accepted it. This time, she really had a bountiful harvest. Ye Feng gave her so many things, which made her very moved and also full of gratitude to Ye Feng. Moreover, Ye Feng had also obtained Senior Walter's strongest water elemental power. Not only that, Ye Feng also had a large amount of dragon seed purity in his body. However, Ye Feng did not plan to tell Lu Ruyan about these things. After Lu Ruyan accepted these things, Ye Feng chatted with her about the situation of the dragon race. This water elemental dragon king was one of the 10 great kings of the dragon race, the water elemental dragon king. Moreover, the water elemental dragon king's bloodline was not weak. Not only did it have a powerful aura, but its bloodline power was also very rich. Such a bloodline was considered very rare, very rare. I really didn't expect that you would be able to meet the water elemental dragon king. After hearing Ye Feng's account of what happened during this period of time, Lu Ruyan could not help but be speechless. Ye Feng shook his head and said, "This is also a coincidence. If it weren't for the water elemental dragon king hiding in the deep sea, I wouldn't have had the chance to see it. But my luck is really good." This time, his luck was very good. First, he met the water elemental dragon king, and later, the water elemental dragon king was killed by Ye Feng for various reasons. It was equivalent to picking up a big mistake. His luck was too good. You can actually meet the Dragon King. It really lets me envy you. Lu Ruyan said. Chapter 199, A Restless Dinner. The People of the Bureau as Guests. Translation. The Dragon King was a legendary existence in the divine realm. It was very rare. Anyone who had the bloodline of a dragon could receive a very high honorary title. This was also the reason why many people wanted to obtain the bloodline of the dragon race. If they could obtain enough purity of the dragon bloodline, it would activate the bloodline of the dragon race and bring a very powerful power of the dragon race to the host. There were too many secrets in Ye Feng's body. He definitely could not tell others. Even if it was his teacher or relatives, he could not tell them. Otherwise, it would only cause trouble for them. Sometimes, it was safer to not know anything. Ye Feng also did not want them to know too much. He had to bear the risks himself. If he implicated his closest relatives, Ye Feng would not be able to live with his conscience. After giving these things to Lu Ruyan, Ye Feng left after a few greetings. After all, his goal of coming here had been accomplished. Giving Li Ruyan such an important thing was enough for her to study for a period of time. Ye Feng returned to the grass field near his home and sat down cross-legged, looking at the countless buildings in the distance. Even though the lights were very bright, that direction was the city, so it was brightly lit almost 24 hours a day. And the side where Ye Feng lived was also his home, located in the suburbs. Compared to the two places, Ye Feng's side seemed a little lonely and desolate. Ye Feng raised his head and looked at the beautiful dusk. Hoo! A breeze blew over, and Ye Feng gently brushed his hair aside. Ye Feng's eyes gradually became blurry, as if they were covered by a fog, and he could not see the scenery in the distance clearly. It's been a long time since I've felt so relaxed, Ye Feng muttered in his heart, and his entire body and mind relaxed. Another gust of wind blew over, and Ye Feng's head gradually became clear. What are you daydreaming about? Come home and eat. In the distance, Mother Yi's shouts were very loud. Ye Feng smiled and quickly turned around to trot home. In order to welcome Ye Feng home, tonight was a sumptuous meal. Just as they were about to eat, there was suddenly a hurried knock on the door. Who is it? Ye Feng asked and then went to open the door. Just as the door was opened, a few strong figures rushed into the narrow room. I'm sorry to disturb you. I've received orders from the higher UPS that there is a case that requires Ye Feng's cooperation, the leading policeman said. Ye Feng is suspected of stealing a large amount of property and escaped from Cloud Mist City yesterday afternoon. He is now being temporarily arrested. When Ye Feng's parents heard this, their expressions instantly changed drastically. Did you guys get the wrong person? There are many people with the same name and surname as Ye Feng. It can't be our family's Fenger. Mother Ye walked forward and looked at them in disbelief. It can't be wrong. There is only one Ye Feng in Wuzhou City, the policeman next to her shouted coldly. His brute strength made people fear him. No matter what, my son is innocent. You can't arrest my son without evidence. Mother Ye was also angry. She had never been threatened by the police like this before. Ye Feng, hurry up and turn yourself in. Otherwise, don't blame us for using force. Those policemen glanced at Mother Ye with disdain. They seemed to be very disdainful of her and did not take her seriously at all. Ye Feng did not pay attention to them. Instead, he looked at Mother Ye and shook his head with a smile, saying, Mom, sit down first. It's fine. Fenger, these bad guys, they are bad people. Mother Ye said worriedly, hurry up and say that you didn't do that kind of thing. Don't waste time, hurry up and leave. A policeman beside them was already impatient. He stretched out a hand and grabbed Ye Feng's collar, wanting to forcefully bring him away from here. What do you want to do? Mother Ye hurriedly blocked in front of Ye Feng. She glared angrily at the other party and questioned loudly. Hurry up and let go of Ye Feng. Father Ye also walked forward and blocked in front of Ye Feng. Don't interfere with our law enforcement. You're simply courting death, a few of the policemen shouted loudly. Their imposing manner was enough to tell that they were not ordinary people with a mocking smile on their faces. You can let me go to the police station, but I'm warning you not to touch my family members. Ye Feng said coldly, and a wave of pressure was instantly released. Leader's oppression. Ye Feng muttered in his heart, and a king's aura burst out. Ye Feng did not even make a move. Only a wave of aura was revealed, and the faces of these police officers instantly changed greatly. They all retreated with trembling, and their eyes became timid. Ye Feng did not do anything, but it made these police officers stunned. This person was actually so powerful? I'll go with you. Seeing these people scared out of their wits, Ye Feng sneered. He naturally knew the law and knew that this was a process. If they didn't commit a crime, that side would naturally be released. Moreover, if he went over, he could also take the opportunity to investigate some information. He knew that this matter was definitely related to Lei Jie, but someone must have instigated him behind his back. No matter what the reason was, everything had a reason. Ye Feng was very curious. Let's play with them. After that, Ye Feng followed these policemen out. It's okay, I'll be back soon. I didn't do that kind of thing, but they need time to inspect, so we can't be impatient, Ye Feng said to his parents very easily. Feng Mother Ye still wanted to chase after them. But how could she catch up with the police? She was blocked by a group of people. Soon, Ye Feng got into the car and left the place under the escort of a group of police officers. Before leaving, in order to protect his parents' safety, Ye Feng deliberately left a little slime at home in case something happened, so that he could be the first to know. After all, the skills and abilities that the main slime possessed could also be shared with the little slime. Normal people would not notice the slime subsidiary body at all. This way, they could also avoid unnecessary trouble. Ye Feng was in the car the whole way and was being detained as he rushed to the city bureau. Along the way, he had been thinking about a problem. According to the information that Ye Feng had received from the little slime that he had left in the hotel, Ye Feng also knew about Lei Jie and Lei Jian, this uncle and nephew's tricks. Ye Feng had offered such a high price, so the uncle and nephew definitely couldn't swallow this. Since words couldn't do it, then they could only use force. After knowing their plan, Ye Feng was also very calm. After all, there were many people who were famous for their deeds. Lei Jie was only a person who looked covetously at Ye Feng on the surface. Behind the scenes, those forces that hadn't appeared all along were definitely not few. These were all Ye Feng's potential enemies. Therefore, Ye Feng had to take every step carefully. Only by strengthening himself was the most effective solution. This kind of loss, Lei Jie and Lei Jian, this uncle and nephew definitely could not swallow it. They would definitely think of ways to take revenge on him. Therefore, in this case, Lei Jie would definitely find an excuse to find trouble with Ye Feng, and then let the company fall into a predicament. Ye Feng thought of this and also secretly frowned. Lei Jie and Lei Jiao were so crafty. They definitely wanted his life. They could be said to be full of killing intent, pressing forward step by step. However, Ye Feng was not afraid. With his own strength, whatever they wanted to do was still within Ye Feng's control. Chapter 200, came from Lei Jie's threat. Lin Ye stepped in to save the situation. Excuse me, I want to find my lawyer, Ye Feng said. Lawyer? The leading policeman frowned. What lawyer do you have? I'll take you to see our chief now. When the chief comes, the chief will deal with it personally. What chief? The leading policeman snorted and said, You don't need to know that. Fine, if you don't want me to see a lawyer, I'll find one myself. Ye Feng snorted and was about to walk out. Aya, stop messing around. Just be obedient and follow us back to the police station. We'll report your criminal evidence. The leading police officer immediately stopped him. I advise you to be honest and not mess around. If you anger our chief, don't blame us for being rude to you. I want to see how rude you police officers are. Ye Feng snorted coldly. All right, you can apply for a lawyer, but you have to go to the police station first. The leading police officer was too lazy to waste time with Ye Feng and directly took Ye Feng away. In the detention room of Wuzhou City's police station, Ye Feng was making a call. On the other end of the phone was Lin Yat, who he had previously contacted, which was also Li Xiaoyu's father. After all, in Wuzhou City, Lin Yi's name was still quite useful. If he really wanted to repay Ye Feng for saving Lin Xiaoyu, he would definitely help him with this favor. This is the situation. Uncle, do you think you can help me get a lawyer? Ye Feng said in a deep voice. The person on the other end of the phone was very straightforward. His laughter was very bright and clear. Brother Ye Feng, don't worry. I'll arrange it right away. I'll help you to the end. Okay, then I'll wait for you. Ye Feng hung up the phone and closed his eyes to rest. Reading on mibosnovel.com please. It was already late at night. He did not expect to be called out halfway through dinner. Ye Feng was also a little helpless. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by a man's voice. Yo, isn't this brother Ye Feng? A middle-aged man walked in from outside and said angrily, Kid, you have guts. You even dare to steal the only ancient mithril coin. The middle-aged man was Lei Jia's uncle, the general manager of the Lei Corporation, Lei Jiao. And that young man was Lei Jia himself. Behind them, there were a few big and strong men in black. Even though Ye Feng was in the police station, they were still afraid that Ye Feng would suddenly make a move. If it really happened, these bodyguards could still be of some use. Lei Jia also knew Ye Feng's strength. Although it couldn't be considered very strong, it wasn't weak either. This was also one of the reasons why Lei Jia had always been on guard against Ye Feng. Oh! Ye Feng looked at Lei Jiao indifferently. It's already so late. Does Mr. Lei have anything else to do? Boy! Stop pretending to be dumb. Hand over the only ancient mithril coin, or else don't blame me for being impolite to you. Lei Jiao stared at Ye Feng fiercely, his eyes filled with killing intent. At this time, Lei Jia was also standing at the side, looking at Ye Feng with a haughty manner. Ye Feng raised his head, looked at Lei Jiao, and said coldly, What are you talking about, ancient mithril coins? I didn't steal anything. Is that thing on me? Ye Feng laughed. How come I didn't know I had this thing on me? I think Mr. Lei must have made a mistake. Ha 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 ha. Lei Jiao laughed. You really know how to lie. You were obviously the one who stole my nephew's things, and you still pretend to not know anything. Brat, don't be so shameless. Do you think you can hide it from me? Lei Jiao said coldly, pressing forward step by step. Ye Feng did not answer, only looking at him indifferently. After Lei Jia dismissed the people around him and confirmed that there was no one around, he smiled wickedly as he walked over to Ye Feng. Hehe, this is your last chance. If you are willing to transfer the certificate of inheritance cheaply and legally to us, you will return home safely, reunite with your parents, and have a happy meal. And as compensation, I will provide you with 100 thunderbolts. You can go and understand the market for thunderbolts. One is 100,000 yuan, and all of it is converted into money, which is 10 million yuan, as compensation for you. If you can't do as we say, then prepare yourself mentally. Lei Jia saw that Ye Feng was unmoved and chuckled. To tell you the truth, even if you can prove your innocence, it's useless. The entrance to the land of inheritance only opens for a few days every year, and the certificate of inheritance can only be used once. If you miss it, you miss it. With our family's connections, we will force you to appear in court for those few days. Since you can't go anyway, why not sell the certificate of inheritance to us cheaply? Lei Jia said with a smile. Ye Feng sneered and looked at Lei Jia. Your family's connections? Is it really that strong? Haha, you brat, you are still not willing to give up even when you are about to die. Don't you know the current situation? Now you are a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you performed well in the water training hall. To tell you the truth, this is impossible. In this world, rich people are the most awesome. We are determined to take the certificate of inheritance from you. Don't struggle. Leijia was so proud, as if everything was under control. Oh? Lei family, is it? Then I will remember it. Let's see if you have the ability to take this certificate of inheritance from me. Ye Feng looked at Leijia indifferently. Hearing Ye Feng's threat, Leijia was stunned. Then he laughed loudly and said, "Kid, who do you think you are? With your weak cultivation, can you shake the status of my Lei family? Do you really think you killed that Dragon King in the water training hall? Haha, if it weren't for Xiaoyu, you would have died long ago. Humph, if I was there, I might have killed that Dragon King. How could a good-for-nothing like you have anything to do with it?" Ye Feng did not reply. He just looked at him and saw how flowery his words were. "How is it? Have you thought it through?" Leijia sneered. "This is your last chance. I really can't sell this certificate of inheritance. Ye Feng shook his head. "You brat, don't drink the toast and drink the forfeit." Leijia stepped forward. His fists were ready to be thrown at Ye Feng. At this moment, a powerful voice suddenly came from afar. "Stop!" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. A middle-aged man walked over, followed by a very capable young man. The symbiotic aura that Lin Ye emitted was already very strong, enough to suppress Leijia and Lei Jiao, as well as the bodyguards behind them. However, the young man with a strong physique behind them had an even stronger aura. He directly suppressed them by at least 2 heads. Lin Ye was short, but his eyes were very bright. He wore a white training suit with his hands behind his back. A wave of pressure instantly enveloped the entire room, suffocating everyone. "Ye Feng, they didn't make things difficult for you, right?" Lin Ye walked over. The first thing he did was to check Ye Feng's body. After confirming that he was fine, he looked at the group of people in front of him with ashen faces. Seeing Lin Ye appear, Leijia and Leijian's expressions instantly turned extremely ugly. A deep fear surfaced in his heart. He did not expect that Lin Ye would actually step forward to stop him. He was done for. After all, they were all old schemers in the business circle. They knew very well how important the other party was. And Lin Ye was an important figure in the entire Wuzhou city. If they went against him, they definitely wouldn't have a good ending. Moreover, if the Lei Corporation wanted to set up a plan in Wuzhou city, they would need the other party's help. Without the other party's help, their businesses would definitely not be able to survive here, not to mention that it would affect the businesses of other cities. In short, the current situation was very complicated. They couldn't beat him in a fight, and they couldn't argue with him. The situation had once been very awkward. Lin Yi's gaze fell on Lei Jie. His eyes narrowed and flashed with a fierce gaze. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Little b****."